I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eating to lose, just fasting you. Fasting you. I tell you the truth. I'm fasting you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not eating to lose, just fasting you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I might be tired, but the stones stay through. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn.
thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I've never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Oh, welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury
ESL One Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, and Acer Predator.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Guten Tag, good day, and welcome everyone here to ESL One Germany, powered by Intel. It's the boys back here in Australia to bring you guys another magical tournament here in partner with ESL. And now we are going to take 16 teams from the European region and put them in a Swiss format to see who will come out on top. Can Team Secret make it 9-0? You guys will have to wait and find out. As you guys do know, we did just come off the back of ESL One Thailand, where we put Southeast Asia up against China and we're able to crown our victors in TNC. So before we do get into ESL One Germany, I'll leave you guys with a nice little highlight clip from ESL One Thailand.
Danger, you paused with a nice remnant out, but he's still alive. Gets the magnetize off, and now in your dream comes in with the RP and the Sonic Wave out from Miracle. Oh, they just clear him out.
Oh no, it's question mark that going no. They're going to find themselves now on the high ground. They catch 3 here. Then follow up with the RP. There's the lead here. He's in a little early here.
Danger, danger. They're behind back on anti-mage for this too, but Aegis is about to go down. They pop it. The Chrono's down already. He's able to get to the other side. Neon are taking it down. They have the glyph, but everybody buying back all at once to try and kill him. They already have the damage out there. Is it going to be enough? They can't kill him. Triple kill for Scam, still trying to control. Gabby turns, the missile blade's going to land. They got to bring him down. Ultra kill. Rampage one time. He's getting killed again a second time. They're all falling so freaking low. Scam forced them. Is he going to be able to finish the job? Another Rampage. Scam does too much damage. The Arcanum Scepter is absolutely default.
Like, get him started well. He just got a 1v1 versus the Faces Force really well, but he's in a little early here.
Danger, danger. They're behind back on anti-mage for this too, but Aegis is about to go down. They pop it. The Chrono's down already. He's able to get to the other side. Ilkash living, but now in some more trouble. Skewer has already been used.
No, we're just about healed back up to full. Despite their best efforts not to hit him, as there goes the Morphling trying to jump onto FBZ. Will pop the BKB there. Actually does manage to get the dive back onto one, but Kodo though, man fighting against the Morphling. Morphling is able to get a second kill now, and that's going to be a dive back on our TA. Rubik, now with that extra money, will buy back as Unisaw looking to jump onto the Morphling. It's a Morphling 1v5 here.
No rapier. They need about 1,000 more gold or so.
The Sunder!
Sunder! The play! The pull back in! The Ravage, they're going to try to turn it. No, but he gets the Sunder to turn. Primo Cell able to salvage it. What a freaking play in there with the Rubik, but it wasn't good enough. And, well, Gabby trying to find a kill here on anybody at all that he can. Hide Ghost Scepter body blocking. But
And that was the amazing plays from ESL One Thailand, where Southeast Asia and China were able to battle it out there, and we crown our victors in TNC. But now, as we get into our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, I'd like to welcome you guys here to ESL One Germany, where I, Fluke, will be your host for the group stage here for the entirety of this European versus CIS manifesto. And we'll see if you guys can predict our victors towards the top here. But I'm not by myself. Sorry, guys. I'm already choking at the start here. I do have my wonderful panelists here, boys from Down Under. I've got Dan, I've got QO, who will be bringing you guys all the action, be able to break down all these series for you guys. Welcome back. We're into the Europe and CIS region now. We've got to flip our sleep schedules for this one, but I'm super excited to see how the best in the world start to duke it out.
Yeah, good morgen, mein Fräulein. You're looking very nice today. And yeah, I'm keen for some CIS and European Dota. We've got pretty close matches today. Well, one really close, one a little bit of difference between the top and the bottom of the seedings.
Yeah, and different style of the gameplay as well. Like that's the thing that I'm like more keen about, because C and Europe has totally different style of how they want to play out the games. So definitely excited.
Yeah, for sure. It feels very draft and strategy oriented as opposed to execution a bit more. I mean, I think that's what differentiates Secret from like the rest, basically. But I don't know, between Southeast Asia and Chinese Dota, it feels like it just goes down to that minute executions of team fights as opposed to the overall draft theory and strategies. So I'm keen to see how they change it up a little bit here in the European region. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of European and CIS tournaments lately, so we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just a change of region for us here, it is also a change of format. As we said at the top of the show, this will be a Swiss format for Europe and CIS. We have 16 teams taking part in this wonderful tournament for ESL 1 Germany. So let's go and have a look at what teams that we do have playing for you guys here. As we said, it is Swiss, so this means that all these players will be eventually playing against each other in a certain format where if you win, you play against another team that already has a win. But let's go and have a look at how our teams are going here. So we've got 11 invited teams so far, and then we did have 5 coming in from our closed qualifiers as well. So 5-man Alliance, Cyber Legacy, and Extremum for our first 4. Hellraisers, Team Liquid, Mud Golems, and Nardisvin C. I'm very excited to see those guys that can continue their firing form right now here. And then Nigma, NIP, OG, Secret, those 4 teams, you know, you're just expecting those guys to be in a European tournament. And then Tempo, Viking GG, Windstrike, and Yellow Submarine. So we've got names in here that everybody knows and loves, and we've also got names in here that might be pretty new to some of you guys, especially some of you tuning in, you know, from the European regions. Haven't seen them in these Tier 1 tournaments before, you know, your likes like Yellow Submarine, maybe Extreme Arm as well. Seeing these teams and seeing if they can come into a tournament up against the likes of, you know, Secret, OG, Nigma.
Well, they've got $400,000 dues to play for, and that's a lot of reasons to want to really be at the top of your game, right? It's very rare that you get opportunities as these Tier 2, Tier 3 teams to be fighting against some of the best in the world. And with that Swiss format as well, you know that you're not just going to be out in a few stomps. You're always going to be against someone, and so there's going to be some real close matches, I think, throughout this group stage.
Yeah, at least like when we were in the Southeast Asia, like a little bit of prediction went a bit differently, but I think because of the Swiss format, we're gonna be at least seeing pretty even match.
Yeah.
And like, I don't want to see Hin wins.
Yeah. I think
he's
won too much.
Yeah. Like
QO seems to always have these back and forth with all these players and ex-coaches and stuff like that, and we'll see. Hopefully, you know, maybe we get a Hin interview a little bit later on. You can talk a little bit of smack. But speaking of this Swiss format, boys, we got a little explanation before the start of the show. So for those of you playing along at home, Swiss format is a format where as you progress through the tournament, you try and get those wins. You need to try and get to the magical number of 3 series wins. That puts you into the playoffs here. But as you progress through this Swiss format, it is all about those wins and losses. So if you win this first round here, go 1-0, you can then only play against teams that also are 1-0. So this will be able to provide us with much more more even series when it comes to the entirety of ESL 1 Germany. We'll also be having a lot more of those series when they, you know, get into those situations where it's 2-1s, 1-2s, where, you know, some of those teams might get knocked out in those series a little bit earlier on here. But another cool thing that came in for ESL 1 Germany was the way that these teams were seeded as well. Because obviously when you come into Swiss format, you need to have those seedings to go into that first round. So you make sure that those first rounds, you're not just getting your best placed team getting knocked out, you know, going 0-1 straight away. So the way that they did it was the teams seeded themselves. So these teams all put in a ballot. They went from 1 to 11 for those invited teams, and then those seeds were then averaged out, and that's how we get the seedings here for our first couple of matches. So luckily enough for some of these teams, they might have a good first couple of series in this Swiss format, but unfortunately for some teams coming into this a little bit later on, they might a little bit of a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be the team to draw Secret in the first round, and unfortunately that is Tempo that are going to be going up against them today. But also just with that seeding, I'm pretty sure they were encouraged to be truthful with all of it. Like, OG, Nigma, and Alliance couldn't just say, oh, Secret are the 16th best team, you know, put them down at the bottom. I think those results were just discounted away. But, I mean, the good thing about the Swiss format as well, right, is that a lot of teams say, oh, we only did poorly in this tournament because we had bad matchups, or we got unlucky. We played against teams that were in hot form. There's no excuse for that with this one, because you're always going to be playing against a team that has the same record as you in each different round.
Yeah, that's the harsh part in the same time. Like, it might be like no excuse, but, you know, like they have to face this reality. They got knocked out to like losers of the loser of the loser, right? So I guess everyone has to just like stay like really sharp with all their games.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main reasons that Swiss hasn't been run before in the past, is that people keep saying it's a matter of time. Like, it takes much more time to do Swiss as opposed to round robin, as opposed to just a double elimination bracket. But with the global situation, we got plenty of time. So I'm happy to see this. You know, we're going to see each team play a minimum of 3 series, maximum of 5, because they need that magical 3 wins. So if you lose 3 series in a row, you are unfortunately straight out. You've got no chances to get those 3 wins on the board.
Yeah, and exactly. And also allows some of these teams to make those comebacks, you know, progress through the tournament and see if they can get to it. But it is not just us here on the panel for ESL One Germany. We do have our lovely remote casters. We've got the big boys for this first day of ESL One Germany. We've got OD, Pixel, and Fog. Lads, g'day. How's it hanging, boys?
Yeah, going well. Looking forward to this. It's a huge pleasure to get to be a part of ESL One Germany. We've got so many games of Dota 2 to get through, and such excellent teams as well. You know, we've got a lot of the top teams, and I'm very excited to get to sort of join you beautiful men over there in Australia remotely, and of course this lad here from the old New Yorker over by my side for these games of Dota 2.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I'm excited to see these teams that we got to see quite a bit of like last month when we were doing the Omega League and see how they've developed. Like your NIPs, your 5-men, some of these teams that need a little bit more work. So yeah, this should be fun. There's a lot of good teams here, and I mean, teams have gotten to be playing on this patch now for quite some time. So looking forward to see what they've kind of come up with all this time. So
yeah, now I'm a little disappointed, OD. You mentioned that you didn't have a Hawaiian shirt. We've got MLP being our lovely observer, and that's kind of his signature. So, you know, maybe time to go down to the bargain bin at the op shop, we call it here, and pick one up for the cast.
I mean, we've definitely got time, right? We've got many weeks of Dota 2 ahead, so I'm sure I should get around to doing a bit of shopping, and I can, flare it up a little bit with the dress each day.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, we've got plenty of floral shirts here on the desk to try and mix and match with you guys out there. So, Fog, maybe you might want to go out and get yourself a floral shirt as well. But, lads, I want to pick your brains about this Swiss format. How do you guys feel like that this is going to, work in the favor of some of these teams, or maybe even work against some of these teams?
I mean, I'm a huge fan. I like sort of the chaos of it, the idea that you don't really know who you're going to play against in a sort of a few games times. It's hard to sort of get that read for the teams, and means that preparation has to be done a little more last minute than maybe some of these bigger, more successful teams would hope for. So I think it does give more of an opportunity for some upsets to happen, and I'm always a fan of sort of seeing the underdogs come in and get a win against the big squads, and this sort of format could be the chance that allows that.
I usually don't really care too much about format, I'll be totally honest. I usually just like watching the Dota, so for me it's like, cool, it's something different, so it's just something else to play out and just get to see these teams play, so it's fine by me.
Yeah, and something else that we learned about in the pre-show as well is that we were informed that it's based on, in terms of the second round onwards, how you actually win. Like, if you get a 2-0, you're rated much more highly than if you were a 2-1. So it actually does matter every single game. So we're not going to see teams experiment too much, maybe in the earlier rounds where they've still got a little bit of wiggle room to play with. But, it means that we'll be seeing some top-tier Dota all through the group stage, as well as when we do progress into the playoffs, which should be cool to see.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's going to be, it's going to mean that when we do get the series that is between like a team secret and another team, it's harder to sort of just write off a loss from the big team by saying, oh, they're just experimenting, because as you say, it's very unlikely that the teams are going to do that. They're going to want their clean 2-0s. So all the more exciting when we do get those sort of upsets happening.
Yeah. Well, lads, we're going to let you guys prepare for our first series of today, and I'm sure we're going to be checking with you guys across the entirety of ESL One Germany. So good luck with the first cast.
Yeah, you guys too. We'll see you around.
It's always good to hear from the T1. It's always good to interact with the heroes as well. OD Pixel is one of those guys that, I've been looking at as play-by-play caster for the last couple of years, just trying to be the GOAT themselves. So it's always good for us to be able to interact with those guys. Obviously, in times like these, we can't really meet with them in person. So it's always good to get their thoughts and their ideas about how this, first day of ESL One Germany is going to go. But speaking of the first day of ESL One Germany, let's have a look at how our schedule is going forward here. As you guys do see on a little ticker down below, our first series will be the 5 men going up against NIP. 2 teams that Fog talked about there in our little interview that we had, to see if they can start to bring themselves to that Tier 1 version of EU region, see if they can get to a position where they are quite strong, and then Team Secret will be taking on Tempo a little bit later on in the day here. And that's going to be an interesting one to see whether or not Tempo can get to a position where they might be able to take a map. They're going up against Team Secret. Like, let's be perfectly honest here, Team Secret are looking insane. Over the last 3 months, they have a 90% win rate. So if Tempo can get a map, that's just a huge score for them. But if they can make it look competitive, I feel like that's just a good step in the right direction as well, right?
It is a good step in the right direction, but you can't write off Tempo entirely. I know it's secret, 90% plus win rate, all these sorts of things, but at the end of the day, like, Team Unique took a series off of Team Secret, right? Not in this tournament, but it was a big deal, right? And I'm sure there were a lot of people very angry with that result, but I'm sure a lot of fans very, very happy as well at the same time. So I think you can't really discount anyone. And like we mentioned before, even a 1-2 loss against the likes of Secret puts you in pretty good stead for that second round of matches, because it means that you're going to be one of the higher seeds out of the teams that lost the first round. So your second match is a lot easier. So maybe that'll let you get some momentum on the board and, you know, progress your way towards those playoffs.
The only thing is like Secret probably doesn't care, you know? Like that's like we are all talking about like they're gonna get advantage, but like in their perspective, in their head, anything can happen. If we lose, we're just gonna win next game. I think that's the confidence they have right now.
I'm pretty sure they don't really mind who they're going to be playing up against, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not these teams can step up to Team Secret, or whether or not it's going to be a nice little clean series for them here. But on the other side of this, boys and girls, we do have our first series. Before we do get into it, I'd like to remind you guys that you can join in the conversation across our social media, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to get it done. But make sure you do use that hashtag ESL1 to let us know where you guys are watching these series or who you guys are picking here. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of this, we're going to have our first series. It's going to be 5-man taking on NIP.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand. just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just a notion in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, and Acer Predator.
I hope all my cat jammers were rising up there in the break as we do get ready for our first series of ESL 1 Germany. The boys here from Down Under are hyped and excited to start getting into this first series. It is 5 men going up against NIP. I'm Fluke, and again, joined by my boys here on the panel. Dan Kiwa, you lads are starting to get ready and raring to go into some European and CIS Dota. We were on a stint of Southeast Asia, but now we are turning back the clock into the European region, the Tier 1 region, as some would call it. But, you know, we haven't had those regions go up against each other, so we can't call Tier 1 just yet, but I'm super excited to see how these European teams do stack up because, you know, as OD Pixel and Fog touched on in that pre-show, we have seen a lot of European and CIS teams, so I'm excited to see if these teams can, if they're going to stick in the same kind of rankings that they've been at right now, or if another team can start to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, for the first series of the day, 5 men going up against NIP, I have them picked as being like my 8th and 9th seeds, so probably the closest game that we're going to see for the first round of the tournament, I think, at least. I think Mud Golems and Liquid's probably another one of those there, but I don't know. These teams have a pretty checkered rivalry. You know, you've got some players that used to play with each other. You've got, you know, teams that have made a few swaps here and there, and some real identity across both of the teams as well. Like Pilot Eye, for example, yes, he dies a lot, but he's one of the few POS 5s that play that pure medic role. And I love seeing, you know, those set strategies that teams have and just a little bit of a different flair for different teams.
Yeah, like I'm not sure whether Pilot Eye will bring out this Enchantress card. I think they love using the Enchantress, and besides that, I actually can't guess like what they're gonna pick. Like I think that's the thing that, you know, it's all about EU. Like we have to use extra brain when we're in the draft phase.
That's never good for you, QR. You might hurt yourself.
Well, look at the extra brain that the boys of NIP are starting to rock. Look at the hairstyles these guys have got. That is some swagger European hairstyles right there. And fortunately for 5 men, they've just got their logo kicking out here. But the boys here on 5 men, as you said, Matt, and a lot of these players do have a past of their own. A lot of these players are getting close to breaking into that Tier 1 player. You know, obviously Zibe played on that OG Seed roster where they started to look really, really strong in a lot of those tournaments. And, you know, Ace has been bouncing around a lot of these teams. Same with Pylo Die and Misery. And I feel like Chessie is one of those players in the European region that I feel like should have gotten his break quite a while ago, but he just never really got to that point where he was on a really good team and could really shine in these tournaments.
He's had a long history as well, like coming from Hon, having, you know, big back injuries, which kind of held him back, meaning he had to take a break for quite a time. And yeah, I'm enjoying seeing him. He kind of fits this meta really heavily, in my opinion, because it's so dominant about winning that laning phase. There's a few more comeback mechanics than there used to be, but still, you're able to snowball super easily. And if he's able to get his signature heroes like his Tiny, his Void Spirit, he can take control of the game and enable Ace to be that hard carry that's going to bring things home.
Yeah, as you mentioned just now, I think he was always a space creator type of mid player and high ranker as well. I think like this meta should perfectly fit him if they have the strategy working around with him well. And I hope this guy shines because I think he's been there for a long time. Like a top, like a tier level.
Yep. Well, they're also backed by the captain of Misery as well, who had that, you know, second placing at TI when he played with DC. So he's obviously been around the block, and they've got Paladai, who's, as you said, Matt, one of those players that really does suit that position 6 role. They're very sacrificial. They'll play these types of heroes.
Position 7, honestly. Like, it's ridiculous how little farm this guy has a lot of the time.
I mean, some people call him Die for a reason, right? You know, he had a stint in Southeast Asia for a little bit. We saw him on that, I believe it was Mineski roster when they came to Australia.
Yes.
And they won that. Yes. They won that tournament as well, right? Yeah. Nice guy to catch up to. A few of those people on that roster were nice guys to catch up to a little bit later on after that tournament. But, you know, it's very exciting to see whether or not this 5-man roster as a kind of pub stack, I don't want to call it a pub stack, but more of like a thrown together team, can really get to that position where they're starting to look strong in Tier 1. And, you know, NIP on the other side of that, they've got a few names as well. You know, Era, he's playing that that support role now when he used to be a position 1. I believe playing on Fnatic.
Yes, he
Ages
was
ago,
playing
yeah.
Fnatic there, back at TI3 sorts of days. He even had a time where he was POS 5 for a lot of the time, and now he's moved into that 4 role. So he's got Misha able to back him up a little bit, which I think is good. I think it's a good role, and it does feel like he's the one that's really forming the drafts around him. Like, you need to make sure that he has a decent game, but as well, I feel like Supreme is doing a ton of work in that mid lane.
Yeah, and like also Era, I think Era is like the guy, like he's the NIP at the moment. If it was PPD like last time, I think it's Era this time. And yeah, I think he's the one who also didn't shine like too much compared to his skill or whatever. But yeah, I hope they prepare this strategy, because it's not about having a good player for this meta. It's all about how you draft and how you play around with that draft.
Especially in EU. And again, just to touch on Era again, like this is going way back, but we remember back at the TI3 days, he actually had to take a break because he was, you know, so overwhelmed by everything. And for him to still be in the scene and thriving in a good team like NIP, it's really happy to see.
Yeah, and it's kind of the tale of this first series is, you know, if one of these teams can start to get up here, go 1-0 in this Swiss format, puts them in a good stead for the rest of ESL 1 journey. It might give them a little bit of extra confidence going forward. You know, they might be able to figure out something across this meta because, you know, as we touched on a little earlier, this meta's been around for a long time now. You know, we've already had a few tournaments on this patch. There's going to be another tournament that's going to be on this patch as well. So it feels like a lot of the heroes have already been figured out. But, you know, if you can start off this tournament 1-0, find out the heroes that you like to play against, and maybe, you know, a few heroes that these other teams don't like to play against. That gives you a little bit of a nice little step forward, because you need to try and get to that very quick 3 as quickly as possible, right?
Yeah, and you never really want to be playing from behind, right? There's always the thrill of the chase, I suppose, of saying, right, we need to catch up, we need to do this, but I mean, it's just so much easier, right? You're an ex-player, QO. You want to just be able to kick back and relax and watch some Dota, right?
Yeah, I mean, there is no reason for you to risk that adventures, you know? Like, might as well just sit back and watch it if you can all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're more of the player that's like, okay, you know, if we just go 3-0, then we can start to get stuff done. Then it gets to a position where you can just sit back and go, okay, we've already secured ourselves playoffs, and now we're just going to be able to sit back and watch what these other teams are doing, because you might be able to find that little chink in the armor, right?
Yeah. It's a tough one, right? And I mean, I feel like for both of these teams and the meta as a whole, the offlane is so underappreciated. You know, we've got Zabalite and Zibe playing this time around, and you know, it doesn't feel like any sort of draft is really being built around them. We were talking about it before, just before that we came on air, and it really feels like Zai is one of the few heroes that they want to put a lot of that emphasis around to defend their game and actually give some form of win condition towards that style of hero. But for these two teams, they're a lot more, you know, traditional, I suppose, and POS 1 and 2 focused.
Yeah, and I think POS 1 and POS 2, they like see and like Europe has similar, you know, hero choices, but in position 3 and position 4, it just looks like you never know what's gonna come out. So maybe they're just playing like really sacrificial. They probably don't even know how the game will actually result into, but they just have to trust their teammate.
Yeah.
All right, well, speaking of meta then, lads, do we feel like any of these teams are going to try and shake things up? Obviously, we've got Team Secret in this tournament, so they're a team that are going to basically be able to play whatever they want. But do we feel like that this meta is in a position now where it's kind of come full circle, right? You know, you have the meta where it starts out. There's a lot of these good heroes that people pick. They try and counter that, then it goes to a different meta where people have already countered the first kind of drafts, and now we're circling back to that first kind of drafts that we're having that counters the second. Do we feel like...
It's convoluted. Yeah. It's a feedback loop.
Do we feel like that the meta's gone that far, that we've, you know, kind of had 3 separate iterations of it so far? I don't want to call it iterations, but do we feel like that people are innovating enough on the meta right now that this tournament will show us a little bit different heroes?
I mean, you just have to look at how Secret play if you want to look at innovation, right? Like Puppy in the past would play these position 5 heroes where he's just able to sit in the dead lane and just push it out. And if you commit heavily onto him, then it's just such a big time and resource investment to get someone that's not really going to be the win condition for Secret. And so, you know, you saw these things like, you know, Weaver, Crystal Maiden, I suppose, Grimstroke, that style of hero, but he's actually changed that up. He's gotten a lot more jungle focused now, picking Chen and Chantress, these style of single target heroes that are able to be greedy and do things like half pulls and things of that nature, still able to get a good amount out of the laning stage, but not fully abandon your position 1.
Yeah. I mean, that's why like number one in each region is like important. For example, number one in like C, like we probably have to say it's TNC. They've been showing like a strong performance, and when C is doing the similar style and they try to just execute better, every team just starts follow. I think it goes similar way in Europe as well. I think people just try to, you know, manipulate like what Secret does, or you know, just try to copy it.
Yeah, I think the thing that sets a team like Secret apart, and you know, I feel like we've been going on about them for a fair amount, but
someone needs the Secret counter in Twitch chat. I'm sure they're just like, Cash, stop talking about
Still
Secret.
doing it. But I think it's just the itemization. They seem to do it perfectly for every single game, both for the heroes on their team as well as what they're up against. They don't get stuck into this cookie cutter style of, right, I'm picking a Void Spirit, I'm going the exact same build every single time. They also... What I do like about the European region is that even though teams might be trying to emulate that style, they do it with different heroes. So I talked a bit before about Pile Dai being this medic style where he goes, you know, Oracle, Chen, Enchantress, Pugna, all of these heroes that can do healing of some sort, even occasionally the IO. You've got someone like Supreme who does the Visage mid, which is, you know, a little bit more common in EU than other regions, but still, it's something that's a little bit different out there. And, you know, I'm keen to see if they're able to bring it out this time around too.
Yeah.
Well, something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the green room before the broadcast started was the fact that we've seen a lot of these European games where there's a lot of kills happening. There's a lot of... They're basically just running at each other constantly, just trying to get these team fights on and off. Do we feel like that's going to start bleeding through a lot more into these drafts? You know, we're going to start to move away from these high cooldown heroes. You know, obviously Spectre and Void are very, very good heroes in that position 1 role, but do we feel like some of these teams, especially at the start of this tournament for ESL 1 Germany there, where the results might not matter all too much as long as you get that series victory, we're going to see more fast-paced, you know, semi-carry kind of heroes, some more mids that have a little bit of lower cooldown to try and get those kills on top and try and put that early aggression?
I suppose for mids in general, yes. Like, I don't think we'll be seeing too many of the heroes like DP and that sort of stuff, Dragon Knight, these sorts of heroes. You need to be active at all points of the game. I think the only heroes, like you mentioned, are the Faceless Void, the Spectre. I guess Anti-Mage can kind of fall under that same banner because he just can't fight until he's got those 3 items that he can begin with, Battle Fury, Manta, and at least a Basher, I would say. So you're going to need to have 4 active heroes all the time, and the big thing is you just need to draft to win lanes, because with all of this bloodbath that's going on, you don't want to be on the losing side of that and playing from behind from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think you pointed out like the pretty important point. Like, when I see games these days, I feel like the jungle stacking isn't like a big deal. They rather want to use that time to actually hit more, to get more like power run access or bounty run access, or 6-minute power run. Like, I think these are like a really important timing that people or teams like will abuse the most.
I think stacking is very much a luxury as opposed to a dedicated strategy, unless you've got a hero like, you know, Phoenix, Venge, Shadow Demon that can do it from range and then just get straight back to lane. You know, you can't be walking there with a Crystal Maiden or something like that, stacking and then walking back, because by that point you've probably lost the lane because your carries died in that period of time.
All right, boys, as we start getting ready to our Game 1 draft, it is very, very close for us. You know, in ESL 1 Thailand, we had these wacky hero picks. All right, do we have anything interesting that you guys have seen or you guys want to see here? I want to see techies. I want to see some techies coming in here. I want to see
you
if
said that last time and it didn't happen. And
yeah,
I hope it doesn't happen again.
Unfortunately, it didn't. But, you know, European teams, you know, Secret, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Team Secret. I want to see a techies. What about you? Are you still sticking with your position?
Juggernaut 5.
5
used
to be a 4.
Yeah, it used to be a 4, but downgraded a bit.
We did see Januel playing 5 Void, though.
Oh, yeah?
See, that was nice.
He also played a position, it was the other day, he played a position 5 Timbersaw.
Sure. Why not?
I want to see some more innovation from these teams. Or, not innovation, but more kind of wacky, you know, heroes that you can first pick it, can be a position 5 and off you pop. But our first draft is under the way here, boys and girls, and Io is one of those heroes that we didn't really touch on all too much when we talked about these heroes for Europe, but it is a hero that they all love. Every single one of these teams can play it. All these teams want to try and ban it, so it will be pretty much the most highly contested hero, I feel like.
I mean, it's just a pie hero, right? We talked about the medic. That's exactly what he's going to do for this Gyrocopter and the rest of his team all throughout. You can expect to see him go things like a mechanism into even a Holy Locker potentially. If he's taking notes from the way the Puppy builds it, you can start with a Bracer just for that passive regen. Obviously, he's a strength hero, so he takes advantage of that too. It's just a really nice pick overall, and you know, they want to put the game on their terms from the very beginning. And, well, we've got a few of these big teamfight ultimates already on NIP with that chaotic offering. It's going to be really nice. Kyo, people have singled you out a little bit for your lifestealer build. Do you feel like that rushing the MKB is still the way to go about doing it?
Depends on like what player prefers. Like I just genuinely love to fight, so
True.
might as
That
well.
is your
farm
caveman
and
style.
Fight. Like it doesn't matter even if you die. But I just feel like the life stealer hero itself is like very strong at the moment. Mostly see like a lot of win rates coming out from next stealer, and then against Io Gyro as well. Like it could be good, it could be bad, but first 30 minutes I think life stealer side will kind of dominate.
Well, what do you feel is good about the life stealer? Just fast attack speed and movement speed to begin with, and an inbuilt BKB? Is that the crux
like
of it, basically?
that's the main thing, because in the 15 minutes to 20 minutes team fight is like really important.
Yeah, you've got such fast timings as a life stealer, and I hate seeing ones that go Midas because it doesn't really do anything for that start of the game. I think you need to go the armlet into these other items that actually make something happen as opposed to being passive, particularly in the European region, particularly against an Io Gyro that are going to be a little bit more passive until he does get that first couple of items.
Yeah. Well, I still prefer damage.
True.
Like if you actually commit on Openun and then start hitting Gyro and you're not damaging him enough, and he's just gonna turn you on. So might as well. You have your angle, I have my angle.
And the thing that I mentioned before about, going perhaps a little bit too cookie cutter focused. I mean, it's Charlie that's going to be playing the lifestealer for NIP, and he's just generally got this one build that he likes to go. It's like Armlet, Deso, Halberd, AC. That's the style that he tends to go. And I don't know. I feel like hopefully he's able to switch it up a little bit if he feels it's necessary, but. I mean, I think that's going to be obviously heavily based off the rest of the draft, and we can see some of the bans coming through as well. You can see the Tiny's picked up now, but NIP, they've banned out the Bloodseeker, which tends to be one of those heroes that is picked alongside it, because that nuke damage is insane. Like 1700 with a Blood Rage for even a position 4 Tiny at, the level 8 mark is just nuts.
I'm surprised that Tiny actually survived till this phase.
Yeah.
Because I was maybe thinking the lifestealer and Tiny's position can be, a bit changed. But I think NIP lost against Lifestealer recently, against Viking GG 2 games. Maybe they got like, this hero cannot be...
I think it's just a good hero overall. I'm surprised that Phoenix has gotten all the way through as well, and it doesn't look like 5 men are going to pick it up with the Spirit Breaker coming through.
Yeah, well, having a look at a lot of the data coming in from the European CIS region, and that's one of those heroes that hasn't really, I feel these teams do like to prioritize it a little bit, but not as much as what the C region. Another hero, is the Snapfire that we have not seen from the European region. A lot of these teams not really liking that kind of hero, but Spirit Breaker is one of those ones that's coming out here for 5 men. So they've basically got what we talked about a little bit earlier, just a team that can go, go, go. They've got very low cooldowns. They can hit 1 or 2 item timings with that Gyrocopter. The IO basically just needs to hit Tether on the Gyro, and that's basically all he has to do. But looks like 5 men are really starting to prioritize a few more carry heroes coming out from 5 men, and I guess that's why the Tiny does slip through for Ninjas in Pajamas, who have picked up a Magnetar. So we've got an Empower bot here for the last year. QO, does this lean you into something more of a farming build for the last year? Try and get to those big items first. Maybe that MKB might be on the cards here for Charlie, or do you think it's better for him to just stick to that Armlet, Deso, to try and play these fast timings with the Magnus and just use the Empower?
Well, I'm pretty sure he will still stick with like the current, the safe
pure
build,
damage,
just because it's a big tournament.
Yeah, and like the Magnus just lets you get those timings even faster and accelerate things even more. Like you need to get super aggressive against these heroes on 5 men. Spirit Breaker is always going to be very strong. You don't need that much net worth to really be, a big thorn in their side. And the Timbersaw as well. The thing that NIP have though is that when you see this Tiny coming out, it's going to be Chessie playing it, right? Oh, sorry, not Chessie. That's 5 men. Ignore me. But it's going to be Era playing it this time around. It's creating a lot of space, and that's kind of the reason I was surprised about 5 men not picking the Phoenix. Yes, they had the Lifestealer to hit the egg, but Warlock and Tiny do not want to be doing that. And so, I thought maybe that might be the way for them to go, but, opting for something a little different this time around.
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid with NIP picking up this Tiny and Magnus together in the 3rd and 4th pick and making their laning phase weaker. I was a bit assuming them to pick up something to deal with Io Gyro, but it just looks like at the moment Io Gyro is gonna have a free lane, and then Lifestealer might be having difficult lane, but who knows? It can go both ways with the top lane.
Well, the thing for NIP though is that yes, it's going to be harder for them since they're on the dire side, but as long as Era picks up boots of speed on his Tiny, the IO always wants to be standing next to the gyrocopter.
Yeah.
That goes to be said. So he's going to be able to pull that second wave behind the tier 2 tower, because there's not really a safe space to do it between tier 1 and 2 when you're on that dire side.
Yeah.
And the lane's going to naturally push into this Magnus. So he's going to get at least levels to start the game. And then, you know, your Tiny's going to have a decent timing on his level 2 as well, so that when he does rotate, he's going to have a decent impact. So I think it's still doable, and it's a good way of exploiting the fact that they have picked this IO as opposed to one of these supports that can, you know, move away from the gyrocopter for a little bit and, you know, prevent that pull from happening.
All right, boys, banning out the Dragonite here for Ninjas in Pajamas, and the Bat Rider's gone for 5 men. I'd imagine it's going to be the Saberlight hero for Ninjas in Pajamas that will be the final pick for them. Is there anything that comes to mind that you want to try and put the aggressive pedal to the metal up against 5 men with that IO gyro lane? You know, you've got a Tiny, so you've got a lot of burst damage. Is there any heroes that kind of pump into mind? I would have liked the Mars, but 5 men getting rid of that.
I think it could even be Supreme playing, right? Like, they've just gotten rid of the Invoker. That's what I was thinking that he might go for. It's one of his most picked mid-heroes. It combos together well with the RP, combos together well with the Avatos combo. If you're doing these super fast timings on the Lifestealer as well, you do have that little bit of leeway to be able to go for perhaps a little bit of a greedier build. So I think it would have been nice. So nice banning there by the 5 men. What have we got left? I mean,
Void Spirit's left.
Yeah, Void Spirit's left. Nature's Prophet, it's not that good against this. Like, he's just going to get charged and dived onto. And I think that's the big change with the Nature's Prophet. Like, we always, when we were watching the C region, it was like you were getting a good amount of farm, but you weren't actually doing anything with it. Yeah. And I think that goes back to even last patch, to 7.26, where they switched around his armor and attack speed talents, like from 15 to 20, and a coming through.
It's a bit of a lane dominator there.
I suppose.
A bit surprised.
You're blind, right? So you kind of want to pick a hero that doesn't really lose many matchups, and Lena's the only one that really comes to mind here for me.
I mean,
but they have like a strong heroes already, so I was more thinking them to pick up some active heroes, but like Lina can be passive, depends on how the game flow goes. Like laning wise, she'll always win, but with the IO Gyro and Lina like working out together, they might have like a really small window to open a fight with Spirit Breaker just initiating in.
So what are you seeing for this last pick? I mean, there's still things like Morphling in the pool. There's still the TA in the pool. You've got Void Spirit. Ember Spirit's gone. They don't really pick the Storm.
I don't want NIP to consider about beating Lina. I just want, even though they're picking like a weak laner, like they have Tiny and they have Magnus to lock him down. Like if you kill once or twice, I think Lina can fall apart, and Void Spirit, doesn't matter about the 10 CS, 20 CS, if you kill him once, it can come back.
Yeah, and I think they probably had to go with one of the spirits just because of how mobile he is. Like, it's very easy to telegraph a lot of these stuns and lockdowns that you've got coming out from 5 men. So I think it's a nice pick. Good magic damage as well against the Timbersaw. So I'm probably going to go with NIP for this one.
What about you, QO? Where are you standing here for predictions? Matt was the winner of ESL 1 Thailand, so let's see if you can come back for a little bit more here.
I think I have to go with 5 man. Like I don't like that the side lane picks, and then with add on with the Lina, it could actually, like it could be disastrous first 10 minutes for NIP.
All right, so it looks like you're going to go 5 men, and Matt's going to go with NIP here. I'm going to have to go with the IO Gyro as well. I think 5 men will be able to take out this first game here. But speaking of first game, we're going to leave it with our casters. It's the Omega Chad, OD Pixel, and the Fabulous Fogged.
Just faster than you. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life alone. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. When
Yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to what's going to be game one of the best of three between 5men and NIP. I'm OD Pixel, joined by Fog. Fog, we've just seen the draft. We've heard what the analysts have to say. Do you sort of agree with the way that they're leaning? Do you like what 5men's got going into this one?
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. I did like how they evened up their draft because they didn't see that opposing mid laner. They pick a nice safe mid with the Lina. I love their side lanes that they have set up too. I like how QO pointed that out. I do think I do agree with what QO was saying. I think those first 10 minutes are going to be pretty problematic for NIP. If they do struggle, I can see this just snowballing out of control for 5men because they don't have damage to deal with this Timbersaw. He's going to just make so much space for this Gyro to build the farm up. So, yeah, I'm feeling a little concerned for NIP.
Well, let's see what NIP is going to be able to do with a hand that may be slightly less favorable than the hand that NIP, 5men's brought to the fray today. As we'll see ourselves getting into the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one, ready to go. So, as you say, the Timber, this hero, definitely potential this game to become that unkillable beast. Looking at the lane setups that we're going to get coming out, is there any other sort of areas of the map where you can see NIP having a good enough start to get some sort of counter snowballing going and make sure that the 5men don't get out of control?
Geez, not too much, to be totally honest with you. I think maybe if they can get some type of weird plays coming down bottom, like with this Magnus and Tiny, just some toss-back skewer plays, perhaps they can catch something off guard. But no, I think actually all their lanes are... I feel like 5men just has themselves set up for very solid lanes. Lifestealer still can farm up top is the one thing, because he has this Warlock behind him, but they're never going to shut down a Timber. So at least he'll be able to get something up top there, but I don't think he'll ever really be able to slow these two down. Which, because you have a Timber up there, and now you have this Spirit Breaker, Timber's going to get left alone at one point, Misery's going to get the map opened, and then a Spirit Breaker Lina making early moves can definitely put pressure, especially on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the mid lane's Misery coming crashing in as the Space Cat, and the bottom lane as well, right? If he joins forces with the Gyro IO, there's going to be kill potential down there as well. So a lot of options for Misery across the map when it sort of hits that. I mean, just very early on. I mean, he hits level 2 and he's already going to be keeping his eyes open for opportunities.
Absolutely. And I see this build by Pylai Die. I've seen this a couple times now on the IOs. They just start Bracer and they, you get your Tango and you share it. Bracer gives you so much value on a hero like IO. You're not only just like tanky, but you're a strength hero, so you get double bonus. You get this little bit of damage and you get like regen for your tether target. I love it. And he's just like this tiny now. It's a little weirder to go on a 640 HP hero a lot of the times because Bracer's always going to make it not as valuable.
Yeah, that's interesting because I feel like I've heard people say, I mean, obviously it's not been on a support IO, but for a lot of other heroes like Bracer, the value's not quite there. But you feel like it still absolutely works in these sort of situations where you're playing against high early burst.
Absolutely. And I think like with the lane too, this is what I've seen like a lot of teams do is you start overcharge, right? Like tether level 1's kind of pointless and you benefit so much from the damage. So it's nice. You actually can do some zoning and stuff as an IO, which is not really the usual.
We'll see how the matchups are going on elsewhere. In the mid lane, Chessie and Supreme. 5 for 1, 2 for 2. We'll see how Supreme's going to do his best to try and play around the Light Strike arrays, but Chessie on the Lina, one of his finest heroes in the mid lane. One of the classics, of course, from back from his Hon days. Chessie's going to be able to do very well with this stun against a melee core in the mid lane early on.
Yeah, tough matchup for Supreme. He's going to just have to try to play around those dodges.
Yeah.
Chessie also going to get the D ward too, so a little bit more experience going his way, a little bit more gold too. Yeah, he'll be off to a fantastic start. Top, we saw the Fatal Bond's actually doing a decent amount of work to Zibe, but like we said, this lane, it's going to get to a point where Timber just does fine. I think that's like, Top's a boring lane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what Zibe, I mean, already, it's not like they're going to kill him. Where does sort of the Warlock come into play? Where can Misha find his levels? Because is his job just to sort of sit top and heal up the Lifestealer when required in the laning stage? Like, what can the Warlock do early on? Just
pull. Yep, that's all you got to do. Get your levels. Maximize, make sure Lifestealer's getting all that solo XP, make sure you're getting a good chunk of XP too for yourself. Because the thing is, like, Spirit Breaker versus Warlock, Spirit Breaker can't do too much. Like, Warlock's just going to hit you. You can never go aggressive. So Misery's just kind of just leeching experience and stuff like that.
Looking at how we're seeing the CS fair for Ace down bottom. No trouble at all, 11 and 5. Having a good handle of the lane. It will now start coming into the tower, so Saberlight should be able to pick himself up some CS in a safer position. And that is
not so much though.
I mean, yeah, these range creeps getting messed with by the tower hits, so... Actually, yeah, this pressure of the tower, he might not be dying, but he's certainly not farming. Just 6 CS so far on this offlane Magnus. Not the greatest of starts for Saberlight.
Yeah, not too big of a fan of offlane Magnus, personally, really. I've seen like mostly played in like the 5 position, right? I feel like a lot of the times he just gets so shut down. He doesn't really contribute much to lane, and then you literally just give a free farm to their carry when you have this Magnus in their offlane for the majority. Especially if you don't have a ranged hero with it, right? Like if you have somebody to empower, like a Lina, a Wind Ranger, you can actually play a little more aggressive. But with a Tiny, there's no way you're going to get aggro down here. Unless you get tossed.
Not at all. Yeah, and it definitely feels like you can sort of see a future this game where Saberlight does purely become sort of this Magnus that's sitting in the bottom half of net worth, and he's just offering up empowers to the Lifesteal and the Void Spirit, and not a lot you can do on his own. But we'll see. Yeah. We'll see what sort of way Saberlight can pick his game up, but definitely a tough start for him at the moment on that offlane as the Magnus.
Look at mid, Era, he's walking to try to make a movement, but it's under a ward. Charge already coming through for Misery. They're checking the runes.
Let's see where it's going to end up. It's going to be top. Supreme. He's going to be able to get himself that Arcane Rune bottled up. Very nice one. If he's able to get the 6 in time before he's having to pop that rune, definitely solid potential for him to make moves on the side lanes. Bottom lane, Saberlight getting harassed pretty low here by the Rocket Barrage. Missile's going to be heading inbound. It's going to mean that Saberlight's going to have to take the long walk back to base, so more time where Saberlight's just not going to have the opportunity to get much at all out of this bottom lane.
Supreme.
Top.
Trying to get aggro on mid. Not Jesse.
And see they... Yeah, Jesse turning. He's able to get the stun. The first blood will end up going up on that top lane as both Zibe and Misery were able to focus down on Misha as Misery charged up to join forces with him. And that mid lane as well, some big aggression. It's going to force Chessie to move back to base, take the long walk back down the lane. So not a kill, but still Supreme opening himself up a bit of free time and space to get his level 6, which is just about a creep away from now as the Void Spirit. And bottom, they're both up there.
The double.
I mean, the double clip, it's happened. Pie's out. He's able to get away with the TP. Ace still holding on to his. He's going to go for it now. But Era's stopped. They've got the vision. They've got the toss. That's the TP cancelled. He's stuck there. He's stuck there.
He's actually stuck there.
What's he going? There's nothing they can do. What can they do? They can't do anything.
Okay, well, that's how you fix your lane. That's how you fix your Magnus offlane. That's why you put it offlane.
He's stuck there for a whole minute, and there's nothing
Bring
he
creeps
can
to
do.
him. Oh, look at Pie. Pie's bringing him creeps. That's what you can do. Drag the creeps to the cliff.
Oh, no, Ace. I mean, you're right. This is exactly what they needed. This was a tough start for NIP, but then they went and cliffed the carry and cancelled his TP when he tried to leave the cliff.
Yep.
Oh.
Mid, Supreme, getting aggressive. Chessie, Misery's there, though.
Chessie trying to turn around and see if he can follow up Misery's charge onto Supreme. He's going to have the Light Striker Ray. Can he get himself in range? He doesn't even need to. Just pops out the Laguna. No Dissimilate or Astral Step available, so at the time, there's no further way for the Supreme to get away. But yeah, down bottom, I mean, they're going to be keeping track of this, right? You're going to wait until Ace has the TP ready again, and then what do? Do you kill him, or do you just try? You're just going to try and cancel his TP for a second time, right?
Just guard him. They have to like bodyguard him or something to be able to bring him. Or maybe, you know what? Get Pi level 6 and he just relocates him off there.
I mean, that's what they...
Oh, no, he pulled him down! Saberlight, he shockwaved him down!
What? Why did he do that?
He was trying to move the IO up there with like a shockwave push, but he just messed up.
He just...
all that hard work.
They could have left him there! They could have cancelled his TP a second time, but Saberlight says, no, I'll let you down with a shockwave. Oh, no.
Mercy
they had him on the cliff, Fogged. They had him on the cliff. They could have left him on the cliff. They could have kept him on the cliff. But Saberlight says, I'll help you out. What's he doing?
Miscalculation of cast range of that shockwave, I believe. Oh, Ace. Getting dove, though. They're high level bottom now because of this. Like,
they're going to try and get a kill it. Getting in underneath the tower. That's Pi. He's got tether again at 7. He's going to be able to jump across the side. Saberlight, we get the skewer. So we'll break the tether and we'll kill off Pylido, giving the pressure on the bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah,
very nice there by him.
Pressure on Saberlight to make sure he comes up with some big stuff, otherwise the team might be a little annoyed with him. He's
the one who put them up on that cliff in the first place.
I mean, that's true. It was his play to reverse, and he did.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, there we go. They get the bottom tower here.
Yeah. that changed a decent amount, right? Now, because he's almost level 6. He was, like, really shut down on this Magnus. Gyro has gotten no CS in the last 3 minutes almost. He's been sitting at 24, 26 for the entirety of that time. So, yeah, pretty huge.
Let's see if they can for Chessie here. Chessie's got the back of a pie. He's going to turn over towards Era. Laguna blades out, and Era falls to the ground. Over towards Supreme, and Misha they go. Chessie lands another stun. He's going to be able to continue to chase down Misha with this Arcane Rune going. He's going to have spells to go. A second stun comes out. Misha goes down. Double kill for Chessie. Over in the river, though, Supreme's able to get the cleanup on the back lines. The 2 supports taken out by Supreme. Chessie trying to chase, but cannot quite get on top of Supreme as Supreme heads back underneath the tower. So both mids able to pop off a little bit there with a double kill for each of them.
Chessie kind of bailed on his 2 supports, though. I feel like if he's stuck with the 2 of them there, maybe Supreme doesn't get a kill. Right? He just gave Supreme 2 kills there because he goes for a Warlock kill. I wonder what the
that is true, because Supreme was out of mana as well. He had to use his full combo to kill the supports. Chessie would almost certainly been in a position to continue to just lay down the Light Strike arrays with that Arcane Rune and kill off kill off Supreme. So yeah, missed opportunity there for sure.
It's a level 3 Warlock too, right? So it's just like, you're not getting a whole lot out of that kill. Sure, it's still kill, which is great, but I feel like you could have helped out his supports there. That's like, if in a situation for me, like, I'd be like, my core, no, like, don't leave me, you know. But yeah, he left them. Zip able to take the top tower during that whole entire time, though.
Top lane's been a bit quiet, really. You know, and that's sort of the kind of world that Timber likes to live in. You know, Zibe, he's been having all the CS. Very good, solid farm for him right now. Yeah, he's done his job top. Now shift over towards the mid. Charlie's trying to get some space in the jungle. He's closing in. I say closing in. He's still about 900 gold away from that armlet.
Yeah.
Not a bad timing. Well, once he has the armlet done, who are you looking to sort of get aggro on? Is he going to be jumping in Supreme, looking to combo up with the Void Spirit to get some of these kills?
I think he can, if he wants to, he can. I think they just have to rely really around that Warlock Golem to really try to take fights, because it's still going to be hard to fight into this Timbersaw and this Lina. It's still very strong draft from 5-man, even though they got a little stunted because of being cliffed a little. You still see they're at a 2k advantage off the laning phase, and they have a very strong, very strong team fight when they do group up together on the Sharo. Levels also on the side of NIP are a bit lacking. Level 4 on both of these supports. I think the Courier is bringing the tome, but okay, interesting. And Supreme's actually going to go for a Rush Vessel this game, since he's versus both Timber and Io. Makes sense. They do need one. They would like one on their team, so big cold gold committal.
Someone's got to get it, and I guess nobody else is going to be able to get anywhere near that sort of farm at a good time. And as it comes to dispels, of course, 5-men, they don't have anything. They are going to have to itemize against that on the heroes. But obviously down the line, Zibe likely to pick up a Lotus, but that's a long time away. So if we do get that good Vessel timing from Supreme this game, definitely a lot of aggro plays they can try for. They're going to look to try and get in onto Chessie on the mid lane. He's got the ult to dodge the initial go, and they'll still burst him down, the 4 of them moving in on the Lina mid. Zibe unable to push NIP away. He's going to try and chase down Supreme, but Supreme still with a charge of the step available. He's out of there. I'm able to get these kills on the Lina, and both of these mid laners, the Lina and the Void Spirit, very much heroes that can fall behind. So big moves here from NIP to just try and shut down Chessie and make sure that he's not getting the space to move around and make plays with the Laguna.
Yeah, they capitalized the moment he went onto the high ground there, actually. Zippe was kind of jungling to walk over to meet him, and Chessie took like 1 step too far forward.
Yeah.
If he waits maybe 5 seconds to go up on the high ground there, Zippe is probably going to be the one that tanks all the spells, and they end up doing fine there. So nice heads-up move by NIP. But now Zippe, yeah, he turns up. Tower's dead.
They're going to charge in onto Saberlight here. Saberlight going to turn, drag Ace back. The cooldown's out, 3 of them. Charlie jumps out to look towards Zippe, but Zippe is chained across. Saberlight's falling low. He's going to go down. The Shadow Wave will not save Saberlight, but Chessie, he commits deep for that. Will die for it. Meanwhile, behind the tower, Zippe was able to stay on top of Misha, burst down the Warlock. Fight not over quite yet as NIP. They're trying to chase for Pi. Pi's going to be out in a second with the relocate. Is he out in time? He's not. Charlie able to get the last swipe in to take out the IO and pick up the double.
He was dead on the relocate anyway. Arrow was standing on top of it. I think he tried to save Chessie because Chessie committed so hard for the kill. Ends up getting both of them taken out there. Ace does survive though, the big one. Zippe now, kind of far forward, but like we said, he's pretty unkillable still.
They can't kill him, yeah.
And Yeah, and NIP, it's like a pretty decent fight because they didn't have their ults or anything. They didn't have to really commit too much. And yeah, Warlock Golem, he's, what, 5 experience away from having it? So yeah, now their turn. Smoke up, look for an aggressive play. Try to smoke to the gyro, usually, is what you want to do.
That's the one you want. Yeah, Ace is trying to go for this build that's going to help him farm, help him scale against a lifesteal with Empower. He's getting this Ag straight away.
Yeah, they don't have vision in the enemy jungle at the moment. And that smoke, I didn't see if it was caught by the ward that 5 men had. It was very close on the side of it there, so they might be aware this is happening. Yeah, they're drawing some lines in there.
Yeah, you're right. Misery's he's scribbled it entirely on the map. He knows that they're sitting here behind this tower.
Misha hits level 6, get down. He's spotting them now.
Yeah, his combo with the Bonds and the Veil will do a lot. Yeah, that's as we expect. 5 men. They just continue to play it safe.
They see them now,
if they can set something up themselves. Yeah,
charges
they're
coming
underneath
through,
the vision. Supreme and Misha, they're going to need some help. Era's on his way over, but they're going to be outnumbered by the looks of it by the side of 5 men. As Ace and Pi, they're on top of Misha. Misha won't get the chance to drop the Golem. They burst the Warlock. The best thing that NIP could do right now is to just get everybody else out of here, and they'll be able to do that. So unsuccessful with the smoke movement, but able to make sure they don't lose anything more than just the Warlock for now. Supreme is to be charged, but the charge will be cancelled as he heads up to the high ground, and Misery doesn't want to try and push his luck into the jungle of NIP.
Great disengage. Losing Warlock, don't use ult. Give time for Lifestealer and Magnus to farm their needed items, in particular that Mag Blink, so he can feel more comfortable. Because right now their initiation is really lackluster on the side of NIP, so they really need at least one of those two, the Magnus or the Tiny, to have it. Never want to just lead with a Golem, unless it's like this godly positioning. You want someone else to start the chaos. We're getting close to those two, so we'll see if 5 men does look to make a little bit of aggressive moves still in the meantime, and they are.
See, top. Another Saberlight. I've isolated the Magnus, and there is nobody else here to help him. Entirely surrounded by 5 men. Saberlight going down at a painful moment in the bank as well, was closing in on the Blink Dagger. Death him back another couple of hundred.
Right next to Roche, though. They're
going to try for it.
Okay.
I mean,
they
with
don't kill
Zippe,
it very fast.
They tank it, though, right? It's pretty safe.
Yeah, they do.
And there's no Magnus, there's no RP.
It looks pretty good. All of NIP is on the right side of the map. They're not aware of this. Now they're getting the scan off, but
they're not going, though. They're not going. They don't want to try and push him away. They're not even starting to head over towards it. They're just going to let 5 men take this one. So not only a kill on the Mag, an Aegis as well for Chessie. Certainly necessary. We've seen how aggressive Chessie's like to play this game so far. And now he's going to have the Aegis to back him up when he does go for these plays where he's committing into towers to finish off the kills.
No, that's crazy. I can't believe they actually get it off like that. With these aggressive wards, they see Charlie, they see no rotations. Like they saw the opportunity. Even though there's still like the Warlock they have to worry about, they didn't care. Very confident.
Obviously as well, Supreme, I believe he has got with the full vessel done, so we'll now have that extra bit of damage output and healing control against these heroes.
Ooh, Chessie's a speedy boy. Boots of Travel, Yules, and Faded Brooch. 440 without any Fiery Soul stacks.
No, that's the dream. You're going to be chasing for days. Suddenly these heroes with the mobility, these skewers, these astral steps, it's not necessarily going to guarantee you safety. With this sort of movement speed, Chessie can stay on top of you. NIP, they're all back up. They want to go for a smoke. Despite 5 men having the Aegis, NIP still feeling that they've got a solid fight, and with all their ultimates good to go, they're going to look to Pi. Pi should be found here. As he will go down. Ace is going to try and go forward. They've got the charge incoming as well onto Supreme. The Golem is going to be dropped in an attempt to disengage, but they're able to step quickly past the Golem. Zippe keeping Era trapped inside the pit, takes down a second. Light Strike away from Chessie, catches onto Misha, leave Misha to be finished off by Misery, tries to hunt for Saberlight. Saberlight's already out of there into the shadows. He'll get away, but NIP, they still lose 3 there. And also with the committal of the Chaotic Offering as well. That's gone.
Yeah. Huh. That was... I'm wondering why they were trying to smoke into that area. Like, maybe trying to get a ward down or something, but it looked like they were just looking to just commit for a fight. But that is this is like the scariest place in the game to try to make those smokes. Walking up into high ground blind. It's surprising that they go for that there when they know, like, look at how mobile 5-men's draft is. You have Alina with bots and you have a Spirit Breaker. They're always going to be there to outnumber you if you don't bring the numbers. And they only brought 3 there. That was a very curious move there. Maybe just trying to catch them off guard, but
with the ult gone, you look at NIP's lineup. Can they really afford to try and take a 5-man when they don't have that Warlock ult? How important is that for them in this sort of game right now?
It's like everything, because they don't have their other... Okay, they do have the blink on the mag, but they don't have blink on Tiny or anything like that, too. It's really important to have that. They at least still have the Fatal Bonds and the Veil, and they still have, like, the RP from the Magnus, so they do have some damage if they do land it, but it's just tough to land these spells. These heroes are not playing on top of each other. Lina so mobile, Io Gyro always away from the team. They're just not giving them the opportunities.
Radiant's middle tower.
NIP, we're going to start pushing in again onto the tier 1 mid. Zibe's over the TP though. 5-men more than happy to defend this. There's Yule setup into the stun onto Supreme. They've got enough burst with the Laguna Blade. It's close. It's not enough. Supreme jumping out to the side. A missile will be heading his way, but he's already being healed up
They're on
by the
Charlie.
rest of the team. Saberlight trying to jump in, looking for an RP opportunity, but the cooldown's down. They've lost Charlie on the front lines. They've lost Saberlight as well. He cannot get off a single spell. There's also Error just run down by 5-men. It's just another awkward fight. I mean, NIP, that they showed their hand. They started a poke at the tower, and 5-men, they're more than happy to turn up. They know that there's still this window where there's no chaotic offering. 5-men know that they've got the lead right now across the board in terms of the farm that their cores have got. And they're going to happily take a fight any time that NIP try and go straight at them in a 5 versus 5 situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the positioning is just perfect for 5-men. Like, this is actually just kind of... I feel like it's kind of given to them. Like you said, there's no chaotic offering. It's a tough place for NIP to just force the issue. And there is ways that Charlie gets kited. He's a lifestealer, but he's into Spirit Breaker.
See down bottom. Supreme, he's in the trees. Have they got the stun? They haven't. Chessie tries to find him with a light strike, but not quite there in time, and didn't quite have the placement. The Supreme able to live another day.
Yeah, but this is looking really rough. Like, he's got a vessel. It's a very underfarmed. It kind of feels like it's just going to be Lifestealer versus the world now, which I feel like we kind of felt was going to come when you put this Magnus as an offlaner here in this game. See what he can do though. He does have a fresh AC.
Zibe may die for this. He may even live. He's going to be able to timber chain out. They're in with the burst. The Vessel bringing him down low, but no, he's got Pylite Eye by his side. Zibe's still alive. Finally falls. They dropped the Golem to get the kill. I don't think the Golem was even needed. I think Charlie actually killed him before the Golem came in. But it was committed. And he did his job. You saw him playing around that outpost there. Zibe coming in with the Yules. He stopped NIP from getting that outpost back in time. So 20 minutes in, no bonus XP for NIP.
God, he almost lives too. If he got that chain off, I think he just lives if he doesn't miss it. Chessie gets the stun on Supreme.
Going to be the counter play from Era and Charlie. They're going to look to commit straight away onto Gyro. Trying to burst Ace down. Ace able to get the cooldown out. Pylite Eye comes over with the tether. Ace steps alive. Now he's looking for the turnaround. But Saberlight, he's in. It's a big RP. Gets the 3 of them. Great RP from Saberlight. Ace will make it away. But this time round, NIP able to find the position to punish 5-men. As Era, they make the read, they go straight in onto that Gyro, force a response, and Saberlight is able to just walk in and slam them down with the ult.
Yeah, and he gets the ult off right as Lina's Aegis gets reclaimed, I'm pretty sure. I think I heard it tick as he got RP'd, so they get the kill as that one's ending. And I feel like that's how they should be taking these fights. I feel like Charlie has to just be infested in somebody and just jump on the Gyro when the fight starts, because it just causes this panic. He's open wounds. He can't actually, he doesn't have anything to just push him away from it either, and then it allows Saberlight to get the setup for that RP. So I think that's kind of how they're going to have to, and it's going to be easier now that they do have these Blink daggers. Like Blink on Era, he's able to force the initiations.
Yeah.
All right, showing some signs of life.
Good moves there. One thing to take into account, though, that fight was taken with Ace having a lot of money just sort of in the ether. Yeah, you can see he had a recipe, stuff in his backpack. Now he's got the full MKB. So we saw them able to tackle the Gyro going straight into him with this sort of 5,000 gold off to the side. Now it's invested. He's got a full MKB. We'll see how things fare differently with the power Ace. Going to come in straight into this move that NRP are trying to make close to the tier 2 tower. Charlie, he's got to get out. He's going to jump into Supreme with the Infest. The missile heading over the way of the Void Spirit. Supreme turns with the Remnant, trying to pull him back, but Zibe's the only one to get caught. Supreme hit by the homing missile. Era jumps in with a burst. Can they burst out this giant time? Ace is dead. The Dissimulate kills him off. Charlie turns his attention over towards Misery. Misery comes out with the ult, but the Skewer from Saberlight cancels it. Zibe's over towards Supreme, but they've got the control. The Remnant, the Vessel, is down onto Zibe. The Shockwave, they're bursting him low. Can they quite finish him? He yawns it up over to the side of the Timber Chain. Supreme, is he able to dodge it? No! The Chakram clips him. Zibe picks up a second, another chain over to the side, and now Zibe's got backup. Chessie and Pylai die in. Charlie goes for the raise, CP out, and Saberlight's out in the trees. The rest make it away there. Zibe able to hold on to some of that fight. 4-5 men, get a good bit of turnaround at the end as they just couldn't quite kill the Timber.
That was huge though. I actually thought that Supreme was going to die way faster. Light steps allows him to survive, and they pop Ace again. They're actually able to get him down. That's really surprising. Now they're gonna have more enemies to
great job of focusing him.
Yeah, great job focusing him, and that's without the RP or without the chaotic offering too. So it's just surprising they're able to get these type of chases. I don't know where Chessie was the whole fight though. He showed up real late when they were diving pretty hard. I didn't see what ended up happening there because they were diving under tier 2 and he has bots, so didn't see where he was at the start of that one there.
We'll see immediately. Zibe back off to the top half of the map after all the defensive items. He's going to be investing in the Bloodstone next as the Timber.
Yep. He's got this Lotus now, which is massive. The Eul's was nice to protect himself, but Lotus is, you know, your versus Fatal Bonds, Lifesteal at open wounds. You can use it on your teammates too. He can protect that gyro. This is going to change quite a bit here of them actually being able to focus fire those targets as easily. If he saves that for Ace, Ace is always able to disengage.
Whoa, Era. He's got the setup on Chessie. Chessie's going to try and turn. Saberlight's in, and he's got the Euls to control him. Oh, that was not even close, unfortunately, for Saberlight, as he just dies. He just straight up dies. They're going to lose more. I mean, the Golem comes out onto the three of them. Ace starting to back up a little bit. They're focusing on Gyro. Can they kill him off? They can. They do get the kill onto Ace. Misery with a big charge cross from the side. Hits onto the three of them with a bash by and actually locks down Charlie long enough for them to burst him out. They're taking out the Lifestealer. Zibe cleans up another in the trees. Finds Misha. Supreme trying to run as Chessie, Misery, and Zibe attempts to chase him down, but Era's back in with the blink. Chessie not quite enough to kill him with the combo, but the Golem finishes him off. One final slap from Misha's summon takes out the Lina. Zibe looking to Era. He's a little low mana here, Zibe, and Era will manage to toss him away. So if Zibe can chase further, they've got the charge coming in. Put to a stop by Era with the Avalanche.
Nice, and he gets the
Another
runes.
blink out. Yeah, Era's going to be able to control that. So again, another fight where we are seeing them get the core kills. NRP is able to take down the Gyro and Lina, even with the messy start to that. They didn't quite get the RP setup they wanted. You saw Saberlight there, he was trying to be fancy, trying to drag him around. And Supreme getting another bonus to finish it off. We're seeing this net worth lead that 5 men have getting shut down. That this Lifestealer is staying at the top. And the lead is getting lost with each of these fights that 5 men are taking now. NRP managing to get themselves back towards the top.
Yeah, Ace just, they're throwing everything on him there. That, I mean, the open wounds is actually doing so much work because he's just getting stuck inside of that position of the fight. Oh, chip it. Oh.
So what they can do here, Saberlight. And he's got the drag back. Let's see if they can kill him. He's got the Lotus to remove the silence. Out with the chain. The toss back, and Zibe. Has he got anything else to save himself? Pops the hood. Remnant out. They'll pull him back, and they'll finish him off. Big kill onto Zibe now, as NIP show that they can kill the unkillable, even able to just dispatch the Timber Sword despite all the defensive measures that Zibe's built up.
Really starting to get the ball rolling for them. Aghanim's on Supreme. He's starting to feel a lot stronger too with this Nether Shawl, level 18. It's looking pretty decent right now. Still a bit behind. But they are versus a hero that's fragile, like a Lina, right? That core Lina, a lot of the times in these type of games, it starts to be scary because you just pop in a lot of these fights.
Oh, Saberlight. Straight away with the RP. I mean, you're definitely okay with that one. And Chessie steps forward, no hesitation from Saberlight that time round to lock him down. Chessie's out of the game for 70. NIP, they'll finish off this tier 2 tower mid by looks of it with the wave coming in and the pushing power that they have. I mean, these sort of deaths like that, losing your Lina straight up like that, it's really going to put NIP continuously in a better and better position. Charlie's just going to get bigger and scarier. And once he has like the BKB and the Abyssal, he's going to be able to jump in. This Lina, this Gyro, they're going to have a very tough time in these fights.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get away from him. Definitely going to be really important. He's always buffed up too. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for them here. 5 men, they have to find together a good 5v5 fight though, when it's not into RP and the Golem. Even though they haven't really synergized them very well, right now is a good moment. There's no RP, they only have to worry about Golem. They have lean up soon. Lacking some information, just the one ward. Jibbit gets spotted.
He's just dead. By the looks of it, he can't get out of this. They're killing off the Timber. They just found the Gyro. Gyro needs backup right now, and he's going to get it. Ace is going to get the backup of Misery, coming in with the charge onto Saberlight. Supreme jumps across. Highlight Eye trying to help out with the tether. Charlie looking at the kill off the top they can. Highlight Eye's dead. Era's gone as well. Misery's cleaned up. It's a triple kill for Supreme. And I think 5 men, they've just sort of lost it this game. They had a lead. They had a sizable lead, but NIP, they're able to outplay them. They'll finish off the Roche for themselves. They're now taking the lead. In a game where 5 men did build up a pretty big net worth advantage in the early game, that's now all gone. And now it really is NIP leading the way here in this game.
Yeah, they've got like just good control of the game now. I'm very surprised to say that after what looked like 5 men, especially with the way that they picked, like where they itemized. They itemized to be able to like fight always and always show up to those situations, but I feel like they just kind of farmed a lot, especially like on Chessie. Sure, he's got these 5 deaths, but I feel like that bottom situation, he had to be there sooner. It feels like a lot of it is snowballing off the fact that they're not showing up to the fights. And NIP's just, they're the ones leading the charge now for the last like 12 minutes.
They really are. Straight away, another tier 2 tower to be taken. That sort of fight where 5 men are able to coordinate in a way where Ace can sort of sit there and shoot away with the flat cannon, it just hasn't happened. No. Too many things that are just getting on top of this Gyro, and we're seeing, both Zibe and Chessie just dying off alone before a 5 versus 5 actually happens at this point. They've got to be a little more careful with the way that they play out in these cores.
Yeah, and I bet people are probably feeling like Timber saw win lane, lose game, right? But it doesn't feel like it's so much on his back right now. I feel like the team isn't playing with him because he's 8-3-5. He's been sticking. He's been frontlining, but where's the backup for him?
He needs some help. He's just been gone on by the full 5 man. Zibek tossed up, silenced as well into another taunt. They've taken him out as he just dies outside of the base. 5 men unable to get out and help us. And now inside of the base, they go Saber. Oh, it's a brilliant RP. It's on to the 3 of them. The relocate was there in time to at least take out Ace, but it does still result in the death of both Chessie and Misery. Saber, he was just having a rough start. He's really cleaned up his game towards what potentially is the closing towards the end of it. As the last few RPs have been spectacular, and even those sort of pickoffs, jumping in, getting the grab onto Zibe with the skewer, he's setting up for NIP to finish off these team fights very nicely.
Yeah, it really feels like NIP woke up at the like what 18, 19, 20 minute mark or something. They just something turned on, and on 5 men it switched off because it did seem like they all started playing much more split up. Much more concerned about, making these constant plays and constantly showing up to the fight, just kind of taking a step back.
Ace and Pi, they tried to push it out, but Pi, he's still not got relocate back up. It's unavailable for 10 more seconds. I don't think he's going to be able to get them out of it. Ace is trying to hide in the trees, but Pi's dead. Ace is gone as well. I mean, it absolutely just feels like a huge communication breakdown from within the ranks of 5 men this game, as NIP are just punishing them every single place on the map that they show themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, now they have such good control of this game. They can just do pretty much anything they want. Charlie is at no risk of dying at all. He's so high level. They always feel like they have their ults up now because they're the ones setting the pace of the game. So RP's going to be up in 40. They only had to use Chaotic Offering for like these solo kind of kills before. It's back up. Now your whole kind of plan for 5 men has crumbled. Because Chessie, I want to say Chessie was what, like 5-1 or 6-2 or something at the start of this game. He's died 4 or 5 times in a row without pretty much doing anything inside of the team fights.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, they just haven't really had a full 5-on-5 team fight. It's just Chessie's been dead or Zibe's been dead. In this case, as we saw, both the Pilot Io and the Charge has taken out the action, and now they're pushing in on the bottom lane. Now it's got to be the time where 5 men show what they can do in a full team fight. If they don't have anything here, they're not going to have anything ever. And Supreme, he's straight in there. Quick moves from NIP. They're going to turn it over towards Chessie. They are deep now by the tier 4 tower. Saberlight Skewers out to the side, but Charlie, he's just cleaning up. He's going to look over towards Ace and Pylite Eye. It's taking quite a bit of damage back in response. Remnant out, but Ace with the BKB will be able to step away. The Remnant grabs onto Misery. It's a triple kill for Charlie. He's looking over towards Zibe. He's able to take down the Timber, get the Ultra. They're looking over towards the Fountain now. They're heading in. Charlie trying to find that Rampage. He's on towards Ace. Saberlight's got the RP again onto the 3 of them. Rampage for Charlie. They're cleaning up big time here. This game, it's over. It's absolutely over here. 35-20, 19k lead. It's a dieback from Misery. There's no way they're coming back into this. Charlie just taunting them in the base there as he heads into die. As this game is done, NIP to take the victory here. As, I mean, you said it. They really did wake up in that sort of the mid-game onwards. They played this perfectly. This was sort of an NIP that I feel we just haven't really seen in a while. You know, this is a team that's been struggling a lot of tournaments. It's these sort of performances that do go to show that they can still pull it out. This sort of very clean, you know, set of maneuvers all across the map. Pretty much flawless in that last 15 minutes from NIP.
Yeah, they had like that little whiff from Select RP, and then everything just turns from right that point forward. They seem to be finding the right moves all over the place, and 5men, I feel like they kind of played into the hands of NIP. I feel like with their draft, they have to do these like split pushing kind of moves, even though they have this advantage. NIP does have a crazy strong team fight lineup once they start getting the items together. I feel like 5men kind of fell into that, and it really did look like a role reversal, right? It just looked like NIP, they started really kicking up the notch that 18-20 minutes, and 5men, they looked kind of like headless chickens a little bit running around. They weren't actually playing to get these kind of setups, playing with the charges like they were in the early game. So yeah, great moves from NIP in that second half of the game, but they got to fix that early game a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. Otherwise, you know, if we see 5men coming again with that same sort of opening and not make the same mistakes, could be a different story. I mean, if you are 5men looking back at this first game one, are you critiquing some of the picks you had, or do you think they can sort of look at this and say as a team, you know, we really messed up. This game should have been ours from sort of 10 minutes over.
I think they made a lot of mistakes there. They like Pi a couple of times, like with these relocate deaths and everything. Ace, I think he felt stronger than he actually was, like holding his ground, and then just ended up getting turned on. So yeah, I think they just made a bit too many mistakes and just allowed NIP to bring this one back pretty heavily.
Wow. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one going to the side of NIP. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be back after this short break for more action in this best of 3 between NIP and 5men.
just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. faces saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My brother in neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. Start over.
Together we were able to get Cat Jam enabled, and together NIP were able to get the first victory here for ESL 1 Germany, where they were able to take down 5 men in the first game of their best of 3 series here in the Swiss format. That was an interesting game to say the least here for the first one of the European and CIS region, and now my boys here are back on the panel. Daniel, QO, lads. We were coming into the European region with a little bit of trepidation. You know, we were expecting a little bit of a bloodbath, but this kind of showed up a little bit.
Yeah. NIP doubters, where you at? That's all I got to say. I mean, I feel like it was always going to be inevitable if the game lasted that long. Because, I mean, what does a Spirit Breaker really do late game versus a Warlock and a Magnus when he eventually hits his RPs? You know, I think that was the big difference there. And of course, getting cliffed by Ace there and then getting rescued, it was a big band-aid that got ripped off by Saberlight. Maybe he was feeling a little bit charitable, but
I want to play fair game, you know?
Yeah,
like, that's
true.
probably what he's feeling. But
Yeah.
I think the more important thing was that if the Gyro dies like early in the team fight, you have 0 hero to deal with this life stealer, and I think that happened twice when they were in the advantage, and they suddenly realized, oh, where's our damage? And they started like crumble,
Yeah.
like 5 men here.
Yeah, it wasn't really taking these skirmishes all that well. And, you know, yes, there are plenty of plus sides to having someone like Palai who's very, you know, selfless. He gives all the farm away. But as an IO, you need a couple of base items to enable your Gyrocopter to play that style of game. Because, like we were saying before, if you just ignore that Spirit Breaker, nothing really happens. It's like you're playing with 4 men plus Spirit Breaker. It's not 5 men, this style of draft. So, I don't know. It always felt like it was going to happen. And I think the early game, it was just ability misusage, honestly, from the very start. I mean, maybe some of it is nerves. You know, it's the first game of this entire tournament. There's $400,000 redos on the line. It's plenty to play for, and, you know, these are teams that are relatively evenly matched as well. So, yeah, I think NIP did well to come back into it, and a lot of it was on the back of Charlie just coming into his own on that Lifestealer.
Yeah, I could feel some positive energy going on with his Lifestealer. He was like very confident. He knows what exactly he has to do in the team fight, and I think he wasn't, you know, forced to back off like because of enemy pressure or anything. But I think he was playing on the exact mindset that he needed to have.
Yeah, I really did like the itemization as well that they opted for NIP. Supreme didn't have the greatest laning stage, but he got a reasonable timing on his Spirit Vessel, which meant that I don't know if Timbersaw actually itemized correctly to be able to counter that, because it felt like once he got that off, then it was so much easier to burst him through. You know, we saw a super early Assault Cuirass as well coming through from the Lifestealer, which you weren't really sold on. You were thinking maybe a Deso, maybe an MKB, something else like that that's going to boost you up. But I mean, I guess an AC is alright if you're trying to get through a lot of this other burst damage that's coming through from the Gyrocopter and survive to win the war of attrition.
Yeah.
It also did really feel like that 5 men just didn't have the team fight to fight them, right? Like, you look at NIP, they've got the RP, they've got Tiny with Avalanche combo, they've got the Void Spirit who's got a lot of control as well in these team fights, but on the side of 5 men, who really starts a fight for them? I guess it's Misery charging through, right? Or maybe Chessie with the Yules combo. But if you're starting out a fight like that, it doesn't really feel good if you're on 5 men unless you're super far ahead and you can really abuse that Gyrocopter being in your front line. So maybe 5 men might need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, try and have a little bit more team fights so they can have a little bit more team cohesion to try and get a few more of these kills. But, I mean, it felt like mechanically both these teams were on kind of the same page, but it just got to a little bit too hard there for 5 men towards the end.
I think it was that last pick, Void Spirit, that really did it for me. Like, good itemization, as well as the fact that he was the one charged every single time by Misery, it felt like. And he was able to build a Yules to be able to get out of a lot of those. He was able to dodge the stuns. Everything has this wind-up to it, and it just meant that you're able to dodge it as well. He was using Dissimulate to get up onto high ground. He was using Astral Step to get away. It was really nicely done.
Yeah, well, you know, unfortunately for us boys, that game 1 is in the books here, so NIP were able to get that one out. But for those of you that are playing along at home, ESL 1 is the home of the DHL Drop Quiz. So for ESL 1 Germany, we do have the quiz back again for you guys in Twitch chat. For those of you guys who don't know what this is, DHL Drop Quiz is a quiz where we send you guys some Dota questions. You guys answer the question in Twitch chat, and then you go onto our live leaderboard to see where you guys are standing and see if you guys can get some sick prizes. Before we get into it, leave you guys a little bit of an explanation.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
All right, boys and girls, that is our DHL Drop Quiz. You guys do need to put your answers in Twitch chat here, but it is day number 1 for ESL 1 Germany, so let's go and have a look at how our question is for our DHL Drop Quiz. In which patch was Snapfire introduced? It is one of the recent ones. 7.22 is question A, 7.23 is B, C is 7.24, and D is 7.25. For those of you that are playing along at home, please do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer that you guys want to give in Twitch chat. You guys can also check out the link in the chat below and see where you guys are standing on our live leaderboard as well. So we're going to give you guys a couple of minutes here to answer our DHL Drop Quiz. Make sure, once again, that you do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give to us. But on the other side of this, we're going to have game number 2 between NIP and 5 men and the answer to our DHL Drop Quiz.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, and Acer Predator.
Welcome back, fellow jammers and Bulldog subs alike. It is now time for us to reveal the question of our DHL drop quiz. You guys had enough time to learn the answer here for our first day of ESL 1 Germany. But before we do get into that, I'd like to show you guys some interesting and cool, sexy, wonderful, amazing prizes that you guys can win here for our DHL drop quiz. As Axe is nice and kindly showing off for us, you guys can win an ESL branded face mask as well as part of our DHL drop quiz. It is amazing. It is wonderful. We've got some more prizes to show you guys across the entirety of ESL 1 Germany as well. So make sure you guys do use that in our Twitch chat for exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter. But let's go and have a look at the answer here for day number 1 of ESL 1 Germany. It is B 7.23. Matt is very furiously fist bumping right now. He is super excited because he got that one right. He is a man that loves being right, and unfortunately for everybody else that's playing along at home, he is the man that tries to get right all the time. So if you guys don't want to be below a man such as Danog, then just get DHL drop
Plenty
quiz
of people want to be below me, Luke, all right?
That's a... I don't,
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. Kyo, please take the next question.
Right. You were so confident on it being 7.24, Kyo. What happened?
I don't know, maybe...
Tell Axe what you did wrong.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
I always admit that I'm wrong.
Okay, all right. So unfortunately for Kyo, he is getting manhandled by an Axe plushie right now. But lads, this is game number 1. He's done and dusted here. It's in the books. NIP got the first victory there up against 5 men. But now we're starting to get closer to game number 2. Are we expecting many changes coming in from 5 men? Maybe a bit more team fight, maybe a few more heroes that can play a little bit more in the lanes, maybe not get skewered onto a cliff?
Many things, all of the above, yes. I don't know, I just feel like Gyro doesn't fit the current meta at all, you know? It gets run over in team fights like that Lifestealer who comes online super early, and that's the danger of picking it so early into the draft. And I can't think of many drafts that actually seek out to ban a gyrocopter, so it's not like you have to fully commit to it that early on.
If I were in like a 5-man's position, I wouldn't change too much from like a previous game because it wasn't really like a hero. It might be a hero problem if you make too many mistakes, and they did make like a lot of mistakes where Gyro is man fighting with the life stealer, so it gives like a free angle for life stealer to damage him a lot, and it ended up like Gyro dying, and I think that stopped like BKB's timings.
Yeah, but what if you went like Earth Spirit instead of the Spirit Breaker? I feel like that would have been so much better against this Void Spirit, right? Like, because you can use the Yules to get rid of one silence, but you're not going to stop multiple.
Yeah, I don't really like. I'm not a huge fan of Spirit Breaker, but just like a result-wise, I just felt it like that wasn't really too much different, but it was just a small play that caused them these like losses.
Yeah, I mean they won like 5 team fights in a row, so they had to have done something right. But they're changing things up a little bit, going for the Drow very early on into the piece, as well as the Slaughter. So I mean, it still is kind of different to the way that they go about things. Typically, Ace goes these heroes that rush Battle Fury instead, you know. He goes Void Battle Fury, he goes Juggernaut Battle Fury, he goes Sven Battle Fury, surprisingly enough. And so a Drow is kind of a little bit different here, and of course, wisely enough, banning out the Venge straight after his Ninjas in Pajamas. And again, this Witch Doctor, it just feels like another one of these heroes that, you know, one of my good mates, Baseskip, he hates Voodoo Restoration, but in lane, it's super useful, especially with a lifesteal. You're never going to drop below 3/4 HP, I think.
If you're versing against Slaughter, like he might have to be forced to get like a Maledict.
Yeah.
So
I think it's fine still, honestly.
Whatever it is, I think it's good against Slaughter.
So you feel like just trying to have a little bit more of a lane aggression up against the Slaughter, so we can't just abuse the Bash of the Deep against the lifestealer?
Really depends on what puts forward, like 5-man's picking up here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen now that they've obviously gone for the lifestealer first pick, so I think the Drow is a perfectly good response to it. It's like, well, we don't need to worry about Spectre or anything like that just to get in onto the back lines, so it puts a lot of pressure on these remaining picks, both 2, 3, and 4, coming through from NIP to make that happen. I don't know, like, it's not like either of these teams really play Storm Spirit all that much. To get it onto the back lines, you can't go for a Supreme Visage, which he really likes doing, so that's not really going to work either. Saberlight likes playing Mars a little bit, which might be okay once he gets that Blink Dagger, and of course against any kind of ranged attack, it's always really useful just having A, the Bulwark, and B, the Arena, just blocking all sorts of damage coming into it.
Problem is banned.
Also that.
Yep.
Well, it's a good ban.
Yep.
What else can we really think of there that's going to be coming in over the top? Phoenix, still there? Timbersaw.
Ooh.
No, Timber's banned. Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger. All right.
So this is very much a misery hero that he likes to play. And I think, particularly in the EU region, we see it a lot where people just go Javelin into Blink Dagger, and it's really just their jobs to eliminate someone on the back lines. Typically, it's someone that has potentially a bit more impact than a Witch Doctor, like something like an Io or a Zeus or things of that nature. But I don't know, I feel like he's going to be not quite as effective this time around as the Wind Ranger.
In fights, probably not too much, but maybe in a laning wise, they might get a little bit more advantage. But I wouldn't say it's gonna be that big. I don't really think like Slaughter and Wind Ranger is that strong.
There we go. There's the Phoenix coming through. So that's going to be Era playing that. Very common. Pos 4. A couple of teams experimented with it in the off lane, but I don't really feel there's much difference between the two. Like, do you really need that many items as a Phoenix? Not really. You know, you need Tranquils, maybe an Urn, Wand, and I mean, Meteor Hammer has been the thing in more recent times, just allowing you to clear waves a little easier, take fights a little quicker, and, you know, push towers as well. So I don't mind it.
A little bit of a slower draft from both these teams. Really starting to try and figure out where they're going to go here with this draft. Obviously, 5-man, if they lose this game, they lose the series. Going 0-1 in a Swiss format is not the start that you would like. So,
I'm dying.
Oh, they don't really have good egg hitters. I guess the Drow, to a certain extent, yeah. Maybe with the Slider, once he gets like BKB, might be a little bit stronger. But right now, they don't really have crazy team fight. Yeah, the Undying, he's got the Tombstone, but they're really kind of relying on maybe like a Slider Blink to try and get these fights going. You know, Blink, Ags, BKB is probably the build that I'd imagine they're going to go for here for Zibe and see if he can try and just be that frontline bruiser for them, just trying to get these team fights going. But right now, it really doesn't feel like they've got much, right? Like, these heroes feel kind of to me.
I feel like they're going to change these lanes up, or they're going to try to for NIP. You know, if they're running the Beastmaster Phoenix on the top side of the map, then all you need to do against an Undying, if they're going to try and still get that lane matchup, is with the Phoenix just be faster than the Undying. You know, be able to pull that wave through, have a nice safe time there, and then what really happens is you negate the effectiveness of the Undying. The way to beat Undying, who is the strongest lane dominator, is not to 2v2 against him. You just avoid him as much as you can by pulling. So if they can accomplish that, I think they can get a pretty good win out of this one. But I still don't think you want the Beastmaster to be 1v1ing into a Drow Ranger, because if you get too aggressive with your boars, they give away a lot of experience. And if you're arranged against a melee, it's just going to be a really good game for Ace on his Drow Ranger.
Well, a few more bans to go here for 5 men as well as Ninjas in Pajamas. Right now, what? NIP need a Supreme hero, and 5 men need a Chessie hero? I guess I could play the Wind Ranger as well, right?
I think more pressure is gonna go towards a 5-man here, just because of that last pick. I mean the 4th pick Beastmaster, and as long as he gets what he wants in the lane, and once he gets this Necronomicon, it's gonna be a big problem for 5-man here. I'm not sure how they can deal with the Necronomicon level 3.
Do you think they need more wave clear, or what is it exactly that you want to see from 5 men?
I think they need to somehow enable this Drow Ranger to take the tower with them in early phase. So the Beastmaster, they get a certain amount of lead, so the Beastmaster feels awkward to push him alone, because he might just get punished. But I don't know, for right now it looks like it's very hard to execute that to be happen. And NIP, they already know about it, and they just want to ban SF and the Broodmother.
I want to see a puck from 5 men. I think that would work reasonably well. It's good wave clear. You can shove waves out nice and easily. It gives you another way to kind of get in on top of NIP. And if you're on point with the silencers, you can even take down the Phoenix or force him to pop a supernova in an area that he might not want to, a bit preemptively, and then you can just run away from it.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they might be a little bit too squishy with that puck then for 5 men? Obviously, they've got the Slider and the Undying, 2 heroes that are really good on the front line, but do you feel like maybe the puck just puts them in a situation where if they get caught out with one too many stuns, or maybe the Coconut, maybe the Raw, it really just allows them to get their burst down really quickly here from NIP?
Are you really going to get hit by a Coconut as a puck though?
I mean, you shouldn't be, but I've seen some weird things happen. You shouldn't be getting cliffed by an Io and a Gyro, but that happened last game as well, so...
Yeah.
Oh, Voice Spirit pickup from
Okay.
NIP. I really like the balance, of the they have so many things: wave clear and AOE team fights,
single target,
and
tower damage.
Yeah, and a good answer to Drow Ranger as well.
Yep, I'm liking it. That Tiny's still in the pool though for 5 men. Chessie could pick it up, but it's not fantastic in lane against a Void Spirit.
He's got a lot of heroes to pick off. You know, the Witch Doctor and the Phoenix are very good targets for this Tiny pick off, especially if it's going to be a core one coming in from that mid lane.
Ooh, I want to see a Nature's Prophet from Chessie. I think he's one of the few players that actually plays it effectively. He plays it in that mid lane. He gets an Orchid. You need to go for the supports, 100%. You can use your Wrath of Nature to help with a push out as well. You can force the Void Spirit to go into a Yule Scepter, and they go a Weaver.
I have not seen Weaver in a long time. New hero Pog, boys. This is an interesting one that we haven't seen for a long time here, but 5 men clean it up with the Weaver.
They banned Prophet anyway, but I'm an idiot. Weaver. I don't know. I'm going with NIP again just because it feels safer and easier to execute.
You jumping ship QO as well?
I'm changing mine.
All right, everyone's going to go with NIP here. I can't go past Manalist. That's the reason why they paid the big bucks here to be on the panel. We're going to leave it with our casters one more time, and here's our omnipotent ODPixel and the fantastic Vogt.
I know I sound crazy too. soft, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all.
And a warm welcome back to you all, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 to kick off between NIP and 5-Man. Folk, we've just seen the drafts. We're seeing them sort of ended up 5-Man this time around with the Weaver. Game 1, we did feel that 5-Man's draft was stronger, and may necessarily have been the case. It did seem it was more the performance that was the fault from them in Game 1. What do you reckon about the draft they've come in with this time here in Game 2?
I mean, different. Definitely different. Fast-paced, but yeah, intriguing because it is a Slardar mid.
It is. It's the Chessie Slardar. Chessie Slardar coming out in the mid lane. It does, of course, know that the matchup is almost guaranteed to be supreme as this Void Spirit, so you are against this melee hero. You're pretty tanky, I suppose, so you don't mind the harass that's going to come out from the Void Spirit in the lane. I mean, what other reasons could you sort of think of that has made this seem like the best approach from NIP, putting Chessie mid on the Slardar this game? From 5-Man, sorry.
He is like that big, I mean, the BKB piercing disable and all that too, right? He gets that like hard damage. He wants good levels too, and I guess they just really want him to get like a good chunk of farm. I mean, it's still interesting. Like he can check runes and all that too. The matchup, I'm wondering how this matchup is because you can't wave clear really, and Void Spirit can just wave clear. You just don't go for so many trade hits as Void. You just play around your spells always. True. Just watch for that fourth hit. So I don't feel like Supreme should get bullied that hard. I think like the biggest reason was just like giving him like the big level so he can just make early rotations around and set up to help out the lanes. Not really sure what else it would be.
No, down bottom. Pi. It's gonna be fine. Three of them able to just push back Ace and Pi away from the room. Pi's actually going to try and step forward again. Maybe still see if he can get it. Pi like that. He's going to almost certainly die for this one, though, as he steps back in. Doesn't get the chance to get the rune. Is still alive for now. I mean, I guess Pi did the maths. He's actually able to walk away. Doesn't actually get punished for that, as Pi will live. But unable to get the rune there away from NIP, as NIP will grab that one from the river.
Okay, unbelievably close. He's actually... Okay, be careful, Pi. Okay, yeah, he's good. He's got the boots. He'll be able to run back. So it looks like they were just flexing themselves as that try. And did they get themselves a beneficial rune? Just 2 for 2, so. All right, and I guess the other thing that I'm wondering if they wanted to have double range top is the other reason that I was thinking about for the Slardar mid. Rather than having a Slardar versus a Witch Doctor, where Witch Doctor is one of those like king heroes at lane. Even though Slardar is good versus most melee heroes, the Witch Doctor changes things. Maybe they just wanted to have double range to shut down Lifestealer. They did really well in their lanes last game, so I can trust their decision making on them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they did really well in the lanes. They came up to like a 5 to, I think maybe even the 7k lead early on after the lanes.
Getting cliffed even too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, the things. So certainly working out against them in that sense. I'll see down bottom. Pi trying to do his best to force back Era and Saberlight. I mean, in terms of these lanes, who's got to be the most careful? Who do you sort of see being the easy target for the enemy?
Saberlight is probably just dead here, honestly. I was about to say, Saberlight has to be very careful how he walks upwards to this lane. Yeah, he's dead.
I mean, just straight. I mean, early game Drow in the lane with these frost arrows. You know, it's a decent amount of damage and very easy to get the harass out with the reach of the multi-shot. And combo with Pi, once you start to lose that strength, these hits from the Drow are going to hurt, and Ace is always going to have the chance to get them in on you, especially when you're a melee hero like the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really strong lane. Undying Drow, we've seen like the Undying Drows and the Avenged Drow for the most part, but I feel like this Undying, I feel like it's like you can't do anything if you have a strength offlaner for the most part. And they have 2 strength heroes, you know, the Phoenix also being that strength, so they get hit by decays, it hurts that much more. So Ace, he should be off to a very solid start. Chessie, he's doing pretty pretty good in these first few levels for sure. Will get better for Supreme as the levels do build in, but yeah, all 3 lanes looking solid for them right now.
Again.
And Saberlight's getting like little to nothing down here.
Yeah,
he just
it's
keeps
so
like
hard for
losing
him to
his
come
boars
up.
too. Like now with the levels built up, they kill the boar so easily. Like a soul rip, 2 or 3 hits from Drow, and that boar is dead. A lot more of experience going their way too.
Yeah, they're gonna just sort of have to hold tight on that bottom lane until at least Supreme hits the 6 and is ready to make a move. And obviously, is the Void Spirit able to really punish the Drow with the mobility getting in on top of Ace once he hits the 6 and has the Astral Step. Mid lane, Supreme and Chessie sort of fighting each other down to very low HPs. Bottle's already out on Supreme. Chessie, what's he got coming out himself? He's just getting himself some regen, salving the Mango on the way. Chessie will be able to continue to hold his ground here in this mid lane and continue to hold. I guess there's a wave coming in, so very close at the moment between the two mid laners.
Okay, so they're actually able to find Pi playing a little bit too far aggressive forward there to secure Ace, but job isn't undying, right? You die, whatever. You kind of want to die in a lot of these situations because you have no mana. Yeah, like these situations as an undying, it's actually good to die, I feel like. Sure, you give like a little bit of experience, but you're full reset and you get to bring the items from the Drow.
As soon as he's back in to the lane, straight onto the 2 of them. He's got to be a little careful though with the low HP that he does have.
Saberlight's trying to pull the waves now, trying to get as much as he can. Pi's just going to chase him.
Now we'll have that board to try and slow down Pi's advances. Saberlight actually opting to turn. Pi get a punch in on him. Saberlight coming back again. He's got the stick charge. Pi. This is going to be a lot of damage. He's dead. He is absolutely dead. This Soul Rip should do it. Oh no, he's absolutely not. But one more bill. He's got it in 5 seconds.
He gets the boar experience.
He's running. They're trying to block him off. He can get the decay. He can get this kill. No, he's not going to be able to. Okay, Saberlight, he'll live. He's still trying Pi. He's still trying for that decay, but Saberlight's out of range now. But that was close. I mean, Saberlight, he was really pushing it there. He was really pushing it.
He still has to be careful. There's going to be a Soul Rip in a second. Saberlight, Pi's getting blocked by creeps a little bit.
He lives for this Soul Rip.
Not a decay Soul Rip, though.
No, yeah, you're right.
He missed.
Yeah, Saberlight just having a... They can try and kill for Pi here, but the Soul Rip heal, pretty sizable. Eric's got a few spirits left to go, though. I think Pi, he should die. He's going to try for a deny to the Ancients. Let's see if he's able to do so. And he is. Goes down to the Ancients. Chessie will roam over. Bashes out Error. Able to get that kill at the perfect time as well. 5 minutes kick in. The bounty rune is there for Chessie to grab. So good move from Chessie.
During the entirety, Ace is just farming at his tower, because sure, they pulled one of the creep waves, but Pi actually messed with it so badly that Ace is almost getting close to 6 now down bottom. That's pretty huge there. Pi definitely doing work. Even though he dies, it's all worth it.
He is. There's the classic Pylai die, and on a classic Pylai hero. As you say, just doing it perfectly. Ace, he's over the moon right now. This is an incredibly happy Drow. 32 and 15 here in the first 5 minutes on the safe lane. Mid lane, Chessie. Should be able to burst him. Supreme, still with the Astral Step, good to go. Take out the Slardar. So this mid lane, we're seeing the creep score remain even, but I do just feel that Supreme as a Void Spirit, this more traditional mid hero, he's going to be able to do a lot more with a lot less to what Chessie needs to farm up to actually have impact himself. This Void Spirit's going to be all over the place.
Yeah, and he's a bottle hero. Slardar, he's actually had to spend a lot of money on regen, and just like it's always going to be like that throughout the majority of the game, while Supreme's going to be able to fill up and just make moves around. So sure, Chessie, you see he was like even in last hits, but the gold actually showed differently. He was like 200 to 300 behind the Void Spirit even before he died. Bottom Pi.
And they're finishing this time. He's getting aggressive. He's got Ace backing him up. The balls are slowing down Pi. This ball should finish him. Oh, he's got the salve. He's able to get out of range just in time. Pop the salve. A dive comes in from Error. Pi's got a decay. Able to get it out. He's still ticking down, though, to the spirits as Pi will fall yet again. Ace might be able to clean up the skill on Error without, but Chessie comes in, gets the visioning, but takes to kill himself with the bash there. Chessie able to make another move a second time now where he's headed down here and has been able to sort of swing the trades in favor of the side, especially if they get Saberlight. As he sticks around on about 100 HP, Chessie just comes in, drops the ult, and Saberlight goes down in a flurry of arrows from Ace's Drow.
Oh, he did. Okay, I was literally waiting to compliment him too, because he actually blocked the initial multi-shot earlier with a boar and saved himself with one hit. And in that one, he stays around. When you see the, the bait glyph, when you see those situations happen, you're trying to kill 2 creeps low and they glyph, they're trying to set up a kill on you. Usually in those situations, he falls for it. Come on, Saberlight. I was about to hype you up for blocking that multi-shot too, and then you die with that.
So top, solid rotation here for Supreme. Comes in with a combo onto Misery. Burst him underneath the tower. And Supreme ready to get mobile. Chessie's going to head over. The Supreme not going to be too worried about this. Jumps over into the pit. He's still got a dissimulate, so he can get away.
Yeah. He's still got his bash prepped up, so a little bit.
He's got step in a second, and the Remnant, and even Error coming in from the side. They swoop in. They're going to start to slow Chessie down. Running him with the arrow. Supreme's got to be careful. There's a lot of physical. The shackle's there. As they will still opt to run. I just sort of wonder if Chessie could turn. I mean, I guess he didn't have the bash built up, so wouldn't have had the physical damage to kill off Supreme, even with the corrosive haze on him. Paladin steps forward. Supreme, he still wants to fight. He's going to step straight back over onto Pi. Pi will heal himself with the soul root. The shackle will not latch. Supreme still dancing around with very little left to offer as he's out of mana. Will live as he gets himself away. See the side of 5 men start to put the pressure onto this tier 1 tower mid. Additional support coming in as Misha also around to try and hold off and keep this tower alive for now.
Yeah, an interesting approach from 5 men to force reaction onto mid. They bring 3-4 heroes around, or 3 heroes around the area, because they know their 2 side laners are actually very fine to be left alone. Like Ace Drow, usually not the one that's fine to be left alone, but because of how good of a game he's had, they force all these reactions mid, and then Drow free farms, Weaver free farms, and you're forcing pressure. I like that move quite a bit there. Even though it seems weird, like Pi just walks up and drops a tombstone, it actually forces quite a bit of reaction from NIP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And then Charlie's in a disadvantageous position because it's a Lifestealer versus a Weaver top, so he's already been pressured too. So yeah, big move there from 5 men.
Yeah, of course, we did see Charlie have a very good game at the end of the day in game 1. This time around, things are going to be a little different. No Empower to help him get that insane amount of boost to his farm that he did find in the first game. So definitely a bit more of a challenge here for Charlie.
And he has a lot more. Yeah, he has a lot more he has to deal with though this time, right? Like Lifestealer last game, he only had to worry about like a charge to break the rage. Now there's just so much damage and so many different things that are going to be messing with him. Gust, Amplify, Corrosive, etc.
We'll see the chase onto Supreme here. The Supreme is able to find Pi in the river. That shackle, I don't know how it latched, but it did. It did. Now getting the kill.
How did you see that
done
tree?
there from Misery. Yeah, it's sort of caught from an angle. I mean, I guess it just looks a little bit weird because of the height as well. Was a low ground tree from the high ground. But yeah, gets the angle. Misery finds that setup and Supreme's off the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Very nice. Nice play there. In the meanwhile, we do see Saberlight takes advantage of that. Able to creep himself back into this game, gets his book 1 finished and a tower.
Also gonna have a smoke up.
Yeah, not level 6 on these 2 yet, but trying to make a move onto mid. Catapult wave.
They can somehow get a kill. Well, that should get the 6 at least for Error. Look to jump straight in onto Pi under the tower. What have they got to help him out? Misery has got a lovely shackle onto the 2 of them. He's going to try and run down Misha with the focus fire, but Misha's able to juke him out in the trees. Chessie and Zibe do come crawling across, though. Clean up the Witch Doctor. Will dive past the tower for the support kill, but they get a support in trade, 5 men. NIP still hanging around, see if they can find more. Supreme out to the side with the Dissimulate. Zibe and Chessie seeing if they can maybe run him down over towards the river. Chessie just laying out the corrosive hazes, but Charlie will reveal himself. They know there's a lot around here now, 5 men, so we'll be a little more cautious. Not going to try and chase on any further.
They don't have the easiest ways to actually get like set up besides the roar. They have a cask and then the Aether Remnant. And Saberlight did not have mana there, so they can't actually just force the issue. And diving under that tower there, Drow's TP was coming back up soon, so NIP had to be a little careful. Now though, Clarity's running. Saberlight has mana, trying to get a catch.
Mid lane, an easy catch indeed. Straight onto Chessie with the roar. More than enough damage to burn through him. Error coming in with that Sunray, of course, making all the difference. As they're going to try and fight back here with the presence of Ace. Comes in from the side with a multi-shot, gets the dust out onto Supreme. Supreme, he can't jump out. Nice movement from Ace to join up towards the mid. Phoenix did come out from Error just in case Supreme was able to jump to the high ground and to offer that extra bit of safety and coverage, but ends up not really achieving much at all, with Supreme already dying due to that nice little rotation from Ace. You know, he may be hitting the creeps like a good old carry, but not one to stray away from a team fight that gets presented on his doorstep.
Yeah, he's already level 11. Yasha, Dragonlance, I mean, he's real set up for success here for this game right now. Not the best ways to collapse onto him either, unless they do, you know, Void Spirit and Fest Bomb onto him. That's probably one of the better ones.
And in a game as well, what I imagine, you know, Zibe is this offlane. We'd be too surprised if we do see an Aghanims come out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's just the perfect answer, right, when you have a vulnerable hero like the Drow Ranger against these sort of single target lockdowns like the Brawl.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah. Well, here they go. Towards the mid. Highlight Die is the one to be found, but the Remnant won't quite grab him. He's actually able to pop the ult and turn. Supreme in the river. Another jump away from the crush. This time Pi won't fall. And they tried to see what they could find around this tower, but Pi had the backup. This call on the low ground as Misha just drops the Death Ward will finally result in the death of Pi Die. Chess is going to try and chase it for more. The silence is there onto the Phoenix. Aaron doesn't get a chance to jump out with the dive as the silence catches him. They're past the towers. They're looking for Supreme. He's got no other spells ready to go. He's dead. Quick moves, and again, we're starting to just see this incredibly well-leveled, well-farmed Drow just turn up, offer his piece in these fights. Now, Ace, he's going to hit the 12. With this Drow, I mean, not just the combo with the Drow Slider, but I guess the bugs from Zibe as well. It's just the perfect combination to take this Roshan down at the speed that NRP, they're not even going to have Supreme back in the game by the time it falls.
Yeah, no way they can resist this. Bugs, like you said, corrosive, even a medallion thrown on top. This is a lot of Midas armor coming up in this draft here. That the heroes of NIP are going to look extremely fragile. We did say that, right? Like the Lifestealer, he's the only one that's going to be a little tanky versus it, but yeah, very scary. Chessie, like we said, they gave him mid, so he's going to have a very early 12. Ace already has 12 too, so this damage it's going to be no joke. Everyone's going to get shredded on the side of NIP. They have to have a little bit better chances of getting these jumps off, but it definitely is looking to be harder than last game, because the last one they did have just easier type of like just these team fights, right? Your RP, your Golem. This game, it's much more difficult to set them up.
Yeah, and we saw last game as well, just having that in power really for the lifesteal makes all the difference. It means that suddenly, you know, you might be 5k down. You only have to sort of make sure you win one team fight to just buy the time to get the space to really boost your farm on your quick carry. This time around, they're going to have to make a lot of plays to turn this one round. NIP's bottom lane.
Yeah.
Saberlight's found
too. What?
Oh,
he's giving more
easy
farm.
gold.
Okay. Cash. And he used Roar too, so when he respawns, no Roar for a minute. So they can't actually make an aggressive move. This is look a little rough for NIP. They got to bring stuff together here, but it was similar like last game. They did have rough, but like you said, they had a Magnus last time that really helped so much to keep Charlie in the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Charlie just massively having his work cut out this game. It's just somehow got to find a way to catch up to the power that Ace is hitting. You know, Ace, as we saw just that free lane he had from the start with the way that Pi was able to play as the Undying, it just made this look like a very, very solid Drow game for the rest of it. They've got to somehow do something about this Drow. Any of these fights where they don't get on top and Ace is able to turn, it doesn't matter who you are. Even if you're this Lifestealer, Ace will he'll tear you apart. You get caught in a gust, you've got nothing against this Drow.
Yeah, and they were making sure to give Chessie the farm right there. He's actually got the blink done, and they gave him the experience too, so he's about to be level 12, like we were talking about. These big mings are coming in, and they're going to look so fragile. Supreme is infested right now. They're looking for Pi. They're jumping on Ace.
Hey, this is the jump they need. He's going to pop the man to try and step out to the side. Misery, can he help out Ace? He cannot. Ace, okay. What? Ace didn't die? How did he not die? He didn't die. They couldn't hit. They needed one more hit. They didn't get it. Ace is able to live. Oh my goodness. And I mean, if he doesn't die there, I don't know when he's going to die. That would have been the shot to take down Ace. They couldn't quite do it. They didn't have enough damage. Ace survives, and now it's sort of, you know, everything continues as normal here in this game too, as it has been for the first 15 minutes. Now it just continues to show NIP falling further and further behind as this Drow just continues to take over even more.
Yeah, and they just need to really, on the side of 5 men, they just need to really just kind of stick together. Don't go splitting up too much around the sides of the map, because that's where you're gonna start getting picked off by this Void Spirit plus Beastmaster Roy and stuff like that. I think if they just always make sure they have like a buddy system going on in this game right now, they're looking real solid to take it. Just the way that their draft works, the way it controls the map versus this Lifestealer Beastmaster, definitely feels like it's going to be a big struggle for NIP this time around to really just flip the game like last time. And immediately, they're smoked up. They know something's going on. Saberlight shows.
Nice shot. He's got the Maledict and the Death Ward onto Chessie. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. Won't be enough to kill him. He's even going to TP out back to the base. Making sure that he doesn't pop.
Actually just realized that was only a level 6 Witch Doctor, not Max Maledict. I was like, that ticked a lot less than I thought it would be.
Levels have been a little slow for him this game.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, it's just hard in these fights. You know, Witch Doctor, this is one of those heroes that the Drow just kills in the first second of the multi-shot. You know, you're just incredibly weak.
Yep.
To the damage that Ace is going to be throwing out from afar in these team fights.
And you're playing versus like Weaver and stuff too, like this elusive hero that gets into the back. And he has Solar Crest and bugs too, so you're all just so weak and fragile right now. And you don't have this great lockdown to deal with these high mobile heroes that can just still apply pressure while Ace just has a free time. And Misery, look, he just knows, all right, Saberlight's going to just push bottom. I'm just going to be the one to power shot, push this out, while other heroes play with that buddy system that we were talking about. You see Ace with Zibe, and then you see Chessie paired up with Pi. So they're doing this perfectly on the side of 5 men right now, not to be able to give up any free kills to the side of NIP. Not looking to make the same mistakes of the first game.
Oh, not at all, at least not so far. As 5 men making this game feel incredibly tough for NIP to find an opening. I mean, for the most part, Charlie has been keeping to himself, farming away. Just say, you know, nowhere near the same pace he's able to achieve as when he has a Magnus. Going for the same build though, the armlet into the AC. I mean, AC is all important against the Drought. Mid. And going on to Chessie, they're popping everything on him. The Roar, the Death Ward, can they burst him? He's forced out to the side. Chessie trying to run. The Maledict will finish him though. Chessie for sure will die, but a turnaround's going to come in so they can find something in return for losing their Slardar. They get one. They get anything more here. Ace starting to slow them with the multi-shot. You're seeing that damage. It's just so much damage right now from this Drow. Ace did step up pretty far though. There's going to be a buyback coming in from Error. Charlie trying to go on to Ace, but he's healed up by the Soul, forced to safety. Ace will live, turns onto Saberlight. The Beastmaster falls. They're just going to struggle massively when it comes to killing this Drow. Even with the buyback coming in from Error, just not able to turn around the fight the way that they would have hoped for. 5 men as well, the way that they back up, looking to pick up all 4 bounty runes to get themselves up towards the top. And of course, they did have both of those outposts under their control at the 20 minutes. So this game just continued to have NIP fall further and further behind. And at this stage, much further behind than they ever were in that game 1 that they were able to turn around.
Yeah, and like we said, they don't have the same heroes that are that big like oomph factor, that just that huge comeback because of the ultis, the BKB piercing lockdowns and all that. It feels like it feels very single target oriented now because of how far behind, you know, the Phoenix, the Void Spirit are. Those two are their AoE damage and they're not able to really do anything. They have to use absolutely everything to kill Chessie. And there's just so many different things. You can see the way the 5 men's itemizing. They recognize that it's a lot of this single target now at this point. They have these 4 staffs, they have Soul Rip, a lot of different ways to bail, in particular the Drow Ranger, out of bad situations.
Yeah, it's getting scarily close to the point where you could just look at 5 men's lineup and say, right, these 5 heroes, they can just go straight down mid, and what are NIP actually going to be able to do to sort of push back against a 5-man push from 5 men?
Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah, really solid, really good draft like all around here for them. It looks like everybody kind of synergized themselves. Same thing can be said for NIP with their draft, just how those lanes, you know, we really are always looking at lanes and 5 men. They seem like at least the trend. We saw this here and we saw like Omega. They like to draft for lanes, this team. So it's definitely working out for them in both of these games, even though they did lose the first one. And we'll see how this one continues to play out.
No, yeah, they're laning definitely the strongest of their points, 5 men. As I mean, yeah, there's just Charlie, as we say, trying to get this AC. It's Still, you know, it's not necessarily close. He's going to need a bit more time to finish that. How's sort of progress been looking for Supreme? He's got the Yules and nothing else to follow.
Yeah, he's real poor at the moment. I actually can't believe how poor he is now that I look at it. I thought he had a bit more in that. He's actually only level 11 too. Era, who bought back in the last fight and died, is actually higher level than the mid. He's level 12 compared to Supreme's level 11.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you know it's been just a rough game. There's a Void Spirit, Supreme just not finding those opportunities to make the moves. At this stage, a lot of tanky, elusive heroes.
Yeah.
Jesse, Aghanims is just 1,000 gold away. That's going to be a hero that you're just not killing.
Yeah, and Jibbe halfway to Aghanims too. Solar Crest 2 built up as well. Yeah, they've got just so many tools at their arsenal, and they're just waiting. They don't need to rush anything. They just need to wait for the Roche to spawn, and then they just go for Roche, and it's, you know, it's all forced on NIP. NIP has to try to fight around that Roche, which they do have decent ways to do it with like Hawk with the egg, but there's also so many ways that 5-man has to just take that egg out of the fight.
Yeah, they have got single target NIP, but no real sort of big AoE stun to really complement the Egg of Era. It's just not there. You know, you're able to sort of catch a hero in the Remnant or the Roar, but you know, someone's going to get a free pass at just killing that Supernova. That Supernova's going to go down.
Unless they're in the worst position ever for like double cask bounces, right? Yeah, they don't have the great cover for it. And they're smoking actually up to the high ground for the fight.
Death Wall going in onto Pi. That won't be enough damage to kill the Undying, and Misha will subsequently lose his own life.
And they're trying something here. They want to try to force a fight before that rush because they know the inevitable is going to happen as soon as it spawns. And it's 5 seconds. Misery just peeps in there to check it out. Doesn't spawn yet. But when it does spawn, it's going to die so fast to this lineup because all their minus armor. And Supreme actually even being bullied here is Jibbe playing super aggressive.
That's just such a tough game to play for Supreme when he's this far behind. Just having to constantly play a game of running away.
Saberlight
towards the top. Saberlight was able to reclaim the outpost. Misery's in with the TP. Saberlight looking to turn, but the Shackle's there just in time to stop Saberlight getting the Roar off onto Ace. The Supernova's out. Ace running to the side. This Supernova is going to clip the two of them. It's going to work. They're going to be able to find Pi. They'll be able to find Ace as well. Pi's back, but Ace is dead. Misha will fall as Chessie and Zibbe looking to try and get the cleanup in return. There's the jump forward with the Infest. They burst out Misery. They have killed off 3. Can NIP get more of this? They're looking over towards Chessie and Zibbe as Charlie, he's focusing down the Slardar. Highlight Dice headed over to try and help, but Chessie, they're taking him out. NIP, they're somehow doing it. They're winning this fight big time. I mean, Zibbe's still trying for a cleanup. Doesn't quite get brought up to the cliff. See what Charlie and Supreme can do here. Zibbe looking to finish off Supreme, but he's got another Dissimilate. Will finally fall as Zibbe gets the kill with the Shikuchi. It's now just down to him and Charlie. Charlie, he's not going to want to take this fight. Opts for the TP out. All things said and done, not horrendous there for NIP. There's multiple heroes dead on 5-man, including a dieback from Pylai Die. And Saberlight, he's just gone and found Zibbe. Zibbe, oh, the dust came out a little late as Zibbe able to move out to the side. I mean, even if so, they had the vision anyway from the summons. They just didn't have the damage. So I guess it didn't matter either way. Zibbe, too elusive with the movement speed. But yeah, fight where NIP there, they've got something to write about there. They get themselves a good amount of kills.
Yeah, good positioning there from them. Ace uses Manta to kind of, get away from the Roar for a second, dodge the animation, but then it actually catches him in a weird position where he doesn't have Manta to get off these open wounds, and he gets gets caught inside of the egg explosion, gets focused down. Decent fight there for NIP, but they can't turn it into anything. And now I look at the 5-men, their draft, they don't need to wait for anything. They're like, oh, egg is on cooldown now, and Roar was just used. Well, egg was on cooldown. Roar is on cooldown. They can just go and fight again. They don't need to worry.
They're gonna go for the Roshan option. They know they can take it very quickly. I mean, NIP's got to look for a steal here. This is a bit of an opportunity, If 5-men do try and commit for the Roche rather than for a team fight, maybe there's an opportunity for NIP to swoop in with the dive or jump in with the step and get the Aegis steal. They're going to want to continue to mess with 5-men around this. They don't want to let 5-men get this for free, but it is a risky fight to take. Dive in.
Egg's out.
Gonna pop the egg. They're gonna start trying to take it off as there's Misery's trying to bring down the egg. Has he got enough hits though? He hasn't. Misery cannot kill the egg off in time. Misery loses life. Chessie does come in with a 3-man crush. Silence comes out. Saberlight spear focus, but he turns. He gets the roar off onto Chessie. Chessie getting burned down by the sunray. They've lost the Weaver as well.
Roshan,
Radiant do the kill on Roshan for the Aegis and Cheese. Charlie's able to go in and he picks up both of them. NIP, they get both the Aegis and the Cheese. Ace is dead. I can't believe it. I can't believe they're doing it again. 5 men. Game 1 looked to be theirs. Game 2 looked to really be theirs. But NIP, they're doing it. They're doing it somehow, Fog. They're absolutely doing it. They're still down 7k, but you look at the way these fights have just played out, and you sort of ask yourself, are we sort of seeing a repeat where, for whatever reason, there's this sort of magical minute in a game where 5 men, they just sort of lose it. They just sort of lose the plot.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Something happened in communication in the fight with them, because Misery committed for the egg. It only
went
had like
straight
2
in.
hits left.
Straight under
They
it.
don't have
Yeah.
AoE lockdown, right? We talked about it's just the cask, really, that they have to worry about. I feel like they could have killed that egg.
They absolutely.
If they all
just a couple
unified
of
and made
they
the
need
call,
one other hero.
they all-
It was just
yeah,
Misery
they
on it.
needed
Yeah,
one
no
other
one else
person.
was.
Yeah, that was...
Radiant's top
And then it sets them up into a weird spot, because Era, he gets the egg pop, it catches on everyone, and then he's in a beautiful position on high ground to get a sunray on everyone.
A mid-lane,
That
Chessie.
was...
He's going to find the Witch Doctor. Look for the Shackle on Supreme, but they won't get the latch. Chessie taking a lot of damage here, but he's got the backup now. The rest of 5 men coming in. Dive forward from Era onto all of them. Charlie, he's going to look to focus and finish down the tower. Now going for TP out. The Rage, that's not going to save him. He gets bashed. He's into, oh, he's into the zombie. Oh,
He's in the zombie.
He's into the zombie.
Look at him go.
Oh, look at it. Look at it go. He's in the zombie. He's out of the zombie. He's able to turn there with the axe. Time that save there on the Chessie. Zibe's able to get Chessie out of the action. But some lovely action there of Charlie as he's able to live another day there thanks to the support of the undead.
I love when I see people infest into like the swarm, the Weaver swarm, or you see it into the
I love
zombie.
it.
Those are my 2 favorites.
I'll be
what the hell
honest,
happened?
I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've never even seen that, infesting a zombie. And I bet you there's a
I've
lot
seen
of
it on
people
the
watching at
swarm.
home, they would never even try that. But now you know. I want to see you all infesting zombies tonight, boys and girls.
In the past, like when the infest used to work the other way based on heal, that was like the worst, because you'd pop on your back, oh my god, I healed nothing, but infest definitely being different now.
I mean, so are there any other sort of cool things to infest? What's your favorite?
The
thing? So
beetles
you could
from Weaver,
Infest the
yeah.
beetles. You can infest the beetles.
Yeah.
Dude, that could be sick. I mean,
That's the one
those
that I've
beetles,
seen.
they run pretty fast, right? You send the beetles out, and you jump in, and you're traversing terrain, and they're never going to expect it. That's amazing. I want to see it. That's I mean, and now it's just a 5k difference. You know, every
and they
single
still have
fight we're
ages.
seeing. He's ready to go again. See what they can find it, Chessie. I mean, it's a good death ward, but again, the Ag's time lapse is always going to be huge. It's going to be a very solid save that Zibe's able to offer. They get the kill silence.
The shackle.
Charlie, shackle shot as well from Misery. Catches on to 2 of them. They take down Lifestealer once. Can they do it a second time? Supreme turns with the taunt. They've got the Supernova out. Zibe caught in the stun by the paralyzing cast. The bounces as well. Back over to Zibe. He's bashed. The Supernova stuns out. Zibe's dead. Up to high ground. Roars there straight away onto Ace. The Sunray burning him down. Ace forces down to the low ground. Will manage to get out of there. Misery and Chessie still on the run. Chessie's Maledict will tick him down low. Not enough to kill him, or maybe it will actually. See him back to the fountain. Is he going to be enough heals? Back on the map. They find he's dead. Chessie dies. The damage was too much. The fountain heal didn't offset the amount of damage that he'd taken whilst being maledicted. It's now only 3k Fog. They've lost this game. It feels early to call it, but with the way that the last 5 minutes have played out, it's hard to sort of see 5 men fix this problem. They've just lost it all yet again for a second time this series, it feels. They've got to really get a hold of themselves.
It's really feeling that. I mean, Charlie's just reigning supreme 5-0-10. He's just, like Q was saying on panel, cool as a cucumber.
Charlie Lifestealer. I mean, and you've got to look back at how the position that this game was in and just really give credit to NIP, the way that they've managed to, just for a second time, crush this pretty sizable lead that 5 men were building up against them. There's a second time in the series, back-to-back, where NIP they've just said, we don't care about your lanes. We don't care about your early game. You're going to make a mistake. We're going to punish it. And then you're going to make more. And we're going to make sure that you lose that entire advantage that you built up. And you really have. You know, the game is dead even across the board in net worth. But you just only got to look at how much 5 men have lost for it to get to this position, and just how big Charlie is. I mean, the Charlie lifesteal, they really did do it in game one. This game was a lot harder because he didn't have the empower, but he is absolutely doing it again. He's pulling it off in a game that is not easy to do so.
Yeah, everyone has finished up almost a full item or more on the side of NIP. That's the show. Like, and then you look at like these, like the graph, right? Net worth, like you said, was even. Experience was at almost 12 to 15,000 in lead.
15,000? No,
they almost had a
it
15,000
was?
experience lead, and it's all the way down to almost 5K
goodness.
for NIP. I mean, win percentage was up above 90% for them. That just shows how massive it was. It still has them as a winning percentage in this game, but somehow
I mean,
NIP with
this
some
is
fights.
Yeah, this has got to be a real tough position for 5men to be in, because this is the second time they've been in it right. You know, sure, you've had one game, you have a big lead, it all falls away from you. But if that's happening for the second time in a row, you know, it's got to be tough right now. And sort of the chat of 5men, they've got to keep their cool, as this is a rough position to be in for a second time back to back. And
Charlie's
coming
huge too. Fresh BKB, so he's
massive.
going to be just like 20-something seconds of just immunity.
Kessie trying to go on Supreme. Supreme has got the Shiva's Guard, so a lot of protection. Bug's still
They're getting away
out.
from the zone. Tombstone right there. They want to reset.
Oh, it's a good shackle onto Charlie, but is there the follow-up? Sableye is in with the Roar, straight away looking for the Weaver. Supernova's out as well. Zibbe is going to get the chance to time. That's spin bash. He's going to go down. Doesn't get the chance to put the ult. They do manage to take down the egg, but they've lost Zibbe. Ace, he's got to run. Charlie turns over towards Pylite Die, eats away at him incredibly quickly. Pylite Die falls over towards Chessie. They go. Chessie pops down the ponds. He's trying to escape. There's double buybacks coming out from the side of 5men. And Zibbe's trying to get in to be able to help out his team. Chessie will be saved. The axe time lapse from Zibbe coming into play as he keeps his Slardar alive. They'll try and chase towards Supreme. Supreme is running. He has been hit by the Corrosive Haze. They've got the physical damage to take him out. Supreme will fall. Nisha's out with the Ghost Scepter TP. No magical to claim his life before he's able to get out. So they are able to at least get back in, get the kill on Supreme. Era did die during the Supernova, but they're having to use buybacks for it. There's 2 buybacks coming out from 5men. They really need to get something more done with this, because if they don't, you just can't help but to feel that even though they brought back and get those kills, it's still them continuing to slip further and further behind.
And they just lost a ton of map control because of that, they get these aggressive wards down now for NIP. And like you said, you know, double buybacks, and look where your lane positioning is. Look how they just immediately when they buy back and have the fight ends, they just go straight to side lanes. They know they have to push these lanes out as far as possible because of where they had to take that fight. Not a great position for them there. And they actually can get caught out on the side lanes here if they push too far forward. We see top, they're already setting up for him. Infest on Saberlight, Roar is ready. Chessie. Very dead.
A very, very dead Slardar. And it really does feel like we've just seen this before. We've saw this all before. You know, once things start to go downhill, and pretty severely downhill for 5men, it just seems that today they're just not a team that's able to really pick themselves back up after losing such an advantage in a game.
Yeah, they're because of the way that the game works too. Is like their lineup, it is like this kind of snowball lineup because they have Drow. And if you look, they don't have the craziest team fight heroes on their draft. It's really just that Tombstone and around the Slardar's just bulkiness. Now that NIP have all this gold and everything give it to them, you know, Phoenix level 18, your Witch Doctor all the way 17, you actually have very strong team fight just from your natural heroes when they now also start building up some items and levels too. So these straight team fights for 5men are just infinitely more difficult than they were 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, if they couldn't sort of come out on top when they were 10k ahead, you know, what's to say that they're actually going to be able to do so where they're now, you know, they're 1k behind, you know, already reaching towards an 11k gold swing that we've seen in this action. And yeah, I mean, just Charlie, he continues to get bigger and bigger. This Abyssal Blade, just 1,000 gold away. You know, then life does become a real nightmare for Ace on the Drought. And regardless of the start he had, this Drow was so far ahead of anyone else in the game. He's still very farmed, Ace, but just hasn't really been able to have the opportunity to pop up in the fights as he was able to do so when they were at such a lead.
Yeah, and they're just on the back foot now. Look, they make a smoke out, but it's an obvious one. Look, there's creeps in your base. They just want to try to get up and set up for some bounty runes here, but NIP knows this is happening. They all back up, they play together. They're going to play on their side, get their own bounty runes, play it safe. Because look, yeah, the creeps are in the base. You know that 5men was trying to make some type of smoke move there. And now they can move together. They got the book summoned up to clear out some of the vision and the wards. They're able to take out that fresh one that Pylai Dai placed, and now they're going to confirm that all 5 men is up here. So 5 men, they have to back away. They don't want to take a head-on fight anymore. They want to try to catch and get some type of number advantage.
We'll see. No, in terms of the timings around this Roche as well. When things are really going to kick off once more for both of these sides. I mean, I doubt we're going to see an attempt from 5 men to take it without dealing with NIP first. We saw that be the first real issue from them when the swing around really did start to kick in when they went for the Roshan whilst NIP were up. You know, I guess just feeling that they were strong enough to do so with the lead that they had. But as we've seen, NIP showing that they're a team not to be written off, even when they are down a lot of goals, still able to come out with some very nice plays in these team fights and getting the work done. You know, Error with the egg, despite there being a lot of ways to, you know, a lot of ranged heroes working against him. Last few times with the Supernova, it really has done it. Just offered that big team fight capability that, as you say, is just not really matched by anything on 5 men.
Yeah, and I've seen actually like so many times in this game now, it's just a Sunray and uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Like a 5 seconds or 4.5 second Sunray just blasting right through 3 heroes, and there's no way the 5 men can actually stop it once they unleash. Like a Wind Ranger Shackle is used, Stun from Slardar is used, Gust is used, and then Era's like, I got free reign. There's no other disables.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, NIP's thinking about having a bit of a tickle at the Roshan.
Yeah, they pushed their lanes in pretty deep. They had bottom forced in with double catapults. Mid is pushing in too, so they're starting to poke it.
See what they can do. Chessie starting to set up with puddles.
This little bug, look at how strong it is. I mean, Roshan's just trying his damn hardest, but...
courier has been killed.
Oh, free courier there on the side. Being able to take that out the step. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what'd you do if you're 5 men here? Did you just run in the pit? Well, what's the play? You wait until it's low?
Oh, God, it's so hard. They have to
Where
find
do
the
you
back
go?
line. They have to be able to catch these back heroes, but right now they're not even looking. I don't think they have a... They have a smoke on them? They don't have a smoke on them, yeah. They just have to kind of watch right now. I'm curious. Maybe they're just going to go for a hopeful steal?
They've got to make the jump
down
already. They're going to try and jump in straight away. Radiant do get the kill on Roach. Chessie was he able to pick up anything? No, Aegis has already been grabbed by Charlie. Chessie, by the looks of it, didn't get either. Was saved by the Aghanim's time. That's got him out of there. So at least they get the kill on Roche. There's something taken away, but Ags was picked up. One to the cheese.
Cheese, that's what I was looking for. I can't find the cheese. I didn't click the top fight recap thing in time to see if someone like popped it and, like, or killed it or something.
Yeah,
like
maybe got popped or denied in the sort of chaos of that.
Didn't quite get to see. I just watched who picked up the Aghanims, and it was the Phoenix. Well, Point Spirit, but Phoenix has it.
And then they go. They've got the grab and the silence and the Abyssal. Is it enough? It is. Zibe's out and down for 100. No buyback on him. Chessie's still trying to make a go at it, but he's outnumbered. It's 5 versus 4. Chessie's just going to die for this as well.
He got full controlled by Era that whole fight.
I mean, it's proving to be just a tough game now for the mid Slardar. You know, when sort of things do start to fall behind. Now, Chessie's trying to get in on the front lines, but when you have this axe and not quite the BKB, it's still just the kiting and still just the overall damage, as you say, from Eren and Sunray. It's enough to kill even the tankier of Slardars.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to comment a lot about that because of like the snowball factor it all happened. He went for Ags and then they lost the fight, and now it's like, oh my god, he looks kind of silly because he doesn't have BKB in these last few situations, but it's just because they've lost every fight afterwards because of it. After that rush, NIP looking to clean things up here. Chessie?
Comes with the buyback. Shackle not to latch onto Supreme. They're happy to chill NIP. I mean, they know right now that they've managed to get themselves in a very comfortable position. They're up 14k. We've seen over a swing of 20,000 golden XP this match by this side. And as I say, just NIP, I mean, hats off to them for being a team that really did keep their cool despite how far behind they got in both of these games. Top lane, Supreme, able to jump away just in time there. The 4 of them trying to go on him, but they didn't have enough damage or control. He's out of there. But yeah, NIP showing us, I mean, this really is to me as well the sign of a solid team, a team that can reliably just turn games around. And NIP, they're showing that they've turned up today with the ability to do that.
Yeah, I'm always concerned when I do see like 2 back-to-back lane devastations like that, but the fact that they can like persevere and actually somehow turn around, especially in this game where it looked way worse.
This
than
game
the
looked
last
terrible.
one.
It looks over. It really did.
Yeah, it looked really
really did.
impossible.
I think
they did it. I don't know. They've done it somehow.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They really have. 16k lead. I mean, it's going to take something pretty wild for this one to swing around again, it feels like.
Yep.
And as we've seen in this series, it hasn't been 5 men. You know, they haven't been the side to be the ones to pull out the comebacks. And that's been NIP that have been the masters of playing behind.
Yeah, now they're 2 racks down, so it's just that much harder. There's a flicker on Lifestealer too, so you can play around these annoying silences and disables.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice. I mean, that dispel, the low cooldown, and the fact that you're always going to have the Abyssal to jump back in after you've been repositioned wherever it takes you.
It's actually
works very well.
Actually godly versus Slaughter. Literally just can never be corrosive again. You just flicker it immediately. Like, that's actually pretty sick. All right. Flicker, one of the best items, of course.
Obviously, the counter would have been if Chessie had the 25, but he just hasn't been snowballing. He's only level 21 on this Slider right now.
Yep.
The way things have fallen out of control.
And now they're just waiting. Yeah, top lane, you see it's pushing in, or pushing out for 5 men right now, but eventually, these lanes are all just going to force in, so NIP, they're just chilling.
I think that, and they can do so. They really can. Charlie is just that big. He's that close as well to his next item. Scardy's getting to the point where he's running out of slots. Guessing with this sort of money, he's probably even thinking about buying something bigger. But yeah, he's got money to spend. And he's gonna grab a gem. All right. At least starting to spend some of the dollar. And yeah, I mean they've got the couriers out. I think they are just gonna wait here for Roche. Take it slow.
They're
Take
just
it
waiting
easy.
for Roche. Yeah. Pick up the next items. Close this one out as a 2-0 rather than risking anything. They're about to have like a lot of items finished up to almost 25 Void Spirit, Arcane Rune. Like it's gonna get insane.
Yeah, and you can't blame them as well. You know, NIP they have been having a tough time at a lot of their recent performances, tournaments that we've seen. They want to make sure they don't make the mistakes that they've been making before. As down bottom, Charlie will be saved. Supreme jumps in. He's hit the 25, so he's got that stun on to simulate. Quick jump out to the side here. As they'll get themselves out of there.
Is under attack.
Is that the...
What's he got?
That's a full Aghanim on Witch Doctor coming out too. Hell yeah, Misha.
Oh yeah. Time to look at it go, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is the dream when you're playing the old Witch Doctor. Has he got the talents?
He did not. He took the other ones, but it's okay.
Hey, what is sort of the standard for pros? Do they always take the 2 Maledict talents? Or is it pretty 50-50?
It's very varied, yeah.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I mean, just going full on the Maledicts. This game. I mean, like
the 20 talent
true support probably should.
Yeah. The 20 talent, the Death Ward attack range is very great. It's only 100, like, you probably always take them out.
I mean, that's true. 15% is a sizable increase, especially with the way
really
that Maledict just works anyway. 15% on that already, you know, what can become incredible amounts of burst.
Yeah.
That's a big bump up.
Time for Roche. He'll die very quickly. Let's see if they can actually make it in time to contest.
No. They ain't getting here in time. No way. Unless Chessie goes now. Oh, he's got to go. Is he going to go? Oh, he went a little.
He got the refresher shard.
And he gets out. What did he manage to steal?
Refresher shard, just that.
Right. Have they got any great refresher shard heroes? No.
Undying.
Well, they got the tombstone.
Double tombstone.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say darnish, why you sad? I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city.
We have the first result of ESL 1 Germany, and it is NIP getting the 2-0 up against 5 men and putting themselves 1-0 now in our Swiss format. And as we get into our Game Fuel post-match, me and my panel do get ready to try and break down this series and tell you guys where NIP went right and where 5 men went wrong. My boys back here on the panel, Dan or QO. Lads, this is a nice little result here for the boys of NIP, and unfortunately for 5 men, going 0-2 here in the Swiss format is not good going into that second round, but they still do have a way to come back into this format.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I think on the bottom end, like the teams that are going to be losing, these are two teams that are around the mid-tier, and I think there was plenty of execution errors. Some of it, yes, can be put down to nerves, but you know, some of it just felt like there was no real team fight coordination, especially around those Roche fights.
Yeah, like maybe they're just prioritizing on this laning phase with their hero picks, because the first game and second game, it looked like they're, you know, thinking about this like strong laning on the side lanes, but when it comes to the team fight, if you lose one team fight, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened.
I feel like Ace did his job, honestly. But, you know, it's a point of a game where you've got a mid-slater who's supposed to be benefiting, obviously. He's a very strong laner, he's got the levels, but he went a Blink Dagger. And I feel like you've already got a Wind Ranger who had Blink Dagger for that initiation. You've got the movement speed from Guardian Sprint. You just needed to rush the Ags and then go into something like a BKB, which lets you deal with a Phoenix, Witch Doctor, Void Spirit, or something like a Silver Edge, you know, that means that you can actually man-fight this Lifestealer and get the winning part of that team fight. So I think it was really an itemization issue on 5 men's side, but also on NIP, the supports came in big clutch. So many great eggs, even Misha with a couple of fantastic death wards from the high ground, really turning things around for him.
Yeah, it really did feel like NIP had the superior team fight, but before we get further into this series, we do have our winners interview here with Saberlight from NIP. Saberlight, mate, good day, and congratulations here on the first series victory. So I want to start with the boring question here. So coming into ESL 1 Germany, how do you guys feel like your form has been, and do you feel like you guys can really make a good showing here for ESL 1 Germany?
Well, I think our form is incredible. At least I'm really proud of us, like, for these 2 games. I think we played better than we ever did. Like, in the few tournaments before this one, I don't know, our form was okay, but it wasn't somehow special. But I think if we keep playing like we did today, it's gonna be really good.
Tell me a bit about that game number 1. You know, you're able to get Ace up onto the high ground with his gyrocopter and you shockwave him down. Was that just a little bit of, like, you know, friendly sportsmanship saying, look, we don't want to win this way, or was that just a bit of a misplay?
I mean, the first game was a roller coaster of emotions. I felt so good when I cliffed him. I mean, even in the beginning, I told my team, guys, I'm gonna cliff them. So that was our plan from the get-go. And then I managed to do it. Era did an amazing job of keeping him there. Then I shockwaved him down, and I was honestly so ashamed. I was so ashamed that I up like that. But yeah, then you know, I got some cool RPs, and then I miss RP on Lina. So
we saw. Don't worry about it. Everyone saw that one.
It was a pretty wild game.
Yeah, no, but it was great comeback, and you know, really taking advantage. Sorry, I'm just gonna jump in with another question. Sorry, QO. This meta, it feels like it's so lane oriented, and both of these games you were playing from a disadvantage. Is that just NIP's style, I suppose, in trusting your late game potential to be able to come back without revealing too much about your strategy?
I mean, depends from game to game, honestly. Sometimes we like to focus on winning the lanes and snowballing from that. Sometimes we just want to have better heroes. For example, I feel like in the first game, you know, Magnus is kind of nice against IO Charo, so even though the lane is pretty bad, if you don't cliff him, then like it's still fine in the game.
Yeah, and then you cliffed him, so it was fantastic.
Exactly.
Perfect, yeah.
Oh yeah, like I wanted to ask, like, how's the communication like when you guys were in like that disadvantage period? Because it looked like it was in very, like, you know, disadvantage situation for like your teams. But how was the communication internally? Like, was like fine? Like we can get over with it?
Yeah, I would say so. Like both games, we never felt like we're losing too hard. I mean, the second game it was a bit rougher when they got our mid tower and stuff like that. It felt like we could lose that game, but in the first game, I think we were feeling really confident the entire time.
All right, well, that's good to hear, Saberlight, mate. I'm going to let you go here and enjoy the spoils of victory here, and hopefully we see you a little bit more here for ESL 1 Germany.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is always good to hear from these players, especially well-spoken players like Saberlight was just then. It's always good to hear the inner workings of these teams, you know, see how their mentality is coming into these series, especially coming off the back of a victory as well. It's always good to see these teams, especially when he was saying that they felt like they were, you know, not really down too far, even when it did look like, you know, in those games that they were behind quite a bit, especially the net worth and experience.
Well, it might be a sort of thing where not even realizing how far behind they were, you know? You don't get to see your net worth differential in the actual live games themselves. So, I mean, I think it's good that they've got this positive mentality, even if they're playing from a disadvantageous position. That means that, you know, when they're in the lead, that's going to even serve them in even better stead moving forward. And considering they've got that 1-0 series record, 2-0 games record, they're going to be coming up against another team moving forward that's had a success. And so really positive vibes is going to be the way that's going to take them forward.
We still have to see how they will do without the Nakes as well.
Yeah.
I think that Life Stealer performance today from Charlie was pretty, you know, like stable, solid, and creates a lot of space in the fights.
No, he's playing fantastically. And I think we need to give a lot of big credit to the supports, really. You know, Misha and Era did fantastic. And taking advantage of the fact that this Slardar didn't really accelerate the way that a mid Slardar should. I always feel like whenever I'm watching 5-men play, unless Jesse absolutely pops off, and the heroes that he does that best on are the Void Spirit and the Tiny, it's always going to be rough for them because Ace requires so much farm to be able to get to the stage of the game where he's actually going to win it for them.
Yeah, I technically don't want like Jesse to play those lane-winning hero. Instead of that, just, you know, trust the team, like coordinate with the team, pick something that can create the space efficiently.
Do you think 5-men only has one strategy type then? Is that their
from
big
these
weakness?
2 games, I think I could feel they were very, very lane-oriented team. Maybe because they trust like the core players, like a laning phase skill, but I don't know, like this meta, I'm just not a big fan of this laning, like, favoring heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Saberlight just talk about it, right? Like, that game, they really went for the better heroes, the ones that were going to win them the team fights later on. They weren't too concerned about winning the laning phase, but it sounds like that's something that, in preparation for this tournament, they've got in their arsenal as well. So I'm keen to see how they're going to be able to put that all together.
Well, yeah, you know, as Saberlight said in that interview, they feel really confident. He said that this is the best the team's ever played. So, you know, you're starting off a tournament like this, 1-0 in a Swiss format, feeling like you guys are in the best form of your lives. It's, you know, a pretty good start for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. But as you said, Matt, they're going to have to go up against people who have already got another victory as well underneath their belt. So momentum probably won't be a factor just for one team in this Swiss format. So they need to play a little bit higher.
But with that 2-0, it's likely that they're going to be going up against a team that is a 2-1, so one that's obviously perhaps a little bit weaker considering the way that these seedings are. I doubt that we're going to see 2-0s all the way through the group. Like, from a seeding perspective, that was the one that was most likely to do it since it was 8th against 9th. But I think there's other ones out there. You know, Liquid Mud Golems I think will be very close as well. But, you know, we could be in for some surprises too. Yeah,
well, we're going to have to wait and see if that's how the rest of ESL 1 Germany does pan out. But that is the first series in the book here. NIP taking a 2-0 up against 5-men. We're going to go to a short break. And on the other side of this, we're going to have Team Secret going up against Tempo.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel lightly, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, and Acer Predator.
Up go the Cat Jammers in the chat, and up we go into our next series. Team Secret taking on Tempo here for ESL 1 Germany Series number 2 on day number 1. I've got my panel back here one more time. Dan or QO lads, we're starting to get closer and closer to our second series of today. Team Secret and Tempo. I'm super excited to see Team Secret, and I want to see if Tempo can put a little bit of something. A little bit of something in the drafts, you know? A little something. Maybe. Oh my god, he did it.
I don't see it, you know. I think there's just way too big of a gap in quality, to be honest. Like, it's not taking away from Tempo, it's more the fact that Secret is just head and shoulders above everyone else, even like the second best team. They just seem perfectly coordinated, they draft as a unit, they play as a unit, much more than anyone else that I've ever seen before.
But you were the one who mentioned about that Secret versus Unique.
Yeah, they lost to Unique, but Unique's not in this tournament, are they?
Oh, well, the tempo can be unique.
Yeah, I guess so.
I love how QO always has the back of the underdogs. He's always trying to find that little chink in the armor,
I mean, of course.
that little advantage they can try and get to. You know, obviously, we don't want to count out anybody in any of these series. It's the whole point of these best of threes. It is, a 3-game series. They can try and get the win, but obviously, as you said, Matt, Team Secret, they're head and shoulders above everybody. They're currently 8-0 in all their grand final best of 5s. They haven't lost a single map in those best of 5s against the best teams in Europe and CIS. So obviously Team Secret, they know what they're doing here in this game of Dota, but it's whether or not Tempo can try and throw a spanner in the works, because we have seen Secret drop maps before, not series, but maps. So if Tempo can take at least a map off Secret, that puts them in better stead going into that next round.
Yeah, but that's against the likes of like Liquid and OG. It's not, with all respect to Tempo, tier 3 CIS Dota teams. Like, they are the last team that qualified into this. They came 5th in the closed qualifiers. So even, not making one of those final 4 positions where they can fight for their actual seed, they were kind of like the also ran, if that makes sense. I hope that they can come across and, get some wins on the board, even if it's not series wins, but some map wins. We can see some familiar names, of course, on the left there with Team Secret. And really the one leading the charge for Tempo would be LeBron, obviously having a few stints on teams like Na'Vi. I think he's got some pretty good leadership, and I'm hoping that they're able to take the ball and run with it, because, what a story it would be if they were able to come from behind. We always cheer for the underdogs here, but I think this just might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, and Secret is the team that rarely loses to underdogs. I think they're very stable with like whatever they're doing, and like they have a lot of systems where they can't really break apart, unlike other teams. So
I think
maybe
I'll
probably expect that Tempo's gonna have really hard game.
Maybe the only instance is if they go for a little bit of a meme draft again. Remember the time they went like all 5 spirits or something like that?
Yeah.
And Heen was like, I told them not to do it, and they still did it anyway. But yeah, we'll see. I think they're probably going to give, at least in game 1, a lot more respect to Tempo, because I mean, with Tempo, yes, they've had some pretty good win rates against people that they've been playing against, and you can only play who you're up against, but I think it's just a different playing field altogether.
All right, well, enough about Secret. What do we feel like Tempo need to do? Like, which lane do they need to focus on to try and dismantle Secret here? Do they want to try and focus on more team fight and try and out-execute Team Secret? Do they want to try and out-draft them? Obviously, a lot of these scenarios are easier said than done, but, is there anything that you guys can see that maybe Tempo can try and abuse up against Team Secret? Maybe a lane that they might want to try and play against, maybe a player they want to try and shut down a little bit more?
I think you need to shut down Zai. I think he's the real playmaker for them. Team Secret draft pretty heavily around making sure that he's able to, have a decent time. They're even willing to sacrifice Matumbo Man, leave him kind of on his own, and just ensure that Zai is that strong third core. And then you've also got Yapsor just being his greedy self and having a huge impact in the game. So, I mean, the thing about Secret is you can't just focus on one aspect. You need to be perfect at everything. The draft needs to be perfect. The strategy needs to be perfect. The mentality, the itemization. And of course, we come up with Avenged Drow to start off. So it's not looking good.
Team Secret is so gross. Sometimes, like, you just look at their drafts, you're like, really, Puppy? Really?
Yeah.
You just had to go Avenged Drow. Game number 1, ESL 1 Germany. Obviously, they want to, try and get a nice little clean 2-0, put themselves a good little slot in that second round of the Swiss format. But this is a combination that I was seeing quite a lot in the previous tournaments that we saw. A Mega League, there was quite a lot of Venge plus any ranged carry. There was Drow, Dusa, and Arc Warden were the 3 that are being picked up. So seems like these teams still want to try and default back to that. It's very straightforward, isn't it, QO?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to leak out your strategies for nothing. They'll probably see what they need to do, and then Venge Drow, just strong, just generally. You don't need any other fancy heroes to cover it up. So they'll probably see how it goes in the first game to.
Yeah. They've also got the flexibility of, if it is the perfect matchup, Nisha plays Venge mid. Obviously, you want to have, especially with a Drow, Puppy just playing it because it's nice and safe. He just goes survivability items, really. He goes mech into Glimmer Cape just to try and live for as long as possible, or maybe even a medallion. So I think anything that they can do just to give Matumbo Man the easiest game possible. It's one of the few heroes that he doesn't change up his itemization all too much. Manta, Hurricane Pike, BKB, and then he's pretty set.
That feels pretty stock standard for Drow, but boys, I want to pose a little question to you. Techies in this lineup?
Nope.
Okay. Come on, Zai plays it.
I'm
and
not
I know
even pressing the maybe button for that one. It's
I know
just a no.
Yapsor plays it. I know Zai plays it. This, you know, you've got the range buffs. He's already got insane range. You give him a little bit of extra damage coming in from, you know, this right-click talent that he can go for. He can go for these other items like Hurricane Pike, the Daedalus. It looks good. It looks good.
No.
It looks good.
Well,
All right,
they're
whatever.
really taking their time with this 4th ban, by the way. I mean, the Spectre's a no-brainer, essentially. They're going for the PL. Okay. Something a little different. They don't pick it up all that much themselves, although it's kind of high up on their ban priority order. I mean, Undying's a strong lane. I can see Tempo obviously just looking to go for a super early game, but I mean, you can even go... Could he go as greedy as a Skyrath?
Do you want like a setup for the Blood Right?
What do you see as being that setup?
I already see Ember Spirit and Venge. So.
Ooh, Earth Spirit could be nice.
Yeah, could be nice as
Yapsor likes building it. It gives you an additional point of initiation. You're going to build a Veil anyway. I think we're probably going to see some magic damage Ember coming through, so big advantages from that. You rupture someone and kick them back. That's just guaranteed damage. You keep people inside the Blood Right. I really like that.
Gives you a nice little catch onto the Morphling as well. Always got that roll in the Geomagnetic Grip.
Yep.
So get rid of the MK themselves here for Tempo.
Sure. I'm liking the way that Nisha has been building the MK though. When he's been playing it for Team Secret, he goes Ags Diffusal.
Okay.
Just because all the Wukong statues still do the diffusal damage, which is nice.
Creamstroke.
Okay.
This is a bit questionable for me.
I mean, it stops the Bloodseeker, right? Bloodseeker can't run around.
A little.
It does, but
with the Soul
like
Blind?
just a composition. Like they don't have like many scary things for Drow Ranger.
OD. Okay, yeah, it's a pretty standard.
QL, are you correct with Yapsor picking up an Ember Spirit?
Ugh. Ugh.
Yapsor has to play one of these 5 heroes.
Yeah. And it's going to be the Ember Spirit, you would think. Just because OD's super strong against the Void, the Morphling. Yeah, I mean, you got to go with Secret.
You have to go with Secret?
Yeah.
No matter what they're picking?
Yeah,
pretty
I'll
much.
probably go
Even with the
Unless
Mimi
they
already
maybe if they went like Techie's Pudge or something like that, I would go against them. But
I think I've experienced this first game. You know, the draft is not a big deal. The team
is the
matters.
big deal.
Yeah.
Okay,
team
so it
is a
looks
big
like my
deal.
panel here are going to go 2-0 for Team Secret. I don't think I can go past the best team in the world right now for Team Secret. We're going to leave it with our casters for game number 1. Team Secret and Tempo. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to ESL 1 Germany as we get ourselves ready for the second series of the day. We've just had the drafts complete. We've got Secret ready to go up against Tempo. I'm ODPixel, joined, of course, by Fogged. Fogged, what do we reckon? Of course, this series, everyone's going to be looking to see, can Secret be tripped up by a team that, Secret may not be too used to playing against, right? Tempo's coming in. They've got some familiar names you may have recognized from previously playing in tournaments such as the Omega League. Can Tempo do it with this sort of draft, Fog? What do you reckon about the lineup?
It's so hard. It's just so hard to say. Like anytime, like it's just the Secret influence. Even if their draft looks a little weird in some ways, it has a lot of good benefits for them. And I do look at Tempos and theirs doesn't look. There's something that's not gelling together for me. I'm not sure what it is. I know I'm concerned because they don't really have lockdown. Their team fight's not great either. Their draft just doesn't look very well rounded either. If they had like a nice, clean, well-rounded draft, I think they might have a chance. But Secret, they have, to me, what looks like a stronger draft even versus what they're against wonky because of a position 4 Ember.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, what are sort of the strengths of Tempo's lineup? What do you like that they went for, right? If you're a team, you're going against Secret, you've got to come out with your best, right? You're not messing around. You're bringing out what you feel is the best lineup you could possibly do.
Man, okay, so, I mean, it's fast. They're not really too ulti reliant, right? Their lanes, though, I don't feel like they're strong, which is my biggest concern. I feel like their lanes are actually quite weak, the way that they've set themselves up. And I don't really see themselves having the biggest team fight, but I can see them playing really fast with the Void Spirit and then making space with Inkswell for the Morphling to get farmed, but it's a Morphling versus an OD. I think this is always going to be really scary to play this matchup. So I think they have to play fast and they can't lose these lanes too hard. Like they cannot lose this bottom lane in particular too. Versus Ember and Bloodseeker, they have to be able to set up their Morphling for success with an Undying.
Let's see with the setups and I mean, even sort of this mid lane matchup. I mean, the OD pick from Nisha that did come in later down the draft. I mean, pretty solid Outworld Devourer game, right? A lot of targets to punch on in these early fights.
Yeah, he doesn't have like the craziest amount of things that he has to deal with either. He just has to worry about like mostly the Grimstroke disables. Everything else he can actually just play around pretty nicely. He's so good versus Morphling and Underlord. I think that's the big reason they just saw that and they're like, all right, great hero, good lane, we're good.
Let's see. As things start now, bottoms up. It's coming in with the early Blood Brights. Let's secure those range creeps. I mean, we're going to see pretty static lanes. I mean, who's going to be making the early moves here in this game?
They look pretty static to me. I don't really feel like we're going to see too many moves. If anything, it's going to be Yapsor doing some unexpected stuff like an Ember, but I don't see too many rotations coming out. Kind of cool to see too. I mean, cool but weird too is a 4-position Grimstroke. This is a hero that we kind of just see exclusively played as 5.
Yeah, what sort of the benefits having it in the 4 role?
I mean, you actually able to get, your items online, so your spells are going to be a little bit easier to cast. You'll probably be a little bit higher level in some situations too, but besides that, not too much else.
Oh, we'll see on the first few waves. I mean, bottom lane, Zai already leading the CS with the way that things are going. Mid lane, Nisha trying to keep the pressure onto Noob underneath the tower, and he's starting to get that CS advantage already here in the 1v1, using those Astrals to his favor. Anytime the Noob tries to go for the CS, Nisha having a good control of the first few waves in this 1v1.
Yeah, solid lane setups. Bloodseeker, since this is like one of the best heroes actually to play versus Undying because you're not a strength hero, so the decay sucks, but it's not hurting your base damage and all that. So you're gonna like mid sometimes. LeBron's still doing a good job of zoning him away, and he is securing that Morphling's farm. I say that as he misses 2 last hits under tower, but
no, but as you say, he's getting the space, he's getting the opportunity to miss last hits.
Yes.
So the job from LeBron certainly being done.
He's gonna miss. He just missed 4. He holy moly! No, that's why he missed 4 last hits under tower. Like that's actually pretty.
Oh no!
Pretty massive.
Come on, Cry.
Zai. Probably a bit low, but yeah, they have nothing else to go for him there. They get at least their range creep pulled off there. Yeah, can't miss those.
And this is not but overall, other than the miss last hit, pretty good opening in first 3 minutes.
Sure.
You know, your tempo, you're coming in against Secret in the lanes, and all your 3 cores are, they're not having a bad time at all. Everybody's able to farm. So, obviously still very early days, but it's not like first few minutes in we're seeing one of the lanes getting completely dumpstered. It's not happening. Tempo's finding just as much farm as Secret is.
Yeah, they're doing it. I'm actually surprised, especially with like the top lane in particular, how they've been doing up there. Is you see the Grimstroke has 6 last hits. They've been pushing the lane in actually very aggressively to make sure they can't get aggressive moves onto Mitch. So this Drow Venge, which usually has a very good time against these melee heroes, they've been playing as this clumped duo there, and not allowing Secret to actually punish this Underlord at all. Oh, and Puppey actually misses the last hit with the stun there, as DNZ is able to take the big creep with a nuke, with a stroke.
Yeah, playing that lane very nice, and as you say, sort of a scenario that can certainly work out to be a little rough. The Underlord. See around the 4-minute runes. And TNC's come across as a haste rune here ready as well, as Noob's able to grab it, run down Nisha with the buff up. Nisha's in trouble. They're going to be able to take him out. First blood for Tempo. As DNZ, very nice movement. You know, that 4 minutes is coming up. He knows there's going to be a contest for the runes. He's in position to help out Noob. And they do it. Secures in the haste rune and allows them to take down Nisha.
Perfectly done. The double checking the runes, the most important thing there. And Mitch was playing a bit careful up top during the majority of it there. He kind of hid, so he's not going to die versus this Drow Venge during it. Great start for them here. And the Morphling is still farming just fine bottom.
Yeah, Cry continues to have a very good time. Does not mind this sort of setup at all. Yapsor. Oh, he's going to find the Morse Courier though. Coming across the tree lines, Yapsor's able to just step in and take that out. See the move for DNZ onto Puppey. Puppey getting low. He's caught in the firestorm. Puppey's going to go down. Mitch, will he fall in return? Matu's trying to find him. Mitch is able to head into the trees. There's the salve, and they've got the illusion for the extra vision and beat down as well, as they do lose Mitch for that attempt. Some extra money going into the pockets.
Bounty.
Puppey and Matu. But still,
Feels so nice having that thirst vision too there when he's hiding. He's trying to hide on the tree lines there.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, they do get the kill. Filtrate. Let's see, they're actually looking at the mid lane a little bit here again. Maybe if he does use an Astral aggressively, they maybe go to make the play here. So there's the Astral, DNC.
I mean, this could be a setup. I won't hit the slope. With that, they don't want to quite jump in. Noob, now he might do so. He's able to get the Remnant pull back onto Nisha, but they're feeling a little scared to go on him. I mean, did you feel they could have committed better in a way there, or is that just a bit of an awkward kill to find on the OD?
I thought they might. I think they were afraid of the TPs, but the Venge had already used, Puppey had already used hers top, and they only really have an Ember Spirit to kind of counter gank, but they were just being careful. And now,
Noob could be in trouble. Still got the jump away. Nisha not having the early point yet in the Southeast Eclipse. Even if he did there, Noob still very high mana pool here at the top lane. See if Mitch and DNZ can get Puppey for a second time. He's caught in the firestorm yet again. Yapsor TP's over, but nothing he can do to save his Venge. A second time, they're able to find Puppey. There's a lot of damage between these two. Anytime that Mitch is able to catch them in the pit, it's just huge amounts of magical burst early on.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I'm always still a fan of Grimstroke. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the two just like stop getting picked by some teams, but I always just feel the power. Whenever he's in any game, I'm just like, wow, like, damn, that was some great Grimstroke spell. It always feels he's able to do so much, but the Gust is able to do quite a bit there too.
Yeah, we'll always be able to put a stop to that attempt unless they're able to get Matu, you know, pretty far on their side of the Pit of Malice when they lay it down. Matu, he's going to switch things up. He's not going to want to fight up on this top lane any further now with the levels that this Underlord Grimstroke lane has managed to build up.
Now Puppey's making moves.
Down bottom.
Yeah, they're going to send the Drow out.
Yeah. Get some pressure off this tower. Something about this morph. As Gus comes in, but Cry already starts to build up the strength. He's able to play his way out of there. They have got the pools going though, so a wave or two will be denied away from the morph. This control that Secret's managed to come in with and clean up this stack neutral camp. Well, I've got him. There's the pull, Nisha. He's going to use the Astral aggressively there. As he steps up onto the two of them. Nisha has to be a little careful though, as Noob and DNZ will happily start turning around over towards him. Shen unable to save Yapzor there that time round.
He just used the Astral though. They might go aggressive on him here. Noob has got an Astral step in 1 second.
He wants to. They're going to have the buff. They're going to go straight in. You're right. They're looking for Nisha. He's in range of the stun. Science to follow up. Puppy's trying to help out, but the burst is already there. Nisha goes down. They've got Puppy and Yapzor trying to find something in return. They're in with the chains onto DNZ. Wave of Terror out onto the two of them. The Noob steps away. He's able to find himself a regen rune. DNZ gets healed up just in time by the Soul Rip as LeBron comes in, drops the tombstone. They do lose DNZ, but they get Puppy in return. The Tempo continuing to just bring an excellent fight early on to Secret. And they're getting rewarded in the kills. It's 6 for 2 right now, with Tempo making some really nice movements and just getting a lot done with his Grimstroke. DNZ, sure, he goes down there, but he's 1-1 and 5. He's been involved in every 6 kill that they've gone for.
Yeah, I like how they were so adamant about going for that kill there too. Nisha, will he get the tombstone? He will. Okay, had a quarter of a second left on it. Also going to be able to find LeBron here, it looks like. But yeah, super nice to play there by them. Just, yeah, they see the Astral and they know they can make those aggressive moves when the supports aren't in position. So they're taking advantage of that pretty good start that they're having here in this laning here.
And up top, this combo again, just every single time. DNZ consistently finding core heroes to make plays around. Zai will fall. I mean, they're doing an excellent job with this Grimstroke. He's now hit the 6. Yeah, they're just so potent. You know, you sort of team him up with a mobile hero like this Void Spirit. They're going to be able to find these kills every time that Secret is split across the map at this laning stage.
And they're playing to that strength that we were talking about, just that speed in the early game with these two heroes, exactly what we're mentioning too. It's this Grim and this Void Spirit. They can make the aggressive moves. And it gives Mitch space to just kind of play what an Underlord wants to do. Just park himself at a lane, take the tower, and then defend a tower too. Because he goes bottom when he sees Secret kind of setting up for it, and he'll be able to push them away from that too. All the right moves so far here for Tempo.
Try and going on to Mitch with the rupture. Under the tower he is, I mean, but he's going to still stand his ground. Zai still trying to get in. TPs are on their way over. Zai trying to beat into him, but with that aura, not a lot of right-click damage coming out from Zai. Now the backup's there. LeBron's in with the Soul Rip. The pin's down. Zai's trapped. He's taken out. Tempo once again with the uplay. Mitch does go down.
And they're going aggressive on Nisha.
They find this is why you're right, with the aggressive play they're making down bottom, they don't have the resources to help their OD out mid. Nisha jumped on yet again by Noob. The two of them, Noob and DNZ, getting yet another kill. See bottom.
Right.
Oh, looks like he came in to try and burst down Puppy. He's almost certainly going to lose his life, or maybe not. He's got a lot of strength building up. TP's coming in. DNZ's going to be there to help out. Cry is in the trees, but Yapzor finds him with the chains, and that's just enough damage to finish off that morph. So Secret will finally get the kill. Just a lot of action early on. We're 11 minutes in, 9 to 6. Less than 1k gold in it. I mean, both teams really giving it their all, and so far, so good really from Tempo. They're standing up very strongly against Secret in this early game.
Yeah, and they're punishing Nisha a lot every single time there. 0-3, something you don't really see too often. Bottom though, DNZ shows his face. Secret will pick that one up. Yapzor somehow dominating as a 4 Ember during the majority of all this too.
But we're seeing it again. You know, a play's being made by Secret down bottom. It's leaving Nisha vulnerable. This time they have got the TPs back up. They're heading straight over to provide support for Nisha, but the grab's there. A perfectly placed remnant comes out from Noob, secures the setup to finish off Nisha. LeBron will be left behind. But again, Tempo, they're cool with this. They continue to get away with punishing Nisha's game.
Nisha gives him respect there, because I love that what LeBron did there, actually just staying on the high ground, just walking up to ensure that he gets that kill. He's also gone for the 4-point Soul Rip build, which you don't see too often. You usually see maybe like 2 or 3 points and 2 or 3 in the tombstone, but now he's all out just for the damage here. That's fun. And they are able to get those kills. Matu, he takes the space though. They're actually able to claim this tier 1 bottom and still be in a pretty okay spot. It's the build that Yapzor's going to go. Okay. He's going to go for the mech. I thought maybe because of how explosive his start was, he might just go for that Spirit Vessel for his team, because he is versus the Morph and stuff, even though not as strong anymore, of course. But he wants to have that, just the auras, just the urn is enough for him, he feels.
And top lane. Outside. Just catch eyes onto Cry.
Zai knows he needs to take the scary farm, you know, as they always say, the top lane, you know, Brian, whatever, DSJ, your dead lane thing. This is where you usually die, so they send Zai up top, they leave Matumba down bottom, and they bring the 3 heroes mid to defend the tower. Zai up here, even if he dies, he's doing his job. He needs to just push this lane out. And it's the same thing on the opposite side with Mitch, where he's pushing out bottom. Very similar kind of movements, which is a good sign for Tempo that they're doing those type of moves. If you see Secret doing those moves, you're probably pretty happy for yourself if you're kind of replicating that. Some stacks now, though. We see Matu. Puppy has been busy.
With this sort of start as well, Noob's on track to get a very good timing on the Ags that he's rushing.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he's had his game set up so perfectly by DNZ. I mean, 3-0-4. You know, and you're a Void Spirit that's just been in lane against Anisha OD. You're going to be very happy with the way things have started off for yourself.
Able to dodge that blood right. And yeah, in this game too, like, it's such a good Ags game. Whenever you're playing versus a hero, like whenever you're playing versus OD, just silences in general. He's not versus the most stuns either or anything like that. He doesn't need a Yules to play around too many things. Might hurt him, like the Gust in particular might hurt quite a bit, but I love the Ags choice versus Ember and OD, even if it's just like a support Ember.
There we go.
They want to get into these ancients.
Smoke. They're going to see if they can find the Drow, try and find Matumba Man, and they may just be able to do so. They've got him. They're in straight away with the grab. Combo follow-ups there as Matu will fall. An excellent invasion from Tempo onto Secret's half of the map with that smoke as they get the kill on the Drow, and they get out without Secret being able to punish them at all.
This high-level Grimstrokes, just like you said, he's doing so much work on DNC. Just level 4 Ink Swell so early on. Him and Noob always finding the targets in the fields. Level 8, keeping it real good and making a lot of space for Cry to just be Morphling. Don't join, just
yep. Now what's he going to itemize? Okay, so well, yeah, getting the Manta first, so he's got some sort of safety against the silences, the roots that Secret have to offer.
I don't think I am
hitting a good time on it.
Yeah, I don't think I've been seeing anybody else really deviate from the Manta anymore now. It's just by far the best item on Morph. Yeah. It's like the E-Blade it in some games, since you can say it, but majority it's this build. Let's see now. 3 bounties for Secret.
Yeah, not quite able to get into position on the river up top. In time as Nisha was out for himself. Nisha's build also closing in on the Ags. 1500 to go, and the Aghanims will be there. He's then able to have that extra bit of reach for the setups and the saves. But that can all be countered, as we say, by Noob getting a good time on his own Ags. The combination of his AoE silence with the resonant pulses and also having DNZ with the Phantom's Embrace means that it's just a lot of annoying things that you have to play around as an OD. And without that BKB or any solid answer to the silence, you're just not going to have an easy time in the team fights.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See middle.
They get the root onto Noob, and they've got the chains done.
No, this is going to happen when they get that opening. Mass silence when the full 5 in the turnaround. They're going to look towards the Bronze. Swap there, brings him up to the high ground. Bron, he's ready to fight. Turns ready, pops the ult. He's got the backup in there, straight in on top of Matumba Man. Matumba Man goes down. Cry turns over towards Zai, but Zai, he's able to run himself away in the river. Sanity's dropped down onto Mitch, as Nisha will be able to turn and find the double kill, taking out both the Underlord and the Undying. Secret this time round, offering a solid defense around that mid lane. More than happy to take the fight. It's just as things begun quickly losing that Void Spirit to start things off there. I mean, as much as I was talking about the silences that Secret have to deal with, definitely the same to be said for Noob when he goes for the Ags build. He's not going to have that Yules, not going to have that way to play out of this huge sort of gust. Searing chains into blood, right? It's a very scary place for a Void Spirit to find himself on the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets Searing Chains at all, there's always that follow-up without the Yules build like we were mentioning. So it's all-out aggression, and it can definitely cost him because Yepsort is level 10, so he's always going to have that slight chain spam, that 6-second, 10-second kind of similar cooldowns to it to get on these people. And a Secret holding their mid-tower, which is probably the most important thing. Sure, they lose Matu, which is devastating for them, but keep the mid-tower alive and end up winning the fight anyway.
Yeah, and
I don't think Matu expected to die so fast. Yeah.
No, he did get shredded. I mean, and Matu, even with the couple of deaths that he's had, he's still able to hold on to that top spot. His farm's still solid. He's going to have the Manta almost certainly by the time the next fight kicks off. So So at least then having some sort of way to get himself out of things. And also on top of that, having the Ags now done on Nisha. There's likely to be the Reach and the Astrals to make sure that Nisha can keep his Drow alive.
I'm wondering how Cry isn't more farmed. Because he's just been left alone as this Morphling, right? I'm just seeing Matu with 2 deaths. Still is just severely outfarmed. Even though, yeah, Matu did get those ancient stacks and everything built up from his team, I feel like Cry should be on a little bit better pacing here after giving so much space from his team.
I mean, well, we did see him miss those CS under the tower, so you know, maybe just a bit of a slow start for Cry here in this game 1. So in the river, that'll be an easy kill there. Last Astral, enough to take LeBron over the edge. As Nisha is now starting to really clean up his act after having the focus that was sent his way in the early game. Those 4 early deaths, a result of Tempo very much just looking to slow him down. But look at the net worth, and Nisha's still in a position despite Tempo's best attempts to keep him behind.
Yeah, and laning phase in first 15 minutes is one thing where you can, really make these moves happen. It's what you do afterwards. This is where the actual team aspect really starts to come in, is are they going to ever actually be able to bring down this net worth, or is Secret just going to continue to growing this and growing this and growing this? They have to be able to do some type of big explosive moves here now in these next few moments. Because it does feel like they're starting to just get out-farmed across the map.
Yeah. I mean,
we're farming, but not much else.
Oh, talking about the Morph, he's going to go for the Roche. Okay. They're going to try for this. I mean, LeBron, he's got the medallion. Tombstone's down. It's working. I know, Secret, they're not aware of this. They weren't ready for this. They weren't ready for this. It's going down. It's a half HP. Are they going to even check this? I don't think Secret expect this at all. No. Now they do. They've scanned it. Now they've scanned it, but are they going to be able to get there in time? Roshan's going down. Tempo, they've done it. They've got away with it. Cry's able to pick up the Aegis. Soulbind's out on both sides, and Puppey. As now Tempo,
oh my god.
Cry just able to survive. And Tempo, they're playing it smart, they're going to get out, and not before. Oh no, Cry! Oh no, he missed the ride. He missed the ride, and he may just die for this. The silence, the damage here for this piercing arrows, he will just live. He's able to live. DNZ will fall. Cry somehow surviving that. As Tempo, they're even ready to come back in. They were coming in with the smoke for the side. Mitch, he's got the setup. The pit's down. Cry's coming over from the side along with Noob. Puppey, he's getting controlled by these silences. Puppey trying to run. Matu offering some backup from the high ground with the multi-shot. Cry stepping forward, quickly gets to push this again, but the damage from Matu, it still brings him down. Silence it's used. It wasn't necessary. He just wanted to. I'm helping everybody, he says. Now he's in trouble. He's been jumped on by Noob. Turns for the Astral to hold back. One of them tries in. A defensive Astral will buy some safety as Matu just continues to hold his ground. Turns over towards Cry, but they've lost the OD. LeBron, he's falling low. Matu's trying to finish him. Will be able to do so. Matu, he's still full HP. This drought is untouchable. They can't kill him. They can't even touch him. Matu just stood there, shot them all in the face, and it worked. Tempo, they've lost 3. They're going to lose Mitch as well as Matu. He's trying to step across. That's been slowed down by the slide. He's not even needed. Yapsel finishes him off with a slide of fist. I mean,
Aegis for what, right?
It's a bit
you
scary.
Just got your Roche, but Secret somehow just walks up into you. Puppey takes forever to die, and you get this beautiful positioning of the fight where you have high ground on the Radiant side. You have high ground with your Drow just wailing on heroes, and you get a great reset position for him there.
And you can really it just seems that, Secret, they're obviously the masters of many things regarding Dota, but it's just the fact that, they're showing up at this specific time with these heroes, because they know that Matu's going to be able to do this. They know that this Drow at this stage of the game is just going to rip through heroes. And it really does. You see these hits coming in with the level 2 marksmanship, and it just destroys these heroes at just 20 minutes into the game.
And we're really starting to see, QO mentioned one thing really specific that I did want to talk about on the panel is they didn't pick any anti-Drow heroes. And it was an opening 2 Drow. This Drow, you see, even when they get on top of her, she's pretty damn strong. Except for that mid-situation week. Now that she's hit her timings, this Drow doesn't really have a counter, it feels like. She's just this king.
I mean,
or queen, if we will.
And he's just about to hit level 18 as well. You got to imagine when he gets that level 3 marksmanship. I mean, look, already, Mitch has got to be careful. Step back, get to the high ground, keep yourself safe. You've got to respect the Drow, because Matu, he's ready to take this win in the bag here. 3-2-9, 6k lead. Secret do continue to just build that advantage. Tempo, they had a solid showing in the lanes, but still struggling to really find much of of sort of team plays coming into this mid-game.
Secret's just running at them now.
Yeah, they've got the disable onto DNZ with that Yules. Cancelling DNZ's attempt to TP out. Another kill is claimed. And as you said, this is really the time for the testing to begin for Tempo. Tempo, they've got to show us what they've got. We know they can play Dota, but are they ready to come in with the big team movements?
Double Astrals, are they going to go for the Tombstone? They get pitted.
The Remnant onto Nisha. Nisha is going to turn. They take down the Undying. Matu, he's coming in from the side of the fight. Nisha will go down, but you know that Matu's going to be looking for the cleanup, and he's already making a good job on it. Mitch is able to get out of there with the Yules and the Rift. He'll make it away. Noob dodges the Blood Bright with the Dissimulate. Yapsel's going to continue to chase, won't hit him with the chains. But it really is just the Drow effect. You know, Matu level 18. It's just insane amounts of farm. Matu playing his game perfectly, and this Drow is just a... they can't deal with it. They're close to Matu.
Top tower has fallen.
Not at all. And I was going to say, I don't know how, but somehow YapzOr is 20 of the 21 kills, by the way, on support Ember. He's also 6-1. Yeah, he's 6-1 and 14. I don't know. I don't know how he makes it work, but somehow it's doing it. Yeah, it really feels like they've found their stride. Didn't feel like they were really ever out in this game, right? Like, I mean, Secret.
No,
always
totally.
were in a great spot, but now it feels like there's just no answer.
Yeah, Tempo now just in a position against Secret where we've seen countless teams fail before. You're behind Secret as the mid-game begins. How do you turn
just charging in.
As he is. Runs into the three of them. The backup's there. They'll take out the Undying. Who do they want to go for next? The Moldy shot does catch onto DNC. They quite well. YapzOr might actually be able to find the catcher if he wants to go with the Remnant.
They want the
He's actually going to TP back. He wants to look to try and find Noob. The setup's there. YapzOr's going to be able to get him with the chain. He's got the timing. He has straight up. See a little bit of surviving from Noob. Again, just a constant control from Nisha with these Aghanim Astral Spirit Astral Imprisonment charges. As Noob's trying to run. Zai's chasing. He goes for the TP out, but they're in again. Zai able to throw out the clumsy net as Noob will fall. Secret claim yet another life of Tempo. And with a 10k lead, they're back on with the push. Matu straight down mid, looking for the tier 2.
This just isn't fair. They're trying. They're trying their damnedest.
I mean, they really are. They really are, but at the end of the day, it's Secret. It doesn't matter if you're doing the lanes. It's when it comes down to the real grit of playing the game as a team sport. What have you got? It just seems so far they just don't have what it takes here to outplay Secret, unfortunately, for Tempo. Still opportunities for them, but this game continues to slip into tougher and tougher territory as this lead just continues to grow for Secret. A lot of pressure on Cry to do amazing things as the Morphling, but it isn't an easy game to do so as the Morph. Many a silence and chains to catch him out. It's a very tricky game for Cry. One footstep in the wrong position in a team fight, and he will die very quickly.
Yeah, he literally could just not morph up from his current mana pool, and he just almost gets one-shotted from an OD. There's just so many different things he has to worry about. He's just versus so many counters. They're trying to group up here with the smoke, get themselves a nice Arcane Rune too around their Void Spirit. Secret all kind of in the area though. They're aware, completely aware of this. Look at this. They're even just, they're like, all right, Puppy, go on the front. I'll save you with an
run in and
Astral.
start the fight, Puppy, yeah.
Yep. They know exactly where they are.
Gonna get
the jump though.
On to Nisha, but the swap's there. Puppy's able to take him out to the side, but Soulbind's out, grabs two of them. Astral will keep Nisha safe for now, but Puppy falls. Can Tempo get anything more? Mitch, then he takes down by Matumbaman. He comes out with the self-kills, buys some time for him to change. Catches him though, as well as the Sanity's coming crashing down from Nisha. Nisha will remain alive as 3 down on Tempo. As Cry and DNZ the only two to make it out of there as they'll run away to safety. But again, as you say, Secret more than prepared for that play. Puppy goes down, but that's all part of the plan for Secret yet again as they take another team fight win.
Yeah, Matu just chills in the back, free firing on everybody. No contestation onto him again. Nisha, I actually really thought he was going to die there, but Clutch Astrals into just Greaves saving him. And it just looks impossible. It really does.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just poking at the high ground here, Secret. I've got the halberd done on the Underlord, so we'll see at least Mitch having some sort of way to slow down the damage output of this drought.
However, she did just get the multi-shot talent, so more damage from the non-halberding ability. Let's see what they got here, though. See, I think I see that E-Blade finished. I saw a Dagon, but I'm pretty sure that was from Zai. Yeah, it is, okay.
Dagon?
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're the offlane Bloodseeker and having a good game. That's what you do.
I mean, some Universal Morphling, too. This guy's gonna be low morph. You Blood Rage yourself, you Dagon, and you might just kill him.
Oh, yeah.
The rune of invisibility.
It is very, very good. One of the heroes that Dagon definitely is. It's viable on. This is a hero where you can get away with it in your pubs. Not as your first item, mind you. Don't go getting any crazy ideas.
But your third item.
But your absolutely. If you're not buying it, I will report you.
Yeah, he knows he can do this. They have the Greaves already and everything too for the Ember Spirit, all sitting around the mid area. And now he's going to be finishing that Spirit Vessel that we were talking about earlier. Zai does scout there a little bit with the Blood Right. Let's get some information. Sees a couple heroes on the left side there. Maybe anticipating a movement. Yeah, they're going to just play around this top side. Yeah, they're just going to chill the courier in there to make sure they see when it spawns immediately, and maybe just claim a little bit of these neutral creeps on the high ground, get a ward too. Yep, so even cutting the tree so that the ward gives more vision. And now they see Tempo.
Oh, here we go, Zai. He's been caught. They're on top of Zai, but Zai in the air with the self-fuels. Can he run away? Gets the Blood Right out, but he's taken out. They bring down Zai. Can they try and go for anything more here? It's just going to be a 4v4. Those Matu's able to even the playing field, shooting down LeBron.
They're avoiding that tombstone. They know it's there.
Yeah.
They don't want to
at least very careful about how they approach this.
Yeah.
DNZ Cry and Mitch just holding their ground around the tombstone. And it's working, Secret. Don't want to push into it.
They give a lot of respect. You can see that even though they know they're stronger, they give a lot of respect walking into high ground versus tombstone. It's very important.
A gift from the goddess.
30 minutes up. And the runes to be taken, of course, at this point. Secret, they do maintain both outpost control.
I think this is like one of the first games where I see a team with Drow not get a Grove Bow or a Telescope. Usually they get both. But yeah, they didn't get both this time around.
Well, you know, Gaben just wants to try and make it a fair fight. Doesn't want to give Secret too many benefits.
He has a Butterfly, though, so I mean, he's just fine. They had a Greater Fairy Fire, pretty decent. And it's time. Time to push forward. Aegis Cheese, very strong. It looks like they're going to run right into Tempo.
Move. I mean, gets the Remnant connection, but knows that the whole of Secret's chasing. Doesn't want to try and take a fight outside of the base. How's things going for Cry? Still finding space to push the side lanes out. Once he has the BKB... It's only dead? Nah, he's fine.
Okay, I mean, you sure?
It is good. It's I mean, is he going to be able to TP out? No, Zai's got a Yule. Oh, but with the waveform into the trees, that'll do it. Nicely done by Cry. Out of vision, gets out with the TP waveform. They're trying for Puppy, but Puppy's got Matu here. And as you see, has he got the multi-shot? He has. He doesn't even need to use it. Gets the kill. Noob jumps back across. They are bringing Puppy and Matu down a little bit. Cry's able to burst down Puppy with the E-Blade combo. But again,
now there's no Underlord to defend. They have to buy back on the Grimstroke. He's their spam. He has to get them off the tower somehow, at least clear the creep wave. Get most of the creeps.
And up to the high ground they go. Secret.
Cry?
And how can they stop this? You said with no Underlord, no real front line, it's very hard to push Matu back. There's the jump. Quick 4-stars out the side, Matu. He's out of harm's way. Rupture comes in onto DNZ. DNZ being healed up by the urn. And the Soul Rip. And that E-Blade combo nearly killing off Zai, actually. Astral does come out. Ends up setting up for the Remnant. Another Astral protects him from the nuke damage of DNZ. And they get him. Zai uses up just at the same time as they try and come in with the wave bomb. They do get the silence out to Nisha, and they will manage to burst down Zai. I mean, Cry, he's doing it. He's been playing it cool. He's got the farm, and he's now turning up, and he is able to start to slow down some of the motion that Secret's trying to come in with. You know, they're trying to go for the high ground, but Cry playing hard, getting him a C-Blade combo, taking away members from Secret's lineup. He's making Secret think twice about pushing any further. But now Noob, he's jumping in deep. He's been able to get himself straight on top of Nisha. Nisha's straight away, puts the cheese back up at full HP. The jump to the side, finds Puppey.
Oh my God.
He's got another, he's going to put the BKB. He's trying to commit it onto Matuma Man. Matuma has been halberded, but they're taking themselves out of this one. The Rift brings Krylat back to safety. As he gets back to base, yaps up.
Or two-shot the Void Spirit, sorry. Jeez. The DD rune.
This drought just hits so hard. I mean, there's two heroes here, both of these cores. yeah. I mean, they've got to get on top of the OD, but they've also got to get on top of the drought. You know, two heroes that you cannot allow to just have the rain and the area to just hit into you, build up those stacks on the OD.
Instantly double glimmer on him.
The burst brings him low, but Matu's still with the Aegis. And they got what they came for, their secret. Melee racks are down in the mid lane.
Puppey trying to TP back and get an ancient stack in the meantime to be efficient. Doesn't quite get it there though, with the wave of terror. Rest of his team though is all together, keeping those lanes. Close to dying because of it, not having that match community, but that will always protect him. And yeah, they keep these two side lanes pushed in. And now Puppey, he's going to come back.
Matu.
Kind of trapped.
Should force in aggressively there. Nearly actually finishes off DNZ. They're still going to be able to do so. As the glimmer comes to the end, Matu's in position to kill him off. And Zai's already hunting on the high ground. Quick burst from Cry comes into place. Noob jumps forward. Zai able to save himself for now with the Yules. Puppey swaps him out to the side. Gets Zai back to safety. Yap saw him with the chains onto Mitch. As Matu starts to approach the high ground, taking down the tier 3.
They know Tempo do to stop this.
Matu's getting low, holding his ground, taking the tier 3. They'll get through the one life. And they do in a second. He is on the high ground here. Mitch looking for the setup with the pit. The 4 of them backing him up. Matu, a hard target to jump. Cry just trying to burst them down low, trying to sway Secret from sticking around any further. Remnant catches onto Matu, but still very tough to commit every time, knowing that Puppey's going to be there with a save. Matu, quick with the jump to the side, but no, they got him! They burst him down, they couldn't save him in time. He put the man to try to escape the Hurricane Pike, but Cry and Noob were in there. They take down the Drow. Now they're going to look to try and find more. Puppey with the swap, getting Nisha back up to safety. Puppey holding his ground with the Glimmer Cape. Cry, he's trying to get to the high ground to find something bigger. Will find Puppey, but the rest of Secret, they're already starting to retreat. Tempo chase for anything further. Doesn't look like they'll find anything. Nisha's out with the blink. He's away. They do lose the range, but they keep the melee racks alive there in that top lane, and they do manage to push them back. I mean, again, we are seeing that the farm from the Morph coming into play, and it's an incredibly hard game for Tempo, playing up against Secret. But and this Morph that has been AFK farming his best to stay relevant is definitely having an impact in at least slowing down Secret here in this game.
Yeah, and because of the build that the Void Spirit actually went, I was going to point it out, he went for the Kaya earlier. That Kaya actually made the difference there because he did all that burst magic damage. He just caught Matumba off guard. He couldn't get the BKB off. He just couldn't save him. That was very nicely held by them there on that high ground. Still a lot more that they need to gain, but like you said, that Morphling, he's still up there.
No, this is absolutely still a very hard game for Tempo to come back into, but very impressive to see the way that they are holding, because we've seen many a team, of course, buckle under the pressure of Secret, much more than this side has here. And with players, that the people may not have heard before. Krylat sort of stepping in. This guy picked up and joining the squad. Wasn't playing with him in previous tournaments, but definitely looking like there is potential here for Tempo.
Yeah. Definitely have to agree. They had a their first 15 minutes are also incredibly good. Their smoke moves and everything they've done, they're definitely looking pretty good here. Krylak does get his Illusion Escape. Very nice there for the Morphling.
Yep, great stats. And excellent active, especially when you do add the waves pressured in against you, as they are right now, with a couple of your racks taking a bit of a beating already.
Yep. Spell Prism also for Noob. Probably one of the better pickups you can get for himself, too.
Well, that's a bit of an unfair one, though. Matu getting the leveler.
Matu gets the leveler, yeah. Right. But he's actually hanging on to the
Nice.
Nether Shawl for the time being. He's kind of switching between resist.
Oh, he's got the okay. So there was also the ninja gear to choose from, so he's got for
okay.
that. Of course, that extra agi, a huge boost.
Wow, no one gonna use the leveler. Sad.
I mean, just goes to show that Secret got quite nice items this tier. Then
Yes, they did.
Getting a pass on.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We don't need a leveler to do damage to the buildings with the amount that Matu has farmed up this game. As this tier 3 tower will go down.
They might try to pop him again.
They're going to try, but the Glimmer takes inside. Oh, they've got the counterplay. Krylat tries to get in, but they quickly turn and burst in with the Hex and the Sanity's Eclipse. Cry will fall. He's got buyback available on the Morph. LeBron, if he's going to try and use it in an attempt to hold on to his rack. Soulbind does come out. Noob jumps in, able to get the silence onto them. Back to pops the BKB, tries to turn. Another jump with the Astral Step. Burst, Puppy down low. They'll finish him off with the E-Blade. Puppy's out of action. Can they get anything more here, Tempo? Secret, they'll jump off to the side. No further catch for now from Tempo, and that did require 2 buybacks to come into play by them. They just get Puppy. Secret will hold off for now, but of course with the buybacks being expended to perform that defense, the net worth growth for Secret does only continue. They're now up 16k.
Yeah, they got mostly what they came for there because of that. Don't want to force anything there. If the Sanity's on cooldown either, they can all back up, finish up some items. Matu, he'll move away. And now it's like, you know Tempo is going to be very afraid because these 2 heroes, if Morphin walks out, he dies, game's over. So you're in a real good spot to just chill out now on the side of Secret.
I think this is what you do, right? You hit him hard. You try with the smoke. Maybe Secret don't expect this. As you say, Secret may be expecting you to play safe. It is. And this is even better. Don't try for a risky kill. Try and sneak a Roshan. And you know what? They may just get away with this. They may just get away with this Tempo. And this is huge, right? You've just spent the buyback on your Morph. If you can get away with this Aegis and Cheese, again, just Tempo doing everything they can to hold on to this. And they've called Matu at the top. A defensive Astral will come out, but Roshan's already been finished. Tempo's able to grab the Aegis and the Cheese on the Morphling. Matu pots the BKB, turns over towards LeBron. Mitch trying to turn and hold them back with the pit, but they continue to chase on with the BKB. He up in the air with the Yules, the rift out. Mitch is able to take them out in time. He is. Gets them back to safety. They're back to base. Tempo will live to see another day after getting away with an excellent smoke out at the base into the Roshan, as they're ready to hold the HUD, Aegis and the Cheese at their disposal. They do, however, still lose DNC outside of the base, so Tempo are going to have to buy a bit of time here, 50 seconds or so without both the Undying and the Grimstroke.
Big heads up move though, getting the Roche, getting themselves out. Like Mitch was one hit from dying, and then all of them dying right afterwards, so nice heads up play. One of the only moves they could do in the game.
Now they've got to somehow just try and keep it cool until they've got the full 5 up. And they're going to struggle to protect their racks here as Matu is just in, finishes the top racks.
He's looking for the Hex play onto Krylat here from the side.
Oh, he's going to find it!
Sanity's
He's got the Hex. Is there any sort of save for him? He's silenced, he's running away, he's going to be able to make it out. I believe the pit from Mitch catching onto the Ember there, so Yapso couldn't jump in with the Remnant to quite finish him off. Mitch trying to run, the save. Mitch is back up to full HP, he'll live. Without that E-Blade there, he would have certainly died to Matu's multi-shot. So heads up move there from Cries. He gets back in with the E-Blade as they still continue to try and hold on here, Tempo. They are now down 20k though. As Secret, they're ready to go yet again. Matu's just popping the BKB. Cry also committing with his own BKB. E-Blade combo out onto 2 of them with the Soulbind. Puppy, he's the new focus. Noob jumps out the side, the multi-shot, bringing Cry down low. They're still trying to chase onwards. Onto the high ground, Noob's there, but he's been caught out by the Hex. The Sanities comes out. Noob will go down. He buys back immediately though as Tempo continues to try and push on. They've killed off Nisha. It's a buyback from the ODS. Nisha TP's over towards the Outpost. Cry turns into the Avengers. Uses the magic missile. They've lost his first life. He's back for a second with the Aegis. Matu's getting low. Another burst. They're taking out Matu. They're taking out Puppy as well. Tempo chasing on for more. The Phantom's Embrace out onto Yapsaw. Can they control this Ember Spirit any further? He's out. Down to the bottom, trying to juke it out. Has a Remnant in place. Mitch trying to wait there in preparation for the jump. Krylat and LeBron, they're still on the hunt for this OD, but Nisha, he's able to head down to the bottom lane and keep himself safe. But that's a big one. If they can find a creep wave, the creep waves are pushed heavily into them right now. Zai just come in with another poke onto Noob. Yapzor finding the chains. Yules will keep him out of the route for now. Mitch pits out onto the Ember, but already Yapzor has got a Remnant out in preparation. He's out to the side. Zai still looking at an opportunity to poke back into them as Yapzor jumps in straight away with the Remnant, gets the chains catch on to both the two of them. Mitch, he's out though. Rift's there as well as the Minotaur Horn. He's able to make it away before they can burst him out. He'll live.
That Aegis and Cheese pretty much doing everything for them there. Able to sustain inside of the fight. Not the Cheese, of course, but the Aegis. Able for them to stick the ground there and get these kills, but Lane still forced in heavily. Yapzor even was pushing the bottom wave during the fight, actually, to keep making sure that it's pushed in. And yeah, they're still kind of trapped in, right outside of their base as Venge is respawning and Drow in just a couple moments.
Now, Cry was able to step outside the base, though, and get his Lincolns done. So now does have that extra protection against these Hex plays that have been tripping him up in the fights.
And he's at 25, so he's got the waveform in and the waveform out if he wants to choose to do so in most of these situations. But Secret all back up. Yapzor now level 2. Oh, Yapzor 25 before Nisha. What the hell? Nisha's like the lowest level on the team. He's just getting focused. Nisha's 20. Puppy's 20, okay. But yeah, Matu rejoins the fight. Immediate smoke. Tempo's playing around the ward, though.
Yeah, they're ready to jump. They're ready for this smoke. Straight away, they're going to commit immediately onto Matumba Man. Matumba puts the BKB. Hurricane Pike up to the side with the Soul Bite. Is going to Yapzor and Matumba Man. Krylat standing his ground, looking to burst them out. Puppy swapping them out to the side. Matu will turn, start to shoot back onto LeBron. Mitch moving in with the Minotaur Horn. They've lost LeBron. They're going to lose Mitch soon as well as he's surrounded by the three of them. Mitch gets taken out. Found Zai. There'll be a buyback from the Underlord. Krylat, he gets caught out by Yapzor as he swings across with the Remnants. That's Krylat down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on him as well as it's still on cooldown for 2 minutes. There should be Secret coming in with a finishing blow with no Morphling to join the defense. It's pretty much impossible for Tempo to stop now as Secret take the final set of racks. Mega creeps are out. They'll move on to the tier 4s.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They tried to take that fighter on the board. They're going to try again here.
Oh, it's a big dissimilate. Able to bring them low. They're holding. They're holding. They've found Nisha. He's dead for 2 minutes, but Matu, he's the real issue. They've got to deal with this Drow. Matu's getting away with standing on the side. They're going to jump over the halberds there. He's been disarmed. They're able to run back to the basement. He's going to rift himself back to the fountain, and he's away. He'll live. They're buying some time. They've killed Nisha. LeBron's going to be back up in a few seconds, and they're on top of Matumba Man. The pit's out. He's got his BKB back and ready to go once more. Turns over towards Noob, but Noob's able to buy time with the Dissimilate as he jumps out. Matu continues to run. Has Mitch got any further catch? He's trying to stay on top of the Drow, but Yapzor and Puppy are by the side of Matu. But the slow from the Grim, it catches onto Puppy. Puppy, he's there, will be left behind as he swapped Matu out to the side. They're still trying to find Matu, but now Yapzor's just turning, running down LeBron. LeBron will save himself with the Glimmer Cape. Puppy and Matu kill off TNC. A buyback comes out. Matu falling low. He's used up into the sky. If they've got the damage to finish him off, the Hurricane pikes himself out of the pit, out of the Firestorm. He will live. Mitch almost certainly will not. The Minotaur won the TP out. Is he going to make it away? He's not. Matu's got enough physical. It's a double kill for him. Over towards the Ancient they go. They're going to have the more back up in 10 seconds, but they're without the Void Spirit and the Underlord for 100. LeBron trying to hold them off outside of the base. And it's not going to be. Yeah, he's going to be called. Secret will claim this game one here, 46 minutes in. As you cannot say that Tempo did not give it their all, though. They certainly turned up in this game one, and they gave Secret a little bit of a run for their money with the defenses. At the end of the day, it just wasn't enough, though. Secret too far ahead, and they were able to close this one up for them.
Yeah, you could see the shines of brilliance though. They definitely have like a good shot caller in their team, because like in a couple of these situations, you're like, damn, this is a really smart move that they're doing here. You could see the skill difference in a lot of the team fights though. Like Secret, the way that they would just preemptively be set up for these fights, just expecting Tempo's move before they make them, is where you see that big skill difference.
Yeah, for sure. Secret here at the end of the day, stepping away with the first win this series. Don't go anywhere though, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of three. Secret to take the lead for now, though, as they'll take game one against Tempo.
Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Can't say why.
Oh boy, they really had us in the first half there. Tempo unfortunately losing their first game here, but put up a good fight up against Team Secret here. A little bit of a wacky one. Yapsaw's pos for Ember Spirit coming out on top here against Tempo. My boys are back here on the panel to break down that first game. Dan or QO. Tempo, they're looking a lot better than the credit that we gave them.
I think so. I think, yes, there were some points to that. Their first 15 minutes I thought were fantastic. I think the Grimstroke and the Underlord do somewhat just delay the inevitable. Like, yes, they were surviving for, 45 minutes that the game went, but they were gradually losing their racks. You know, the game was slowly progressing more and more in Secret's favor. So, you know, kudos to them for doing a good job. But, yeah, the quality in the end from Secret was just insane.
Yeah, natures of hero. Like, you're versing against Jar Ranger and OD, and you're not getting that much. You have a Morphling and an Underlord, so and if you do that, you have to expect the outcomes gonna be like getting worse.
Yeah, I mean,
Like 25 minutes.
Fog mentioned it in the cast, and he referenced what we were talking about on the panel, right? It's that you didn't really have an answer to the Drow Ranger, and it was first pick. So you really needed to address that somewhat more in the draft. Underlord didn't really feel like it was ever going to get anything out of the lane. Matu wasn't really ever pressured until they went on to the dire side of the map. And the thing is, like, you couldn't really go something like a Faceless Void because they have the swap and they have the OD for the Astral. So that was one of the real big counters to the Drow. My only other thought was maybe going for something like an Axe and then just literally not laning into the Drow Venge. You know, cut the waves, get some farm in that way, and then maybe have that Blink initiation so that you can lock him down. But again, you've still got the Astral and the swap. So yeah, it was just really nice draft coming through from Secret.
Yeah. I was expecting some sort of Santor.
Yeah.
Well, it really did feel like they put themselves in a position where it was basically impossible for them to get a good lane for their offlaner, right? Like, Mitch never really had a lot of these heroes that could play into that lane. Obviously, you know, it's Ven's Drow. You can't really lane too many heroes into that unless you have something that can really burst down that Drow range and get on top of her. But it just got to a point where, you know, as you said, Kure, it's kind of an inevitability, right? Like, this OD, this Drow, they're going to scale better than just a single Morphling. Void Spirit, we've seen it, all 3 games now that we've had so far for ESL1 Germany, and it hasn't really stood out to me. You know, when we come off the back of ESL1 Thailand, Void Spirit was one of those heroes that we looked at time and time again to be the tempo setter, to be this hero that was crushing the game. But now, on the same patch, it really doesn't feel like the same hero.
I think one of the major difference is teams are not ganking with Void Spirit. You need to be working with supports like to actually go kill, but instead, when we are watching these games, Void Spirit roams himself to the side lanes and then try to get a kills off from whatever the heroes in that like side lanes at. So I think that's the main difference. Like, if you're using Void Spirit that way, he's gonna get very limited angle.
Limited angle, and your enemy mid laner is just going to get just as farmed as you, if not more, in the time that you're gone. So I thought that was something that Tempo did pretty well at this game specifically in isolation. You know, Nisha, he died 6 times, I think, that game, maybe 7. So they made some good rotations onto the mid lane, but the other thing that we were saying was, you know, great that you've got an Undying and a Grimstroke rotating through with your Void Spirit, but the tower was never under pressure, the mid-tier 1 tower. Those aren't heroes that can, you know, quickly shove in a wave and do some tower damage, whereas, you know, they were happy to let the tier 1 top tower go because you saw that gigantic ancient stack that Matumba Man was able to take. It just meant that he had more net worth than everyone else, and so that when Secret wanted to take the fight, that was at the 17 or so minute mark, they won it in the mid game, in the mid lane with their extra farm. They were actually then able to take the Tempo tier 1 mid tower, and then I don't think they ever left their side of the map after that Secret. It was just constant pressure being applied.
Well, what do we think the tempo need to change here going into game number 2? Obviously, you said, Matt, they had a very good 15 minutes. I felt like they did play their lanes really well, but as soon as it started getting towards that mid-game kind of decision-making, maybe a few more of these items really didn't go their way. Is there much they need to change up here? Maybe try and give Mitch a little bit of a better lane against Matumba Man? Something like that?
I think that's probably it, right? It was the off lane and maybe a little bit of the outdraft, but I think the offlane was a big contributor towards that. They just needed some other way to actually get on top of the Drow Ranger, even if it wasn't to kill, just so that you're not having that insane marksmanship damage and just able to ping from range.
Yeah, like that mid-game, is what's important anyway. So even if the laning phase looks a bit hard to deal with Drow Ranger, you should just have to tank it and then try to make it like good as possible. I know it can be bad, but make it good as possible and then move into the mid game to actually kill Drow Ranger once or twice.
Well, we have seen some signs of life here from Tempo, and unfortunately for them, they do lose the first game here up against Team Seeker. But we're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, we're going to have game number 2 between Team Seeker and Tempo. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. This will be a banger.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, and Acer Predator.
Welcome back to potentially the final map here for ESL 1 Germany, day number 1. Tempo, they look strong in the first 15 minutes up against Team Secret, but whether or not they can close out a map here is something to be found out. I've got my boys back here on the panel to tell you guys how the second game will go because they have the script right in front of them. Danog, QO, lads, we're getting ready for game number 2 here, Secret versus Tempo. Tempo, they need to change the tempo a little bit, start getting the victory here against Secret. I had to do it. I had to do it, Matt. I'm sorry.
We've got our referee here. You can't use that kind of language, all right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, look at you. You're looking very nice.
I know that.
Yeah.
He has to get his whistle out.
It's the latest in K-pop fashion.
No.
No?
They're gonna follow the trend.
Ah, true. So
Well,
they follow
the referee
Yukio.
trend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think Tempo has any chance? Like, they impressed me in Game 1, honestly, with the start to their game. But I think it was just the weight of experience that won it out for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, like, in my personal opinion, like, I think Tempo didn't have any chance, to be honest.
Oh, of course.
Like, it didn't, even though they were taking those kills, like small kills and that Roche, I think the net worth wise was like, you know, they're showing the significant difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we saw that, right? Like, you know, maybe Tempo were coming out on ahead of a few of these fights, but there was still net worth lead for Secret. Right? After like 17 minutes, I think it was all Secret.
Yeah.
Like after that mid-team fight, after they took the mid-tier 1 tower, nothing they could really do. Like they were just constantly being pressured. Matumba Man was farming in, I suppose it's relatively safe, but in the dire off lane and wasn't really in any danger of being pressured. So I liked it.
They needed to enable their morphling. I think like here, this is where it comes that void spirit, like 2-man, 3-man, like grouping up and continuously create the space like together and making like this void spirit look scary. But if void spirit just moves along, like he's just a solo hero.
Yeah, and Fog pointed out in the cast, he said like, this morphling hasn't died. Drow's died twice. Yes, they've taken this gigantic ancient stack, but Morph was a fair way behind in his net worth, and some of that can be put down to inefficiency. I think we even highlighted the fact that in the laning stage, he was missing some pretty easy CS as well. So maybe just cleaning up that aspect of the game so that, you know, when that mid-team fight does happen, even though they've taken a gigantic ancient stack, you're in a much better position to actually win that out.
Do we think that maybe Tempo needs to change up and have, you know, a duo core instead of going for something like this Tempo setter in the Void Spirit? Try and put it on something, you know, that we saw with Team Secret where they had the Drow and the OD. Do you want to see like more of the duo core lineups, or do you feel like Tempo is kind of okay with just letting Noob be this kind of Tempo setter for them?
I feel like that's what Noob's heroes are really excelling at, though. I mean, he picks the Lina a fair amount, and Team Secret, they're respecting it. They first phase ban it. So I don't know. I feel like Nature's Prophet is probably another one of those heroes that, yes, it's good in lane. Yes, you can create a lot of tempo, but you can actually achieve objectives with it, provided that you itemize correctly. Because, I mean, just the changes to having 2 less base armor is really significant for the key timings that you want to be hitting as that Nature's Prophet. And again, at level 15, you don't get +8 armor anymore. It's now attack speed instead. You need to wait until that level 20 mark. So how are they going to be able to play around that? Who knows? But they've gone ahead and picked the Drow Ranger for themselves to deny that Vengeful Spirit away. But Martu, he's very happy playing the NP too.
Yeah, like against Drow Ranger, what you just need is stopping his push and like at 20 minutes mark for him to not like stay on our side of the map.
Yeah,
pretty much.
You
Like,
need to punish him.
Yeah, like, and like Nature's Prophet, just good for split push for everything and can actually go on to the Drow Ranger. Like, so if like one of the supports actually run up to Drow and then the Nature's Prophet flies in for it, like I think that's already a death threat for the Drow Rangers.
Yeah, and with Secret as well, with the Nature's Prophet, they've got that flexibility too. You know, they can play it on literally every single player in their team. So it's a comfort hero for Matsu. I think you're going to need it to be a core just because you want to put that pressure onto the Drow Ranger, but still, they give not too much away in the drafting stage.
Is Undying a thing?
I think Undying's a thing.
Flesh
Golem is so strong, man. It's so strong.
Like, it really does feel like that you need to be forcing team fights quite a lot, and you need to have these heroes that make these team fights have to happen. You know, you've got the Tombstone that you really want to utilize. You want to make sure that everyone's, you know, getting that fight going for you. But if you don't really have much to help the Undying get these team fights going, it's quite easy to just disengage a lot of the time, right? Like you've got Nature's Prophet who can get out of there. They've got the swap to get away from a lot of these zombies, and it's, you know, it's pretty easy for them to just be like, okay, all right, Tempo, see you later. Tombstone's down. We're just going to get out and come back in when it's gone.
Yeah, that's the big thing with things like the Tombstone, Egg, things of that nature. I really like this Clockwork pick from Secret because, again, the way to beat Undying is to not lane against Undying. And Clockwork, he's got some very nice movement speed base. We'll probably see Yapsor playing it, although Puppy does play it a little bit. I'm thinking probably Yapsor this time around, though. He'll get boots or a windlace and just cut that wave, get a little bit of extra farm, get the wave pushing into their own tower, and kind of leave Undying in this weird position, like between a rock and a hard place. So I think they
wanted to see Clockwork on a tempo side instead of Undying.
Yeah, I mean, it punishes the Drow as well. They don't have swap to be able to escape from that.
it forces an earlier Hurricane Pike that you might like, than you might like. So, you know, Matu, for example, he goes Dragon Lance, Manta, and then finishes up the Pike, but you might not even get the luxury of finishing up the Manta. You know, you might just need to go Yasha, Pike, or something like that. So
it's like with the Pike, like it's just a one additional bonus. If you use it once, and then if the secret plans out like properly with, oh, let's force one 4-step out, and even if he forces out, let's just like use one more heroes to actually chase
just sprout him straight afterwards.
like,
Ooh,
follow
a
it up.
Snapfire.
Okay.
All
This is
right.
something that we said at the top of the show that it's not really picked up by these European teams all too much, and we've been seeing it abused quite a lot in Southeast Asia and the Chinese region. So we'll see if these Europeans can utilize it to its fullest potential. They've got a lot of team fight now. They've got good ways of fighting around the tomb. You've always got the Mortimer's Kisses to try and back it up, you know, dissuade people from trying to take that down.
That's only if they don't get run over down, right?
Yeah.
Run down by enemy. But at the moment, I feel like secrets can run down. Can ignore Undying Tomb and then just have a direct access into Snapfire or Draw Ranger.
I guess you've got the cookie as well now to be
Yeah.
able to get out of cogs and sprout, which is nice. You know, you don't need to go into that force stuff, which is always useful. But
What do we feel about a Lycan for Team Secret? They're going to pick the Bloodseeker here. I really would love to see Matama Man pick up
Bloodseeker
that Lycan and just... Especially now, like look at these heroes. Like this is a perfect Lycan game. They have barely any lockdown. Heroes that hate having a hero in their face. Not really good at dealing with the summons. Yeah, maybe the Snapfire and the Zeus can deal with it, but it really feels like, you know, maybe with this Bloodseeker pick that Team Secret are just holding that Lycan in their back pocket. Give Nisha that Nature's Prophet and just play really fast.
potentially. I mean, the thing with Nisha is for a lot of the time, Team Secret like to leave his hero until last. So that's the only thing leading me to think maybe it's not going to be that Lycan. I mean, if you were to potentially do the Lycan, I'm not sure if they're going to ban it out or not. And Tempo seemed to think as well that it's still Nisha's hero to come with the Storm Spirit being banned out.
Yep.
I don't know, even like, is Ember Spirit banned?
No.
Yeah, I feel like they could do that as well, and that'd be perfectly fine.
Yeah. I think instead of like adding one more like pushing heroes, it's just better to make this Nature's Prophet to be like a solo pusher and add on like on a like space creating role.
And the way that Matu builds it as well, it's just pure like
Damage.
single target damage.
Yeah.
He goes like Deso, Daedalus, AC, you know, things of that nature. Sometimes a Scythe, maybe, but it's just based around pure damage. AC he picks up as well, so yeah, I like that. I think you do need someone that's really going to be your initiator past just the clockwork.
Does Nisha play Invoker?
I'm sure
I
Nisha can
haven't-
play absolutely everything.
He can play anything, but it's okay. I don't know, I really like the Ember Spirit here.
What do we feel? So obviously you guys are leaning more towards a Nisha hero here for Team Secret, but what about tempo? What do they need? They need an offlaner that's good at starting fights for them, right? A little bit of a tanky initiator. What about... Is Slardar that bad here? Maybe a little bit more wave clear would be alright here for tempo.
Yeah, you really don't want... No, it's just because of the laning phase. You don't want to pick Slaughter against Nature's Prophet, so... They need like a heroes that can actually lane decent against Nature's Prophet.
I mean, it could still be a Snapfire offlane. It's not to say that you
Yeah.
don't have the position 4 still to come from tempo. Man, this Bloodseeker is just so annoying, though, in terms of what you actually want to do. Like, you talk about some of those other heroes, ones that might be able to create some chaos. I mean, Pango might have been decent until this Bloodseeker was here. So
I want to see Tide Hunter here.
yeah, Tide Hunter's pretty decent. Soaks up a lot of the damage. You don't really need to move around all that much.
Yeah, and like those
Sand
four
King,
heroes.
okay.
Sand King.
It's all right.
They've got a lot of magic burst here on the side of tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Got good ways of initiating in. They've got a lot of AoE magic damage and Team Secret. What are they going to pick up? You like it? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, that's why I'm here, boys. Oh, you guys are like,
Matumba, man, like
I don't know if they're going to pick Lycan because they like Nisha's last... That's why I'm here.
said-
Let's go.
Sorry, Mr. Post.
Yeah.
Co-host.
You know, a broken clock is right twice a day, so it's fine.
I mean, I'm picking techies to be picked in ESL on Germany, and I got Matoma Man's Lycan, so I'm happy, boys.
Yeah.
One of the two ain't bad. How are we sitting here for the potential final game here between Team Secret and Tempo? Where are we sitting for predictions?
Yeah, they're just going to get run over. Secret.
All right, boys are just going to go Secret. Don't even have any extra analysis here from my panel, but unfortunately for them, I'm going to go for Secret as well because I am the king of predictions. But the king of casting is OD Pixel and Fogged, and they're going to be our casters for game number 2.
stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the stroke. Can't say why.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Germany. We are getting ready to kick off the second game of Secret versus Tempo. We've just had, of course, Secret closing up the game one with the win, but definitely Fog Tempo showing some strengths. We've just had the drafts complete. What do you sort of reckon about the odds for Tempo this time round? Do they have a good lineup to show their strengths again, or is this going to be a little rougher this time?
Oh, and I'm sure you're saying some really smart stuff, but I didn't hear a single word out of it.
No, I always... my bad. I always do that. But at least the fans heard me, and just assume that I said something really smart, Fogged. I know you can hear me now.
Yeah.
My bad. But Fogged, it's the same old question. I'm asking you about the draft. I'm saying that Tempo, they showed us some strength. Do you like the lineup they've got here? Do you see something that could work for them this time?
Man, I feel like this time they kind of got... I feel like Secret actually just kind of were baiting them a little bit here in this one. I do feel, again, they do have some very aggressive heroes that they can play with, especially with this, like, Sanking this Snapfire. Going to be looking at DNZ a lot to make these aggressive moves, but yeah, it's still a very difficult draft, and it is something that Drow Ranger really hates to play against is actually summons and heroes that just get on top of her, and Lycan and Nature's Prophet both do that very easily throughout the entirety of the game.
I'm sort of looking at they're going to deal with the summons when they do come a pushing. I mean, they've got a little bit of AoE, right? I mean, out of what Tempo have, I mean, who's the man to watch this game on Tempo, do you think? Who could pop off and sort of lead the charge for great plays to be made?
Could pop off. I mean, I think DNZ was the guy who was looking like the most promising to me with a lot of his moves.
He had some good moves last game, yeah.
As for the core heroes, I'm worried about. That's like, I'm just worried that they're just gonna get ran down like Zeus. These heroes, like playing versus Clockwork is very hard. Playing versus Lycan is very hard. Same thing for the Drow. Sanking, you're into a Bloodseeker, so the vision's always gonna be annoying when you get low, and you're gonna be playing into a Book 3 eventually in this game pretty early on. So I feel like it's just tough for him. So yeah, I'm not seeing too many great things for Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw already Secret just able to take the 3 of the 4 bounty runes to start things off. You see down bottom, Zai blocking Cry's wave to make sure that Cry's going to have to deal with the waves meeting underneath the tower, something that's not a lot of fun to deal with when you're a level 1 Drought.
Nah, they're immediately going to push the wave in, Bloodright plus Rocket. They're going to look to like pull waves here probably because this is not an easy lane. Undying plus that Drow, obviously. And oh, Cry actually missing 2 CS again there, missing that range creep.
Denied.
I'm looking at some of the other lanes. So the mid Zeus noob up against Matu's Lycan. I mean, Zeus is a hero. How do you sort of fancy Zeus nowadays in the current patch? Do you see some teams? Are you a fan of the hero?
In a situation where it's a good Zeus game, like either he's versus those illusions or he's not versus those heroes that just get on top of him, yes. But in this game, he's versus those heroes that really just get on him in very easy fashion. Like Clockwork is probably like the best. You can't really do much about it. Like he just hits 6 and he's gonna hook shot you all game. Same thing with the Lycan.
I guess at least got a little bit of save with DNZ having the cookie. That's something to jump him out of the cogs, jump him out of the sprout. If he does get trapped, but other than that, not really a super reliable way to save. I mean, so they got a soul rip heal. There's little things.
Yeah, small little things. The bottom, these waves starting to build up. Yep, so he's at level 2. They actually might just get LeBron here.
Nice little blocks into the silence, but he's able to make it back towards the waves, so the battery assault hits won't connect on him. LeBron will manage to keep himself in lane. Again, Cry happy to deal with these creeps underneath the tower.
Radiant's courier has been
the range deny there rather than the last hit, but of course that focus with the creeps underneath the tower, he's not able to really keep track of the courier. Yapsor's able to get in, snipe out the Drow's courier.
Yep, he's waiting for the rocket too. He sees LeBron dropping low because
he's dead.
Thirst Vision decay is gone and he just gets the kill. Yeah, Thirst Vision just too strong.
Oh man, yeah, Yapsor. Courier kill and first blood. I mean, we saw Yapsor. What's he got?
He just queues up immediately when he gets the kill and he
he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Hey,
top.
Mitch, up top, the two of them. I mean, they've got great combo, a lot of burst once the level 2's hit with the Scalar Blast, Fire Snap, and the Burrow Strike. And they do it. They get themselves on top of the Prophet. Nature's Prophet is out.
Oh, wow.
Is he really gonna go brown boots Dagon? Because that's
him.
He's making a statement right there. Brown boots Dagon clock. I mean, if he's making a good move over towards mid. Noob. He's in trouble. He's trying to run. I mean, it's moves like this that's getting Yapsor the action as he sets up for the kill on Zeus. I mean, he's feeling it. He knows. I think, sort of as you said, Secret probably feel that their draft this game is very solid, and Yapsor, he's ready to have some fun.
Yeah, he's probably like, I can solo kill people on the side lanes with this, like, because it's gonna get to that point in this game. I think they know that their draft is very strong versus what they're against. Yeah, he's... I mean, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. As long as he plays around, items, I feel like are... they're important in the games, but if you know how to use them, it doesn't matter what you get so much. As again, wow.
They're doing it again. I mean, these two, it's a lot of combo, and obviously Puppy early levels can't really do anything to stop them. They keep getting themselves on top of the Prophet. That time around, that was his TP scroll. Of course, we'll still have the teleportation ability to get back into lane, but definitely bringing the fight to the Prophet, making sure that this isn't a free lane for Nisha, despite the good amount of tempo, killing him off twice there within a minute.
And Nisha not used to these side lane, fiasco, this whole crazy stuff. He's used to this nice calm mid lane where he's just playing on his own. Now they don't have the ways to push the lane out, which is really important when you're playing versus something like Sanking and this Snap. They can just easily double up the wave on you with the Sandstorm and just dive you with double stuns.
Good job with that. Finding himself the second courier of this game as they push them back. They'll get in position for these bounty runes. DSZ will manage to head up towards top. Puppy actually in with the magic missile just in time. Will manage to secure again the majority of runes for Secret as they'll take 3 of them yet again here at the 5-minute mark.
Now here's where when you're playing as Noob, you have to be so cautious and careful. Lycan has hit 6. You haven't seen him for a moment. You don't know what's up. You don't know what his man is. Don't know what his items is. You can't actually show yourself because you'll just get ran down. Or you just have to instantly TP when he does pop his ulti.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, and even then you might not make it out in time.
Yep. He does the scan on the side. He's aware Yapsor is being very annoying. Guy's been left on his own down bottom. They're trying to capitalize on that, but he's just going to TP right after the tomb drops.
Yeah, nothing to put a stop to that. All the stuns right now, of course, on this top lane for Tempo.
Yep, Sorry puts a ward behind the mid tower. Looks like Noob is maybe asking for some assistance, but he's gonna get dove.
Yeah, here we go straight away. Yapsor just, I mean, he knows any move toward the mid, and it's going to be a very easy Zeus kill. And we're 6 minutes in. This tower's going down. This is a 6-minute tier 1 tower falling. I mean, you said it. It's a pretty miserable game to be playing the Zeus, and we're already starting to feel that in these first 6 minutes.
Yeah. And now it's where does your Zeus go?
Radiant's middle
Is the one
tower
question.
is under
And now
attack.
what does your Drow do in response? Because now you know Lycan's going to go bottom. And he's going to do the exact same thing down there. So you have to start preparing, if you're in tempo, what your next 5 minutes looks like. So you don't lose all 3 of your tier 1s. And then just literally lose the game because of that. They have to be prepared for these next few moves. And here comes. It's not going to be the Lycan. It's going to be Nisha.
Yeah, he's coming in with a wraparound. Yapso as well, getting into position. The Sprout set him on to Cry. Cry trying to run his way out of there. He's healed up a little bit by the Soul Rip. The cogs are down. Surrounding LeBron. They split them apart. Cry's going to go for the TP out. Will make it away. As Yapso, he's more interested in chasing down LeBron. Another Sprout comes into play. LeBron will fall here. But at least the Drow is able to survive. Didn't TP back to base either. Did head over to tier 2. So Cry can stay out on the map. Start to jungle a little bit. But as you can see, 7 minutes in, just losing heavy control of both this mid lane and the bottom lane. Nisha now in position to start pressuring a second tier 1 just 7 minutes in. They're going to bring Mitch down. They want to do their best to make sure that they don't lose a second tier 1 this early.
Good. So they some slight preparation. You know, like we said, they have to have something prepared for this game in these first 10, 12 minutes. Otherwise, it can just end very quickly. So they do move. Top opened up, and they look like they want to get aggressive maybe on mid. Matu, no ulti available just yet.
So if they've got the damage, have they got the burst for this Lycan? He's trying to run, but they've got the control. Bringing in Cry as well, having that extra bit of slow for the Frost Arrows. They'll take out Matumba.
Ooh! They get the rocket with the Wrath of Nature on him.
Oh, as poor as he just can't catch a break. He can't catch a break this game, Noob. Just when they managed to make something happen, Yapso and Nisha there to put a stop to him. More money for Yapso. He's 3-0-2.
Oh, it's high. He saw Cry there for a second. He's speedy.
He's running it down. Cry's going to go straight for the TP out. So Zai actually doesn't want to stick around for this. No worried of what else might be brought over. We're sitting, bottom lane. Matu straight back on the map. He's looking for Mitch. He's running down the Sankey. He's dusted as well. Mitch with the Sandstorm on corner. No other way to escape this as Matu runs him down, finishes off the kill. And Secret can get back on with pushing onto this tier 1 tower down bottom. And once that's taken, Yaps, look at him. He's so close
fully
to having...
Yeah, he's almost got it.
This is going to be the quickest Dagon you'll ever see on a position 4 o'clock.
Radiant's
More than likely, yeah.
No doubt about
He's
it.
36 too. Pre-10 minutes, level 6.
Is under attack.
All these heroes extremely fragile. Tower goes down. Snapfire is also level 6.
Cry's got to be careful. If they find the hook shot, Cry's probably just going to die. They'll swap him into position so he doesn't even need to use the hook shot there. Some true team.
They give him the kill too. He's 300 away. He's 4-0 too. They're giving him the last hits.
Oh no. Well,
Dagon, Wrath of Nature. You might just be able to global solo kill people with that. Bitch. They'll find Matu here.
Let's see if they can finish him.
Wrath of Nature though.
Oh, they've got the ult, but Matu, he can just step up towards it. Boys. He's able to live. He's going to live.
Get the double.
Oh, it's getting messy. It's getting messy. Game 1 was not messy. Game 1 was Tempo doing an impressive hold. This game 2, it's messy. It's 10-3, 10 minutes in.
It's coming.
10-minute Dagon.
10 minutes.
Okay,
10 minutes. Put on the clock.
10-minute Dagon on Yapsor. So, warning to all the viewers out there, if you did hope to queue for some games after you finish watching this series, do not. There will be clocks, and they will be emulating this match. I do advise them not to. This is someone in a very professional environment. This is a professional.
Die. They get the cookie. They got one. Even Zeus on top.
There we go. I'm just ready to see Yapsor just zip in and look to burst someone. It's just about to be shipped over. Courier's going to arrive. Your brown boots, Dagon clock, good to go. He's got the tome as well, level 8. Invis rune 2.
He'll kill them.
There we go.
Drow and Zeus, very dead if he finds them.
Oh no. Who's Yapsor going to get? He's coming for you.
There's a sentry down though.
Okay.
They might be able to...
Who's he hunting for? He wants the Zeus.
Oh no.
He wants the Zeus. He wants the Zeus. Noob, careful. Okay, Yapsor won't dive towers yet. Or maybe he will. He's tempted. He'll go for this hook shot if he can find an angle. Oh. Nah, he doesn't have vision, of course. Doesn't want to try for it.
But they're getting so much out of the map from this pressure. Like, look, everyone's just free farming, and the Drow's like just only hitting the triangle area. Nobody else is really able to get much. Mitch is trying to push up bottom, but even then, he's afraid. Yeah, YapzOr's just instilling fear into the hearts of the enemies.
Oh, I see. I'm in tempo. And then Mitch, he's going to be in trouble. Matu popping the ult. They're ready to run down this Sand King. Mitch trying to jump to the side with the Burrow Strike, but the Magic Missile follows up. Mitch torn apart by the Lycan. Up top, Zai just sort of looking at the four of them. Goals are being scored. Haste runes are being taken, and Zai, he's ready to run in. Where's YapzOr? We need the backup. There it is. He goes with the hook shot. Oh, it wouldn't be enough damage though. Holds onto the Dagon, charging. Oh no, he's going to die. YapzOr is down. Can they get anything more with this? The ult hitting onto both Zai and Nisha. Nisha turns, holds his ground against LeBron. LeBron trying to stand his ground against this Prophet, but Prophet's got backup. Nisha brings in Zai. LeBron, he's going to look for the denied to Roche. Take me now, he says. Roshan, he accepts. LeBron will take him. Take his own life there to the Roche. He's out of there. And YapzOr goes down. I mean, this is the thing, right? If somehow Tempo turn this game around and win it, you know, it's not going to look good for YapzOr. You don't go brown boots and Dagon unless you think it's an easy game. And you know, we'll see. You know, the first move there from YapzOr with his Dagon was not off to great success.
Owen, you know, I love silver linings and all, but this isn't NIP versus 5 men. This is Secret with a really strong draft. I think they can make quite a few mistakes in this one and still be in a pretty good spot here.
Oh,
Mitch.
no. Oh, here we go. YapzOr's in. He's ready for another round. Oh, no. He's going to die.
He's speeding.
I mean, yeah.
Don't go Dagon.
This is literally what will happen if you go brown boots Dagon in your pubs.
Your team will win,
you know
or you'll die.
This is the clockwork from your pub. Brown boots Dagon, go feed. The tips are coming out from Zai. He's having fun with YapzOr this game. I mean, as you would be. I mean, YapzOr, you can go brown boots Dagon in my games anytime. But this is what happens. You know, even professionals, when they go for the brown boots Dagon, there's something about the item. It just makes you feed. 7K lead for Secret.
Too ahead of yourself, you know. Oh, nope. He spotted. Those are book 3. And those are dead heroes.
Oh, DNZ, run.
Zai
Run, Granny, run.
on it for a second. Oh, man. I feel bad. I actually just feel bad for Tempo right now. Like, Secret just kind of... It feels like they're just toying with him. Look, he's throwing hot peppers.
Hey, there we go. At least LeBron was able to score a goal. That was pretty nice. Scores a goal against Zai.
This guy's actually just running around, like not actually playing Dota. Not even hitting creeps or anything. Like.
Right, where's the clock? I want to see YapzOr with it. He's got the Dagon. We want to see him try and pop someone. So far, it hasn't happened. Mitch, oh, he's actually in. Oh, Zai's dead.
There we go.
All right.
Better
Tempo
punish him.
Quit fooling around. You're gonna die.
He's only been standing there for the last minute and a half.
Away.
So good thing they got him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you can really tell, you know, which Secret players, you know, treat this as business. You know, Matu and Nisha, meanwhile, are just like, well, we're going to win the game. You know, we're not going to clown around. You know, as you see, both Matu and Nisha having insane amounts of farm, both over the 8K at 15 minutes in. Many items flying into both Matu and Nisha, and it's there. You know, they're here to get the job done.
It's just typical Zai and Pup. It's typical Zai and YapzOr, really. The two,
it's Zai and YapzOr.
The two
you know these two play off
balls.
each other. As soon as one of them starts clowning, the other one's going to be grabbing the nose and the hair.
Yep.
You know, they do it together. They're a duo act, these two.
You know, I was watching actually some, you know, I woke up a little early this morning, checked out some pub games.
Yeah.
YapzOr was playing the Ember. Zai was playing Coddle. So, you know, he played Ember last game in this official game. He probably had a fun game in that one with Zai.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
LeBron
still firm control here, and they spotted LeBron.
They found him. Leaves a tombstone down. Turn over towards Puppey. LeBron will fall the multi-shot, bringing Puppey down low. Actually, LeBron able to live with that final bit of a burst. Gets swapped back, does fall, but they'll get Puppey in return. 1 for 1, see if they can get anything more. Matu trying to finish off the tombstone. Steps out for now. Ming, his ult shortly coming to an end, but will last long enough for him to get out of there. YapzOr stepping up. He's found another invis rune. He's going to go for Mitch, but Mitch has got a Burrow Strike available to break his way out of there. Gets out of the cogs. He'll live up towards the top. Snapfire ult used as they burst down Zai. Zai taken out underneath the tower.
Very nice. Able to get something out of this and maybe take out the tower here. A little risky. Puppey is getting back up, but I think they can probably finish it. Yeah, they're going to ping it.
They'll get the tower. But I mean, at the same time, it just feels like this is the crazy thing, right? You know, they're playing against Secret. They're getting kills. They're now getting towers. You know,
They're scared to
Zai and
go for
Yapzor
it.
are clowning around, but still the lead grows for Secret. Despite all this, Secret is just getting further and further ahead. Yapzor's able to get him with a hook shot onto Cry. Jump forward with the Burrow Strike mix. He's got the epicenter going. They're going to have good damage coming out onto Yapzor. Cry trying to run. Yapzor pushed back by the Gust. They'll kill off the clock. Cry should fall, though, as they find him with the final hit from the Necro Book.
Who got tower last? Okay, they got tower last hit too. All right. A little bit of something there, but immediately, Misha ports into Roche. No funny vision. They still have Lycan in the area too. They have Defense minus armor. And they get 2 big core kills and just lose a Clockwork, so they're still in. So which is fine. They're happy with it.
Hey, what happened to what's Yapzor doing after level 1 Dagon? Okay, yeah, there's the recipes.
He bought a cloak.
Expected. Okay, he took it a little seriously. He was like, I'm going to buy a cloak. That's the best I could do you this game, Puppey. Puppey's able to get in with time with swap.
Icon Tombstone's just being a bit of a nuisance, not really doing a whole lot though, as they just back up away from it. Puppey.
I burst him. Matu is just killed off the Zeus. Got a sentry down on mid. Yapzor. He's headed over onto Cry. Cry. Been saved a little bit, but nah, there's not enough coverage that DNZ can offer. With the Mortimer's Kisses, the body blocks are there with the treants. It's 4 dead on tempo. Mitch might be just about to make that 5. The Magic Missile connects. Mitch is going to try and run. He's got Sandstorm, but the Necro Book's there, giving them the vision. They continue to slowly run him down as Mitch. Oh, Matu, he just leaves the summons to do it. He knows they are going to be able to finish off the job, and they do. 5 dead on tempo. 21 to 10. 10k lead here for Secret at just 18 minutes in. Yeah. And they'll take this Roche.
And Matu, you know, this last pick Lycan seemed like it was a pretty solid pick. 10-1-6, you know, versus these heroes too. You know, versus Drow, versus Hanking, versus Zeus. Just godly pick. Playing it perfect. Gone for the pipe, as we pointed out before. Very good pipe game. He's pretty much unkillable now. Now they got a Roche. This one's so over. There's just no way the tempo can do anything. It's tough. It's real tough to watch.
Oh, DNZ. Oh, he's gonna live another day. Don't commit. He did think about TPing over. Doesn't quite go for it.
They're not actually giving Mitch the bottom farm either. I thought the Zeus was gonna give it to him because Mitch is like very close to attack. Took it all away from him. So not having a blink either, so they don't have a way to initiate it or try to get any type of catching sequel when they're making over-aggressive plays. Still no blink.
Yapzor. He's going to go down to the Thunder God's Wrath, but a big Nature's Wrath comes out from Nisha. Cry's able to TP out, will save himself on the drought. DNZ also living for now. Matu's trying to chase, will slow with the Necro Books. DNZ attempts to turn. Mitch comes in with a Burrow Strike, trying to save DNZ, but DNZ ends up going down. Mitch with the Burrow Strike already used, no further way to save himself. Matu diving in up to the tier 3, able to run away as well with the rest of that ult. Does die to the tower though. Does die to the tower hits though. So Matu goes down. The mass tips come out.
Oh my god.
I love it. This is what you got to do. You've got to drop those tips. I mean, they're 10k down. So I just...
I'll tip him as well. Why not? Whatever.
How's Dagon looking? He's getting there. He's getting there. He's going for the Dagon. So, did Yapzor manage to get an upgrade? I think he didn't. He died again, didn't he? Yapzor's still struggling to get this Dagon upgraded.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, Mitch, okay, now he has Blink, so now they can actually look to make some more aggressive moves with their Blink and Snapfire, but yeah, still. There's a BKB already on NP for quite a long time here, on top of another item soon, and yeah, this game is just... This is just super fun.
If the Zeus gets level 25, then that's pretty nice for holding, right?
Yeah, you know, just another 20 minutes away.
Just another 10 levels to go. Get that plus 150 notch, you know, that's all you got to do. It's just, you know, just get level 25. Come on.
Get 25 and sit in your base.
Yep.
Oh. Cry that. He's spotted.
Oh, he's out though.
Oh,
He's going to try and chase. He's going straight with the TP out. He is away. Cry will survive. And Mitch, he's in with the epicenter. They'll bearing Matu down to half HP, but with that pipe, as you mentioned, Matu with more than enough magic resist to just turn, stand his ground. Yapsol's in with a hook shot, gets the catch onto DNZ, and this time Yapsol will manage to use his Dagon to claim a kill. Gets a second. Rocket Flare out onto Noob.
See you later, nerds.
And just as soon as he got his first upgrade for Dagon, he's going to have the money to get that second one. Get himself up to the Dagon 3. Yapsol.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And AC pretty much stunned for Matu.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The world is their oyster. I feel like they can do anything.
Top tower has fallen.
Deso now for Nisha.
Oh, I mean, Deso and AC. It's good luck buildings. Good luck buildings. They're not going to stand much of a chance.
This one out.
Yeah, I mean, with these items, they're going to be good to go. Just 400 gold and the plate mails there for the AC on Matsu. And that'll be almost certainly the recipe complete for Secret to try and close this one up. 16k ahead.
I feel like his tempo, though, I don't know if you even want to continue this. Like, even just sitting in your base, like, these type of games just feel so... I feel like you actually might just look to make a play. If you lose the fight, you just call it. Because you definitely know how far behind you are. You've only hit one tower. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Over they go towards the mid lane. The real game being played here between Matu and Zai. Hot Pepper.
Oh, who's got it?
Zai. Oh, Matu's got it right now. Get rid of it. Well, Matu.
Oh, he's caught.
He's going to be on the toilet tomorrow.
These type of games do feel the worst, though. Like, you have this lineup that you know there's no way you even win like late game or anything, and you're just in your base waiting inevitably for it to happen.
But amongst all the chaos, did you mention that they've got the double pipes?
They go double.
They did. Puppy's got one as well.
Look at that. Very nice versus Zeus, Snapfire, and Sanking, which seemed to be the only damage that was actually coming out from Tempo. Gonna be completely negated.
What's the timing on right? Yeah, Rose still on for a long time. Oh, they found Zai. It's close, but it's not enough. Zai will live through the initial burst.
That's the Zeus ult and the Snapfire ult.
That's your damage gone.
Yep.
That's it gone. And 3 keep on Nisha. He's still sort of lining up his choices. Satanic queued up for now. And Matu, that'll do it. DD.
Debster's in. He's got the drought. The Dagon.
Oh, he's got him. Cry goes down.
Snagged him.
The good old kill secure from Puppy. Doesn't want to let his Dagon Hawk get too much of the action.
For the twins.
There we go. Hot Pepper's out again. Zai over to Yapsor. Oh, goal is also scored against Yap. Got the Pepper. Quick, get it back to Zai. Zai. He's got the Pepper back to Yapsor. Yapsor back to Zai.
He's blood rage.
Get rid of it. He's holding too long. So, no, he's got rid of it just at the last second, Yapsor. Oh, it's over to Puppy, and Puppy loses. Puppy loses Zai versus Yapsor somehow. Exciting events here between the comedy duo of Secret.
Oh, I just saw. You know how Lycan died earlier? I just saw it on the rebroadcast. Zai apparently blood raged him when he was running from the tower, and he died because of it.
No, he didn't. Did he blood rage him for the last hit? Oh no. Oh,
that was 5 minutes ago, but
yeah, that's a good laugh.
I was wondering how he died too, because I was like, wait, what? Secret, they're just having fun. LeBron ruptured.
Yeah, what level Dagon we got? Level 5 Dagon, that's when they end it. He's got to get the
and level
max
4 blood
stagger.
rage. Very important.
Oh, here we go. He's going to draw. He's in. Oh! Oh, ho, ho. Yapsel takes out the Zeus. And he's walking, he's walking out. He's out. Puppy's there with the swap. Yapsel will be saved. Puppy may die for his efforts, though. He's going to live. He's trying to get him. This Stroud will find the kill. Mitch is able to finish off Puppy. Lost the Zeus. Hard for them to defend here against the push of Secret. Mitch has got the Epi good to go. Maybe can look for a setup. They're starting to back off a little bit.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Like that he tips Puppy there. You know, Puppy gave his life for his foolish clockwork teammate.
Oh, and they just got Cry's courier. I think that might have had the Eagle song on as well. I think that was coming from the... I think it had the Eagle song on, right?
Did.
Yeah. Checking his net worth. Oh, no. Just getting tougher and tougher here for Tempo. 23k lead for Secret. And, yeah, so, yeah, 200 gold, and there's going to be the max stag on.
Nice.
Full Satanic for Nisha.
Oh, Wrath of Nature. DNC bottom. He actually cookies forward.
Oh.
Madman.
And he's away. He's not away. He's not away at all. Yep, so. Has the hook. Where do they go now? Where does the action continue? Nisha, oh, he's going to TP straight into 3 of them. Whoa, whoa, Nisha's in. But he's got a BKB Satanic, so he doesn't care.
See you later.
He doesn't care. He's ready to go. Cry will manage to TP out. Nisha with these items, he'll make moves like this. He knows that they literally cannot kill him. He is that farm. 20k net worth on the Prophet.
Backdoor, who cares?
Mitch. Oh, the setup onto Matu. Okay. Matu's still so incredibly tanky. And even if they get him low, Puppy is going to have all the time in the world to swap into safety. And there's a buyback. 25k down now, Tempo.
I like how they're still drawing lines on the map. They're like, yo, we're going to attack here. When they're trapped in their base for the last 20 minutes.
I like it. No, they're still keeping their head in the game. Ooh, Cry.
He survives.
Oh, Mitchie, he's going in for the jump. Onto Yapsor, they've got the Gust as well as the Mortimer's Kisses, but Puppy's able to swap Yapsor out of the range of the Kisses. Puppy will be the new focus, but not quite enough hits from the ultimate to take Puppy down. The Summer's inside of the base, causing issues for LeBron. DNZ will be able to cook him back to safety. Summers will retreat. Batu even able to make sure that they're not fed away, despite that aggressive dive. There's Nisha, he's over towards the Roshan. He's going to TP in, just to claim the Aegis and Cheese for himself. Matu's going to help him out. The Secret just continue to wrap this one up in a very safe fashion. Fully aware that Tempo is really still giving it their all. And they just want to make sure that there's no opportunities for Tempo to swing this one around. DNZ, goodbye. Yapsor now sporting his max stag on. And up to the high ground they go. With that Deso AC, the base of Tempo not standing a chance whatsoever. The mid lane cleaned up. He'll look to settle for either of the side lanes here with both tier 2s already being taken down. TNC will come in with the buyback. Kiss is back in 30 seconds. Mitch trying to jump forward with the Burrow Strike, but instantly Secret. They've got the full 5-man of them here as they focus down the Sand King. Mitch will live for now. Finally falls though with the Merchant Missile connecting. Mitch goes down as well as LeBron. And they'll just
Nisha's immortal.
Take a second set of racks. He's in. Oh. Taking a bit of damage. Puppy's able to swap Cry into a bit of an unfavorable position for Cry. Zai blocking the hook shot of Yapsor. They're running him down. Cry, he's looking for a high five. Secret don't even give him a high five. No mercy here from Secret.
Even smokes to survive on Yapsor. Everyone dies, blood raging him and body blocking him, trying to get him killed to the tower. But Yapsor will survive and run away from his teammate who's trying to kill him.
I hate life.
And we have now top lane, Matu's heading over. Both Matu and Nisha very much being the ones to to ensure that they're in an incredibly comfortable position for Secret. Both of them 23k net worth.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Mitch, you get the jump onto Matsu. This is as well. Matsu getting down a little low, but he's got the cheese. He's got the cheese.
in the building.
They have the fortification. They're trying to
still
hold.
hitting
Oh. First,
GG,
they're
what
trying
place
to
you in upper
stop
bracket
them.
finals?
Here we go, one more hit. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret. I don't think there's too many surprises, but they do take this series 2-0. I think at least for Tempo, they had that game one. They can look back at game one and say, you know what, we gave them a really good try. But this game two, I think it really did look like you were pretty much bang on. The draft that Secret managed to get through against Tempo just left Tempo no chances. I think we sort of saw that in the play. Yaps are having a bit of fun in this one as Secret just knew that this was kind of over from minute 0.
Yeah, I think this one was probably one of the bigger outdrafts I've seen in a while. Just this, early pick Drow, and then you get not only just you're playing versus like Clockwork and Nature's Prophet, which is already a hard game. You get last pick Lycand, and you have a Zeus. You have like no actual way to win this game unless you somehow smash your lanes, which just shouldn't happen. So, yeah, the game just feels really impossible when you just get sandwiched on.
Oh, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret will end this series with the victory for themselves, 2-0 against Tempo, with this game 2 being another classic Secret beatdown. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Both series 2-0 today. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be having a short break, then we're going to go back to the panel to wrap this one up. Secret 2-0 against Tempo.
Just faster than you. Just faster than you. Rising at the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn.
As the sun begins to rise here in beautiful Australia, it begins to set on Tempo's dream of taking a map up against Team Secret, who closed it out in a very clean 2-0 here for the first series of ESL 1 Germany. Team Secret looking as strong as ever in that second game with the Absol rushing a Dagon 5 and getting to the top of the net worth towards the start of that game. And now I have my panel here for our Game Fuel post-match, where it is my lads Danog as well as QO as we start to break down this series here. It was an interesting one, but fortunately for Tempo, they went up against Secret in the first series.
Can we really break that down, that game? I mean, Fog said everything.
I mean,
really.
we have to break down that Zai trying to chase Jebzor.
Yeah, that was the best part.
We need some Benny Hill music for that. We need someone to go back into the replay and just watch Zai chase around Yapsor for like the last 4 minutes of that game and just give some Benny Hill music to it.
Yeah, you saw the cogs just to try and block off his chase route, and he's like, I'm going to keep blood raging you. Zeus is coming up soon. He's going to ulti. Like these games within a game, basically. We saw the hot pepper battles going on as well. And I mean, it just felt like Secret were having a good time. And that was really to be honest, no respect to Tempo, disrespect to Tempo.
Oh, no respect to Tempo.
No,
you were going to have some angry fans coming into your Twitter DMs,
No disrespect to Tempo, but I feel like that's how Game 1 could have potentially gone. So I'm glad that they were able to get a competitive game out of Secret, but they were just a class above. But at the end of the day, it just went back to the draft. All of the lanes were a disaster, really. What can a Zeus do against a Lycan? Yeah, not much.
Yeah, I think this is where it comes out with this Undying first pick. I think it's not working at all. Like, if you pick Clockwork instead of Undying, I think there is a chance where you can actually change the Drow Ranger to mid, because they pick Fury, Nature's Prophet, and Lycan as a core, which can't really have a good access to a Drow Ranger. You just need one securing mid hero, and then Drow's gonna have like such a fast level. They can actually jungle fast. Like, they didn't have any options.
Yeah, like I think when you're going with a Drow, you need to go with Secret strategy of you either need to have the Venge, or you need other things that are going to save, or you just block pick a lot of this other stuff that, you know, the enemy team needs to get in on top of you. And, you know, I feel like they just didn't do that. You know, Nature's Prophet gets on top of you. Clockwork on top of you. Lycan runs through all of your defenses and gets on top of you, and you've got a ton of magic resist on the wolves, so there's not really anything they can do. And they had 2 pipes as well, so there's nothing anyone on that team could have done. Like, maybe if Drow was mid, they could have put a bit of multi-shot damage into the wolves and slowed the game down a little bit, but I don't know, I feel like that's just papering over the cracks.
Yeah. 6-minute Necronomicon.
6-minute Necro, 10-minute Dagon.
Yeah. 13-minute tier 2 tower. Like, there was just a lot of numbers that are flying around there that's not really going in the favor of Tempo. But, you know, I saw the Lycan pick coming in before the second phase bans came through. Or the third phase ban, sorry. So surely it does, it felt like Tempo probably should have been prepared for it, right? But it just felt like they just didn't have the draft going the way that they wanted to, and they couldn't really get to a position where this Lycan wasn't a factor. But, I mean, it just goes to show the power of Secret, right? Like, yeah, you might be able to take this Drow Ranger, this Venge Drow Ranger from them, but they've got so many more heroes in their back pocket, it doesn't really matter.
And you have to ban the IO Magnus. Well, I don't know, I don't feel like you have to ban the IO necessarily, but I feel like the Magnus is a must ban against Secret. It just opens up so many possibilities for them. But yeah, maybe the Venge is the one that needs to go, because Puppy gets so much work done on that hero. It's insane, like the amount of baiting that he does. He's just so survivable as well, and you know, getting Glimmer Cape as well. It feels like he's... I mean, Nisha was tryharding a little bit in that game, let's be honest, but Puppy as well, he was kind of, you know, making sure that the train kept running.
I think those two were the serious one.
Yeah.
Oh, Matu was certainly one of the tryhards. So he's like, he's running around on this Lycan and he's like, boys, I'm just going to take some towers and let's get it done. But on the other side of this, I want to talk about Tempo a little bit. Obviously, their second game was not a good showing from them, but that first game, they showed some signs of life, right? 15 minutes in, they looked pretty strong. They started to get on top of Secret for a little bit then. A few of the decisions didn't go their way, and then Secret were able to come back in classic Secret fashion. Moving forward here for Tempo, obviously losing 2-0 is not good for them going forward in the Swiss format, but going up against some of these other teams, maybe some of these other close qualifier teams, they are certainly, you know, a pick to potentially take a few of those series out, right?
Maybe. It depends if it's... I feel like their execution is okay, especially early game, but you can't draft yourself into a corner like that. Like, it just puts you behind the 8 ball. There's only so much good laning phase that you can do when you are at a disadvantage in every single one of your lanes.
Yeah. You're just admitting yourself that you're not good at other part. You have to just do it, and even if you lose, You have to just watch replay and then just solve it out.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's the style of game where game one, they can probably go back to that and say, right, where can we constructively improve on that game? And they've got a few days until their second round of matches.
Yep.
But game two, they're just going to be like, no, put it in the
Let's
books.
not think about it.
Don't think about it.
Yeah.
We're just going to wallow. Unless they just want to have a fun time watching what Zai and Yapsa were up to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what about for Team Secret? How do they move forward here? Obviously,
They don't move forward.
They're one of the best teams
They're-
right now.
they're
Have they shown any weaknesses, though?
No.
They haven't shown any weaknesses? You guys think they're the best? All right, well, luckily for you guys, we do have our winners interview with the captain himself, Puppy. Puppy, mate, I'd just like to say congratulations, first off here, for the victory in your first series of ESL 1 Germany. I just want to ask a quick question. Towards the end there of game number 2, what are the comms like when you've got people like Nisha and Matumba Man who are trying to end the game, and then you've got Zai and Yapsaw chasing each other around?
Well, I can tell you that obviously Yapsa and Zai were clowning around and laughing all the time. Nisha was just saying hit, 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 and basically 25 more times hit after every hit he did on the throne. And Matsu was playing his own game, trying to bait them with cheese. So, you know, I was dead. So, but kind of, you know, I have an illusion, so I could still have some fun.
Yeah, just sit back and
That
watch
is all
the
that
show.
happened.
Yeah. When are we going to get to see you go one of these fun item builds? I mean, Yapsa went boots Dagon. Was that something that he was like saying from minute 0 that he was going to do, or when did that come about?
You just gotta have fun with Dota sometimes.
Yeah.
And since that game went too well, like the laning stage and so forth, we just kind of started nuking them down. That is all.
Oh, if you can give me, like, can you give like one tip, like how to make this, you know, like many different draft work out in the game, like that just comes out from your brain?
That's impossible to tell you a tip of.
Okay.
That encompasses everything.
Just
One
solve.
simple trick, you know?
No, it's actually, Dota is actually very obvious, but it's also very complex at the same time because the meta is still one thing still. It won't change. A lot of the times, some teams' meta has not been shown for a while. For instance, I can say OG has like a really own meta, let's say. Like they have their own draft every time. And if you don't respect their ideas, then they'll run you over. So you have to like combine them. Hence, like I've been playing a lot of heroes that they play, like Wisp and Magnus, as you've been talking about the bans. But you know, that's how you gotta roll with Dota. You just gotta find out exactly everything that's the best.
Yeah, I think Zai mentioned that as well in previous tournaments, like where he got some of his inspiration for picking things like the Bloodseeker, and that is that he saw Seb playing them, and you know, that's often the way to get good at some of these heroes that you find challenging to play against. Play them yourselves, see what the strengths are, and then as well what the weaknesses are and how you can potentially exploit that. Is that generally the attitude that Team Secret takes towards, you know, some of these opponents?
It's the best attitude for sure.
Yeah,
it's the best attitude to play the heroes that are, you know, in that sense, broken.
Yeah.
You have to.
Broken
but you have
or
to play a lot of Dota.
or
because there's a lot
undiscovered
of-
as well,
There's a lot
right?
of heroes.
Yeah.
Undiscovered, that's, you know, that will take a different time process. That's more like you have to sit around and think and feel the vibe of the meta and stuff. But overall, some things are very plainly in your face heroes that with good win rate and such. And if you don't play those heroes, then you know you suck.
All right, Puppy mate, I've got an interesting question for you. I'm a big advocate for techies here in these competitive matches. Can you give me a guarantee that you guys are going to pick it for ESL 1 Germany?
Not a guarantee.
Good.
Definitely not a guarantee.
There's a chance. There's a chance. So
Yeah.
there's a chance it could come out, boys. I'm
Well,
super excited.
We will see. We will see. I've lost my question. So.
Well, unfortunately for Matt, he doesn't get his last question here. So, Puppy mate, we'll leave you with the spoils of victory one more time, and hopefully we see you for a little bit more of ESL 1 Germany.
All right, bye-bye.
The man.
Jog 5 is higher percentage.
Jug 5 is higher percentage than techies.
I felt it.
Puppy
Like,
didn't
wow.
say no to me. So he didn't guarantee, so he's not going to try and give away his strats. I like that in the man.
He was
but
taking pity on you, I
No,
think.
no,
Yeah.
there's a chance. There's a chance. I feel like it's in his brain now. He's thought about techies now, and he's like, how can I make this work? If it's not for me, then it's going to be for Zaya Yapsor.
I mean, there's a chance that Jessica Alba's going to call me up and say, hey, man, you want to go out for a date sometime? It's not going to happen. Same sort of thing with this techies thing that you keep going on about.
What about the Juggernaut then? Do you guys feel like that's a 0%? Like this
No,
techies is
I think 4 Jug might happen on Yapsor.
No, 5 Jug.
Nah, 4. Puppy's to the point, you know. Well, you saw in this picture, he looked very intimidating, to be honest. And I feel like if it was Yapsor's one, he would be doing some goofy face or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
The Dagon, Blade Fury.
Yeah, Dagon, Blade Fury, Veil.
Yeah.
I mean, if they keep picking this Bloodseeker, I'm sure... How's the interaction with Blood Rage on spin? Can you Blood Rage him as he's
I'm pretty sure
spinning?
you get extra damage.
But like, can you Blood Rage him as he's spinning?
Does it purge it, is what he's saying.
I have no idea.
Honestly, I don't think many people have tried the 4 Jug, let's be honest.
It sounds pretty bad, but, you know, if a team's going to do it, it's certainly going to be secret. But,
Yeah.
you know, today, lads, we had 2-2-0s here for ESL 1 Germany. You know, when we were talking about ESL 1 Thailand, that was all 3-game series, every single series that we had, all the way up until the playoffs. But going forward here, is this how we expected the day to go? We were expecting 2-0s. You said at the top of the show, Matt, that you were expecting maybe a 2-1 for the first series?
Yeah, I think I was potentially expecting that just because of recent results have kind of gone either way between NIP and 5 Men. And honestly, even though in our interview with Saberlight, he said that, you know, they felt the best that they have in a long time. They felt that they've performed. A couple of those games, I mean, it was just 5 Men threw it away, really. They were in a commanding position in both times. They had Roche fights that just didn't go their way the entire time. I don't know. It felt like it was on a knife's edge, so it could have very easily gone to 3 games.
All right, lads. Well, today, number 1 is done and dusted, so let's go and have a look at how day number 2 is going to shape up here for ESL 1 Thailand. That first series is Viking GG. They're going to be in that first series there, and our second will be Team Liquid versus Mud Golem, and then our third series will be OG versus Windstrike. I'm super excited to see OG continue to play here in these online tournaments. I'm interested to see whether or not Topson has a little bit of extra vigor in his game after recently becoming a father.
Dadson, yes.
Dadson, the dad energy, the dad buff, whatever you guys want to call it. I'm super excited to see if they can, you know, continue their form that they've had recently, or whether or not, you know, maybe Windstrike can get a map or 2 off them, because, you know, sometimes OG can falter with certain drafts that they do put forward, but they are still in, you know, kind of that upper echelon of these European teams, right?
I would say so. OG is number 2 in my power rankings for this tournament, considering they are playing with Topson again. His reflexes are going to, you know, take a nice little hit as well. Not take a hit, get buffed up a little bit. Just
I was going to say, like, he doesn't just turn into a boomer when he's a dad.
No. The babies are always falling off couches and that sort of thing, so you got to really have the reflexes to catch them before they fall down. But I think they should be able to comfortably deal with Windstrike, although they are historically one of those teams that have taken out surprise series victories against OG. But I feel like, as Puppy was saying in the interview, they just have this own meta, their own style, and I feel like those are the teams that are really successful, both within the EU region and globally.
Yeah, you always have to have your own identity to play out the games. Otherwise, you're just gonna get reacted by your opponent, and not picking what you want to play is the most stupid thing, I'll say, in Dota.
What you want to play in terms of fun or utility?
Well, it's more about like picking comfort,
yeah,
right?
Like just pick your comfort thing. Don't let enemy roll you.
That kind of felt like what happened in that game too with the drought.
Yeah.
That's what you're referencing,
Yeah,
kind of subtly, you know. Yeah. I'm really excited for that Liquid Mud Golems match as well. I've talked about it a couple of times today. I feel like that's probably going to be the closest series of this first round. Mud Golems, a little underappreciated in my mind. So I'm keen to see what those boys, the ragtag stack, is going to be able to do.
Well, we'll have to wait and see for that. It will be tomorrow's matches for you guys here at ESL 1 Germany. We're also going to have our new panelist, Godot, joining us for tomorrow's games. But that is day number 1 here for ESL 1 Germany, done and dusted in the books. 2-2-0 is here for us on the desk. We're going to go to a extended break. It's called Going Home, and we will be here tomorrow for ESL 1 Germany. Make sure you guys get your cat jammers out in the chat, and we'll see you tomorrow.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up! All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up!
Back against the wall, still I'm standing. man to talk. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take the stands? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the